Section 27 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 10, Conclusion. On October 21st, in order to meet the threats of arrest of some of the members, which had been freely made, Congress determined that the arrest of anyone to be transported beyond the seas for trial should be met with resistance and reprisal. John Dickinson, who had been added to the Pennsylvania delegation on the 13th, took his seat on the 17th, and on the 21st was put on a committee with Mr. Cushing and Mr. Lee to prepare an address to the people of Quebec and letters to the colonies of St. John, Nova Scotia, Georgia, and East and West Florida, which had no delegates in the Congress. After the adoption of the several papers ordered, the Congress adjourned on October 26th with the recommendation that another be held on May 10th, following, unless a redress of grievances should be granted by Great Britain before that date. That the action of the Congress would result in a redress of grievances was the confident belief of nearly all of the members and of the people generally. This is abundantly shown by contemporaneous testimony, but Mr. Henry was of a different opinion, and while willing to try the proposed measures, he was for preparing for the worst. Not only does his speech on Galloway's plan show this, as reported by John Adams, but Mr. Adams afterward bore explicit testimony to the fact. In a letter to William Wirt, dated January 23, 1818, he said, "When Congress had finished their business, as they thought, in the autumn of 1774, I had with Mr. Henry, before we took leave of each other, some familiar conversation in which I expressed a full conviction that our resolves, declarations of rights, enumeration of wrongs, petitions, remonstrances, and addresses, associations, and non-importation agreements, however they might be expected by the people in America, and however necessary to cement the union of the colonies, would be but waste paper in England. Mr. Henry said they might make some impression among the people of England, but agreed with me that they would be totally lost upon the government. I had but just received a short and hasty letter written to me by Major Joseph Hawley of Northampton, containing a few broken hints, as he called them, of what he thought was proper to be done, and concluding with these words, 'After all, we must fight.' This letter I read to Mr. Henry, who listened with great attention, and as soon as I had pronounced the words, 'After all, we must fight,' he raised his head and with an energy and vehemence that I can never forget, broke out with, 'By God, I am of that man's mind.' I put the letter into his hands, and when he had read it, he returned it to me with an equally solemn asseveration that he agreed entirely in opinion with the writer. I considered this as a sacred oath upon a very great occasion, and could have sworn it as religiously as he did, and by no means inconsistent with what you say in some part of your book, that he never took the sacred name in vain. The other delegates from Virginia returned to their state, in full confidence that all our grievances would be redressed. The last words that Richard Henry Lee said to me when we parted were, 'We shall infallibly carry all our points. You will be completely relieved. All the offensive acts will be repealed. The army and fleet will be recalled, and Britain will give up her foolish project.' Washington only was in doubt. He never spoke in public. In private he joined with those who advocated a non-exportation, as well as a non-importation agreement. With both he thought we should prevail. Without either he thought it doubtful. Henry was clear in one opinion, Richard Henry Lee in an opposite opinion, and Washington doubted between the two. Henry, however, appeared in the end to be exactly in the right. In a letter to Thomas Jefferson, November 12, 1813, Mr. Adams also wrote, "In the Congress of 1774, there was not one member except Patrick Henry who appeared to me sensible of the precipice, or rather the pinnacle on which he stood, and had candor and courage enough to acknowledge it. Independence was not the wish of the Congress, but it was their determination to maintain the rights of the colonies at all hazards and to the last extremity. This was explicitly stated not only in the papers adopted, but in their private utterances as recorded in the correspondence of the members. In this, they correctly represented the people who as yet only desired to be left in possession of their rights as they had been enjoyed before 1763. As the struggle soon ended in open war, the Congress has been criticized by some later writers for not at once preparing for the appeal to arms, and for adopting the system of non-importation and non-exportation, which prevented the colonies from supplying themselves with those articles so necessary for the proper conduct of war. These criticisms are unjust. The action of the Congress must be judged by the conditions of things surrounding them. That action was directed by the instructions of Virginia to her delegation, and was in accordance with the desire of all the colonies. Different action would have produced divisions, more dangerous than all else in the approaching strife. Nothing could have produced the unanimity with which America entered into the war, except the failure of the measures adopted by the Congress. Similar measures had caused the repeal of nearly all of the Townshend Acts, and it was the general hope that they would again prove effective. Until they had been tried and failed, the colonies could not have been united in other measures of opposition, nor were the people without good ground for their hope. The export trade of England with the colonies was over 6 millions of pounds sterling, and constituted much more than 1/3 of her exports, while the exports from America to England must have been as great as the colonies had not the species with which to settle a balance of trade against them. In the article of grain alone, including rice, the exports from America exceeded 1 million in value, so that Burke could remind Great Britain in March 1775 that, for some time past, the old world has been fed from the new. The scarcity which you have felt would have been a desolating famine if the child of your old age, with true filial piety, with a Roman charity, had not put the full breast of its youthful exuberance to the mouth of its exhausted parent. To suddenly arrest this great trade, and to suspend the payment of the large balances due to English merchants, it was believed would seriously affect the prosperity of England, and cause a popular demand for a change of public measures. This last was the design of the colonies, and it was reasonable to expect it would follow. To accomplish it, they willingly suffered the privation demanded of them, and loyally trusted that it would result in their continued connection with England on the old terms. But these measures did not greatly weaken the colonies. Their first effect was, of course, to create a scarcity of all articles of importation, but this at once stimulated home production, and caused the colonies to become in a short time nearly self-sustaining. Virginia was undoubtedly the leading colony in the Congress, and no other could have contested her precedence except Massachusetts. But the peculiar condition of the latter, and the suspicion on the part of many that New England was aiming at independence, caused her delegates to keep as much in the background as possible. John Adams tells us that it was for this reason that the Virginia delegates were put forward as the leaders of the body. That the action of the Congress under this leadership was all that was desired by the Massachusetts delegates, we are assured by Samuel Adams in a letter read in the Provincial Congress of that colony, October 27th, 1774. The journal fully sustains the fact of Virginia's leadership, as it shows that a Virginia delegate was placed upon every committee appointed, except the one to revise and publish the journal. Where the committees were important, there were always 2 members from Virginia, however small the committee. Mr. Henry or Mr. Lee was almost invariably the member, and sometimes both were on the same committee. Thus the impress of these 2 men was upon the entire proceedings. The statement that Mr. Henry was placed upon the committee to prepare a petition to the king because of his splendid speech at the opening, and that he showed himself inefficient in matters of detail, is proved to be untrue by the record. This shows that the committees were selected by the body, that the first on which Mr. Henry was placed was the one appointed September 7th to report the statutes which affected the trade and manufactures of the colonies, a work of dry details. This committee reported on the 17th, and on the 19th its report was referred to the committee to state the rights of the colonies, and Mr. Henry was added to that committee. A report was made by that committee September 24th and October 1st. Mr. Henry was appointed on the committee to prepare the petition to the king. These facts show the high estimate of him by the body as a committee man. It is worthy of note that his resolutions against the Stamp Act were substantially incorporated in the report on the rights of the colonies. The wisdom, the dignity, the firmness, the statesmanship, the elevated patriotism displayed in the papers adopted by the Congress, and the elegance of their composition excited the highest admiration among the patriots of America and their friends in England. Lord Chatham said of them in the House of Lords, "When your lordships look at the papers transmitted us from America, when you consider their decency, firmness, and wisdom, you cannot but respect their cause and wish to make it your own." For myself, I must declare and avow that in all my reading of history and observation, and it has been my favorite study, I have read Thucydides, and have studied and admired the master states of the world. The facility of reasoning, force of sagacity, and wisdom of conclusion under such a complication of difficult circumstances. No nation or body of men can stand in preference to the General Congress at Philadelphia. I trust it is obvious to your lordships that all attempts to impose servitude upon such men, to establish despotism over such a mighty continental nation, must be vain, must be fatal. And Lord Camden is reported to have said of the body that he would have given half his fortune to have been a member of that, which he believed to be the most virtuous public body of men which ever had or ever would meet together in this world. The authorship of the several papers of the Congress in after years became a matter of earnest discussion when nearly all the members were in their graves. It seems to have been definitely determined that Richard Henry Lee wrote the memorial to the people of British America, John Jay the address to the people of Great Britain, and John Dickinson the address to the people of Quebec. A copy of the report upon the rights of the colonies has been found in the handwriting of John Sullivan, the chairman of the committee, and he may be presumed to have been its author, in the absence of other testimony. A copy of the petition to the king has been found in the handwriting of Richard Henry Lee, which is very imperfect and contains none of the matters directed by the Congress to be inserted in it. It is claimed by his biographer that he wrote the address first reported, but John Dickinson claimed the authorship of the paper adopted. The first report of the committee was on October 21st. The journal says, the address to the king being read after debate, ordered that the same be recommitted, and that Mr. J. Dickinson be added to the committee. A second report was made on Monday 24th. In a letter to Dr. Hogan, September 15, 1804, John Dickinson wrote of this address, "The truth is that the draft brought in by the original committee was written in language of asperity, very little according with the conciliatory disposition of Congress. The committee, on my being added to them, desired me to draw the address, which I did, and the draft was reported by me." The statement of Mr. Jefferson to Mr. Wirt that on attending the next Congress he was informed that Mr. Henry was selected by his committee to draw this petition to the king must have been erroneous, an error either due to the imperfect memory of Mr. Jefferson or to the incorrect information on the part of his informant. It was doubtless because of the incorrect information given him by Mr. Jefferson, both as to Mr. Henry and Mr. Lee, that Mr. Wirt was led to say of them that in the details of business they were completely thrown in the shade by the other members. The journal of the party and the diary of John Adams showed that they were highly appreciated as committee men. The impression Mr. Henry made upon the party may be estimated by the tribute to him by John Adams in his letter to Mr. Wirt, January 23, 1818. Said he, "I esteem the character of Mr. Henry an honor to our country, and your volume a masterly delineation of it. From personal acquaintance, perhaps I might say a friendship, with Mr. Henry of more than 30 years, and from all that I have heard or read of him, I have always considered him as a gentleman of deep reflection, keen sagacity, clear foresight, daring enterprise, inflexible intrepidity, and untainted integrity, with an ardent zeal for the liberties, the honor, and the felicity of his country and his species." And in his diary for October 10, 1774, he wrote, "Lee, Henry, and Hooper are the orators." We have also a contemporaneous statement of Silas Deane, in a letter to his wife dated September 19, 1774, 2 days after the discussion on the Suffolk Resolves. He wrote, "Mr. Henry is also a lawyer, and the completest speaker I ever heard. If his future speeches are equal to the small samples he has hitherto given us, they will be worth preserving. But in a letter I can give you no idea of the music of his voice, or the high-wrought yet natural elegance of his style and manner. Colonel Lee is said to be his rival in eloquence, and in Virginia and to the southward they are styled the Demosthenes and Cicero of America. God grant they may not, like them, plead in vain for the liberties of their country. These last gentlemen are now in full life, perhaps near 50, and have made the Constitution and history of Great Britain and America their capital study ever since the late troubles between them have arisen. Mr. Henry formed a warm personal attachment to several of the members, and especially to John and Samuel Adams, whose talents and ardent patriotism he greatly admired. When returned to his home, he was asked by a neighbor who he thought the greatest man in Congress. He answered, "Rutledge, if you speak of eloquence, is by far the greatest orator. But Colonel Washington, who has no pretensions to eloquence, is a man of more solid judgment and information than any man on that floor." As he looked upon Mr. John Rutledge's views with dislike, and as Colonel Washington's modesty had kept him in the background, so that he had not been placed upon a single committee, this reply indicates not only the great discrimination, but the justice of Mr. Henry in judging men, whether friends or opponents. End of section 27. Section 28 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 11, Part 1. A letter of Mr. Henry's mother, written during his absence in Congress, is interesting as affording a glimpse of the condition of the colony and showing her own pious trust in God. She had gone on a visit to her daughter, Mrs. Ann Christian, in Botetourt County, and while with her, Colonel Christian was called to take part in the Indian War. He arranged that Mrs. Henry should carry his wife and children home with her to Hanover, in order that they might be in no danger from the Indians during his absence with Dunmore's army. On their way, they stayed a night with Colonel William Fleming, whose wife was a sister of Colonel Christian, and met at his house his sister-in-law Rosina Christian, afterward the wife of Caleb Wallace. On reaching home, Mrs. Henry wrote Mrs. Fleming the following letter, which is not only interesting in itself, but also from the fact that it is probably the only letter of Mrs. Henry which has been preserved. 15th October, 1774. Dear Madam, Kind Providence preserved me and all with me safe to our home in Hanover. Here people have been very sickly, but hope the sickly season is nigh over. My dear Annie has been ailing 2 or 3 days with a fever. The dear children are very well. My son Patrick has gone to Philadelphia near 7 weeks. The affairs are kept with great secrecy, nobody being allowed to be present. I assure you we have our lowland troubles and fears with respect to Great Britain. Perhaps our good God may bring us out of these many evils, which threaten us not only from the mountains but from the seas. I cannot forget to thank my dear Mrs. Fleming for the great kindness that you showed us in Bonatorte, and assure you that I remember Colonel Fleming and you with much esteem and best wishes, and shall take it very kind if you will let me hear from you. My daughter Betty joins me in kind love to yourself and Miss Rosie, and especially to your dear good mother, when you see her. I am, dear madam, your humble servant, Sarah Henry. Mr. Henry found on his return the assembly further prorogued, the governor still on his Indian expedition, and the courts of the colony entirely suspended because of the expiration of the act for negotiating and collecting officers' fees. Even after the governor's return in December, he refused to call the assembly together, hoping the political excitement would abate and fearing the action of the body. But his course inflamed the popular feeling. The people came together in county meetings, approved the proceedings of Congress, adopted the association, and appointed the committees recommended. Hanover County, under the direction of Mr. Henry, led the way, appointing its committee early in November. These committees, whose powers were undefined, assumed the functions of the government in the confusion which soon followed, and became known as Committees of Safety. The people continued their contributions to the brave Bostonians, who, with wonderful self-denial and firmness, stood for the liberties of America. In acknowledging one of these contributions, Samuel Adams wrote, Virginia made an early stand by their ever-memorable resolves of 1765 against the efforts of a corrupt administration to enslave America, and has ever distinguished herself by her exertions in support of our common rights. The sister colonies struggle separately, but the minister himself has at length united them, and they have lately uttered language that will be heard. It is the fate of this town to drink deep at the cup of ministerial vengeance, but while America bears them witness that they suffer in her cause, they glory in their sufferings. Thus the attack upon the town of Boston and upon the colony of Massachusetts, which was intended by the ministry to divide the colonies that they might be robbed of their rights, drew them into a close union and made them unconquerable. Congress, in their address to the people of America, had advised them to extend their views to mournful events and be in all respects prepared for every contingency. The people of Massachusetts had already commenced military preparations, and during the winter the other colonies began to organize military companies and to procure ammunition. There was but little division among the people except in New York and Georgia. The New York Assembly refused to approve of the proceedings of Congress, corruptly influenced, it was believed, by British gold, and it was only after a warm contest that the patriots carried the day in Georgia. In Virginia, Mr. Henry enlisted the first military company after the adjournment of Congress. In a report at the next assembly upon the condition of the colony, it is stated that a committee was appointed and a company enlisted, but not embodied in Hanover in November. This was doubtless at the time the county committee was appointed. Mr. Henry's action as regarded the company is related in a letter of Charles Dabney, one of the members. He says, soon after Mr. Patrick Henry's return from the first Congress, notice was given through his means to the militia of Hanover to attend at Mr. Smith's Tavern in the neighborhood of Hanover Courthouse, where he wished to communicate something to them of great importance. Accordingly, a considerable number of the younger part of the militia attended, and he addressed them in a very animated speech, pointing out the necessity of our having recourse to arms in defense of our rights, and recommending in strong terms that we should immediately form ourselves into a volunteer company. A number of those present immediately enrolled themselves on the list of volunteers, one of the regulations of which was that when a sufficient number of men were enlisted to form a company, they should choose the officers to command them. This company was soon to attract the attention of the continent. In some other counties, companies were enlisted, but the next assembly declared in a report, based upon testimony taken before a committee, that on December 24, 1774, when the governor wrote to Lord Dartmouth that every county is now arming a company of men, whom they call an independent company. There were not more than 6 or 7 such companies throughout the whole colony. So unanimous were the people in signing and keeping the association that the committees had but little or no need of military aid, and the suspense of the colony as to the effect in England of the action of Congress retarded preparations for war, which it was hoped would be avoided. This hope was greatly weakened by the reception in February of the King's speech on opening Parliament, November 30th, in which he described the non-importation agreements entered into before the meeting of Congress, whose proceedings had not then reached England, as unwarrantable attempts to obstruct the commerce of this kingdom by unlawful combinations, and as exhibiting a most daring spirit of resistance and disobedience to the law. The situation in America is described in a letter of Richard Henry Lee to his brother Arthur, then in London, dated February 24, 1775. He says, "All America has received with astonishment and concern the speech to Parliament. The wicked violence of the ministry is so clearly expressed as to leave no doubt of their fatal determination to ruin both countries, unless a powerful and timely check is interposed by the body of the people. A very small corrupted junta in New York excepted, all North America is now most firmly united and as firmly resolved to defend their liberties ad infinitum against every power on earth that may attempt to take them away. The most effectual measures are everywhere taken to secure a sacred observance of the association. Manufactures go rapidly on, and the means of repelling force by force are universally adopting. As stated in this letter, the only hope now entertained was that the body of the people of England would interpose an effectual check upon the designs of the ministry. The proceedings of Congress reached England in December, during the recess of Parliament. Their effect was marked. When Parliament assembled again in January, there were laid before them petitions from London, Bristol, Norwich, Dudley, Birmingham, Liverpool, Manchester, and Wolverhampton, representing the great distress occasioned by the interruption of the colonial commerce, and praying that such conciliatory legislation be adopted as would restore it to its former condition. Not only did the interruption of trade interest the British merchants on behalf of America, but the dignity and wisdom of Congress excited an admiration for the American patriots never before felt in Great Britain. When the petition to the King was presented to His Majesty, he received it very graciously and promised to lay it before Parliament. But at a cabinet council held January 12th, he insisted on yielding nothing to the colonies, and it was determined to interdict all commerce with them, to protect the loyal colonists, and to declare all others traitors and rebels. On January 20th, Lord Chatham moved in the House of Lords the withdrawal of the troops from Boston, and delivered his celebrated speech in its advocacy. but his motion was lost by a vote of 68 to 18. The House of Commons showed a more decided majority in favor of the ministry, and vigorous measures were taken to enforce the subjection of the colonies. In a bill introduced offering pardon to repentant rebels, Mr. Henry, with some 20 others, had the honor of being accepted by name. The Second Virginia Convention met in St. John's Church, Richmond, March 20th, 1775. They came together in ignorance of the proceedings in Parliament upon the reception of the action of Congress. The latest information they had was contained in the Williamsburg Gazette of the 18th, which printed a letter from London dated December 14th, 1774, relating the gracious reception of the petition by the king and adding, "The buzz at court is that all the acts will be repealed except the Admiralty and Declaratory, and that North and Dartmouth will be replaced by Gower and Hillsborough." This revived the hopes of the more conservative of the patriots, who still trusted that the ministry would retrace their footsteps and all would be well again. The convention organized by electing Peyton Randolph president, and at once took into consideration the proceedings of the Continental Congress. These they heartily approved. They next presented the thanks of the body of the colony to the Virginia delegation for their cheerful undertaking and faithful discharge of the very important trust imposed in them. On the third day of the session, a copy of the petition and memorial of the Assembly of the island of Jamaica, addressed to the king December 28, 1774, was laid before the convention and read. This was a bold vindication of the rights of the American colonies, but was objectionable in two of its positions. It traced the grant of colonial rights to the king, and claimed that the royal prerogative annexed to the crown was totally independent of the people, who could not invade, add to, or diminish it. This extreme Tory doctrine was not to the liking of the advanced patriots, nor necessary for the vindication of American rights, which were not dependent on royal grants alone. Another matter contained in the paper, equally objectionable, was the declaration of the Assembly that owing to their weak condition caused by slavery, it could not be supposed they intended or ever could have intended resistance to Great Britain. The balance of the paper, however, was a severe rebuke to the British government and an able defense of America. This last pleased many members of the convention and led them to overlook what was deemed objectionable. Accordingly, it was moved that the unfeigned thanks and most grateful acknowledgments of this convention be presented to that very respectable assembly for the exceeding generous and affectionate part they have so nobly taken in the unhappy contest between Great Britain and her colonies, and for their truly patriotic endeavors to fix the just claims of the colonists upon the most permanent constitutional principles. That the Assembly be assured that it is the most ardent wish of this colony, and we are persuaded of the whole continent of North America, to see a speedy return to those halcyon days when we lived a free and happy people. That the President be desired to transmit these resolutions to the Speaker of the Jamaica Assembly by the earliest opportunity. These resolutions were not suited to the views of Mr. Henry. He could but unite in the vote of thanks for their truly patriotic endeavors to fix the just claims of the colonists upon the most permanent constitutional principles, but he could not agree with the Toryism and non-resistance contained in the paper. He was certain that there would be no real change of policy in England, and that the colonies would never see a return of the halcyon days of old. He saw, too, the danger of exciting in the colony any such hope, when no time should be lost in arming for the approaching conflict. He realized the fact that the independent volunteer companies, raised in different parts of the colony, could not be relied on for sustained effort unless they were made a part of a colonial army, and that any preparation for war to be efficient must be organized and controlled under the authority of the colony. End of section 28. Section 29 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 11, Part 2. His clear vision had pierced into the future, and he now saw that the hour of conflict in the field was at hand. Not a moment was to be lost. He at once arose and offered as an amendment the following resolutions. Resolved, that a well-regulated militia composed of gentlemen and yeomen is the natural strength and only security of a free government. And such a militia in this colony would forever render it unnecessary for the mother country to keep among us, for the purpose of our defense, any standing army of mercenary soldiers, always subversive of the quiet and dangerous to the liberties of the people, and would obviate the pretext of taxing us for their support. That the establishment of such a militia is, at this time, peculiarly necessary by the state of our laws for the protection and defense of the country, some of which have already expired and others will shortly be so, and that the known remissness of the government in calling us together in legislative capacity renders it too insecure, in this time of danger and distress, to rely that opportunity will be given of renewing them in General Assembly or making any provision to secure our inestimable rights and liberties from those further violations with which they are threatened. Resolved, therefore, that this colony be immediately put into a state of defense, and that be a committee to prepare a plan for embodying, arming, and disciplining such a number of men as may be sufficient for that purpose. The first of these was taken from a resolution of the Maryland Convention of December 8, 1774, which had been followed by the Fairfax County Committee, January 17, 1775, in a paper drawn by George Mason and presented by George Washington, and had been preceded by the Newcastle, Delaware Committee, December 21, 1774, which based its action on an intimation given by the Continental Congress and other bodies had determined on arming and drilling the militia under their control. But the second resolution of Mr. Henry looked to an immediate preparation for a conflict of arms, not simply to the drilling of the militia, but to the embodying of an army for the defense of the colony. The resolution itself clearly disclosed its object, and Mr. Henry, in his speech enforcing it, left no doubt of his purpose. He would have the convention with him give up all hope of a peaceful settlement, and recognize the fact that they were virtually at war with Great Britain. Judge Tucker, who was present, relates that this resolution produced an animated debate in which Colonel Richard Bland, Mr. Nicholas, the treasurer, and I think Colonel Harrison of Berkeley, and Mr. Pendleton were opposed to the resolution, conceiving it to be premature. Notwithstanding the fact that no information had been received of the action of the government upon the papers issued by the Congress, and the earnest opposition of so many of his able associates in the patriot cause, who hesitated upon the threshold of war, and still hoped for reconciliation, his resolutions were carried. The memorable scene which occurred is thus described by Edmund Randolph in his History of Virginia. A resolution was passed for immediately putting the colony into a posture of defense, and for preparing a plan of embodying and disciplining such a number of men as might be sufficient for that purpose. Henry moved, and Richard Henry Lee seconded it. The fangs of European criticism might be challenged to spread themselves against the eloquence of that awful day. It was a proud one to be a Virginian, feeling and acting with his country. Demosthenes invigorated the timid, and Cicero charmed the backward. The multitude, many of whom had traveled to the convention from a distance, could not suppress their emotion. Henry was his pure self. Those who had toiled in the artifices of scholastic rhetoric were involuntarily driven into an inquiry within themselves, whether rules and forms and niceties of elocution would not have choked his native fire. It blazed so as to warm the coldest heart. In the sacred place of meeting, the church, the imagination had no difficulty to conceive, when he launched forth in solemn tones various causes of scruples against oppressors, as the British king was lying prostrate from the thunder of heaven. Henry was thought in his attitude to resemble St. Paul, while preaching at Athens, and to speak as man was never known to speak before. After every illusion had vanished, a prodigy yet remained. It was Patrick Henry, born in obscurity, poor and without the advantages of literature, rousing the genius of his country, and binding a band of patriots together to hurl defiance at the tyranny of so formidable a nation as Great Britain. This enchantment was spontaneous obedience to the working of the soul. When he uttered what commanded respect for himself, he solicited no admiring look from those who surrounded him. If he had, he must have been abashed by meeting every eye fixed upon him. He paused, but he paused full of some rising eruption of eloquence. When he sat down, his sounds vibrated so loudly, if not in the ears, at least in the memory of his audience, that no other member, not even his friend who was to second him, was yet adventurous enough to interfere with that voice, which had so recently subdued and captivated. After a few minutes, Richard Henry lay fanned and refreshed with the gale of pleasure, but the vessel of the revolution was still under the impulse of the tempest, which Henry had created. Artificial oratory fell in copious streams from the mouth of Lee, and rules of persuasion accomplished everything which rules could effect. If elegance had been personified, the person of Lee would have been chosen. But Henry trampled upon rules, and yet triumphed, at this time perhaps beyond his own expectation. Jefferson was not silent. He argued closely, profoundly and warmly on the same side. The post in this revolutionary debate belonging to him was that at which the theories of republicanism were deposited. Washington was prominent, though silent. His looks bespoke a mind absorbed in meditation on his country's fate. But a positive concert between him and Henry could not more effectually have exhibited him to view than when Henry with indignation ridiculed the idea of peace, when there was no peace, and enlarged on the duty of preparing for war. The generous and noble-minded Thomas Nelson, who now for the first time took a more than common part in a great discussion, convulsed the moderate by an ardent exclamation, in which he called God to witness that if any British troops should be landed within the country of which he was the lieutenant, he would wait for no orders, and would obey none which should forbid him to summon his militia and repel the invaders at the water's edge. His temper, though it was sanguine, and had been manifested in less scenes of opposition, seemed to be more than ordinarily excited. His example told those who were happy in ease and wealth that to shrink was to be dishonored. As Thomas Nelson was one of the wealthiest men in the colony, his accession to Mr. Henry on this occasion was very effective in its influence on the wealthy class, always slow to engage in war. Mr. Wirt has been able to give a condensed account of Mr. Henry's speech, gathered from the recollections of the hearers, principally from Judge John Tyler and Judge St. George Tucker. He says, he rose at this time with a majesty unusual to him in an exordium, and with all that self-possession by which he was so invariably distinguished. No man, he said, thought more highly than he did of the patriotism, as well as abilities of the very worthy gentleman who had just addressed the House. But different men often saw the same subject in different lights, and therefore he hoped it would not be thought disrespectful to those gentlemen if, entertaining as he did opinions of a character very opposite to theirs, he should speak forth his sentiments freely and without reserve. This, he said, was no time for ceremony. The question before the House was one of awful moment to this country. For his own part, he considered it as nothing less than a question of freedom or slavery, and in proportion to the magnitude of the subject, ought to be the freedom of debate. It was only in this way that they could hope to arrive at truth, and fulfill the great responsibility which they held to God and their country. Should he keep back his opinions at such a time, through fear of giving offense, he should consider himself guilty of treason toward his country, and of an act of disloyalty toward the majesty of heaven, which he revered above all earthly kings. "Mr. President," said he, "it is natural to man to indulge in the illusions of hope. We are apt to shut our eyes against a painful truth, and listen to the song of that siren, till she transforms us into beasts. Is this," he asked, "the part of wise men, engaged in a great and arduous struggle for liberty? Were we disposed to be of the number of those who, having eyes, see not, and having ears, hear not, the things which so nearly concern their temporal salvation?" For his part, whatever anguish of spirit it might cost, he was willing to know the whole truth, to know the worst and to provide for it. He had, he said, but one lamp by which his feet were guided, and that was the lamp of experience. He knew of no way of judging the future but by the past, and judging by the past, he wished to know what there had been in the conduct of the British ministry for the last 10 years, to justify those hopes with which gentlemen had been pleased to solace themselves and the House. Is it that insidious smile with which our petition has been lately received? Trust it not, sir. It will prove a snare to your feet. Suffer not yourselves to be betrayed with a kiss. Ask yourselves how this gracious reception of our petition comports with those warlike preparations which cover our waters and darken our land. Our fleets and armies necessary to a work of love and reconciliation. Have we shown ourselves so unwilling to be reconciled that force must be called in to win back our love? Let us not deceive ourselves, sir. These are the implements of war and subjugation, the last arguments to which kings resort. I ask, gentlemen, sir, what means this martial array, if its purpose be not to force us to submission? Can gentlemen assign any other possible motive for it? Has Great Britain any enemy in this quarter of the world to call for all this accumulation of navies and armies? No, sir, she has none. They are meant for us. They can be meant for no other. They are sent over to bind and rivet upon us those chains which the British ministry have been so long forging. And what have we to oppose to them? Shall we try argument? Sir, we have been trying that for the last 10 years. Have we anything new to offer upon the subject? Nothing. We have held the subject up in every light of which it is capable, but it has been all in vain. Shall we resort to entreaty and humble supplication? What terms shall we find which have not been already exhausted? Let us not, I beseech you, sir, deceive ourselves longer. Sir, we have done everything that could be done to avert the storm which is now coming on. We have petitioned, we have remonstrated, we have supplicated, we have prostrated ourselves before the throne, and have implored its interposition to arrest the tyrannical hands of the ministry and Parliament. Our petitions have been slighted. Our remonstrances have produced additional violence and insult. Our supplications have been disregarded, and we have been spurned with contempt from the foot of the throne. In vain after these things may we indulge the fond hope of peace and reconciliation. There is no longer any room for hope if we wish to be free, if we mean to preserve inviolate those inestimable privileges for which we have been so long contending, if we mean not basely to abandon the noble struggle in which we have been so long engaged, and which we have pledged ourselves never to abandon until the glorious object of our contest shall be obtained. We must fight. I repeat it, sir, we must fight. An appeal to arms and to the God of hosts is all that is left us. Up to this point, the orator exhibited perfect self-restraint. Judge Tucker's letter giving the passages included in the last two paragraphs prefaced them by the statement, "It was on that occasion that I first felt the full impression of Mr. Henry's powers. In vain should I attempt to give you any idea of his speech. He was calm and collected, touched upon the origin and progress of the dispute between Great Britain and the colonies, the various conciliatory measures adopted by the latter, and the uniformly increasing tone of violence and arrogance on the part of the former." He follows the passages by the following description of the scene. Imagine to yourself this speech delivered with all the calm dignity of Cato of Utica. Imagine to yourself the Roman Senate assembled in the Capitol when it was entered by the profane Gauls, who at first were awed by their presence as if they had entered an assembly of the gods. Imagine that you had heard the Cato addressing such a Senate. Imagine that you saw the handwriting on the wall of Belshazzar's palace. Imagine that you had heard a voice as from heaven uttering the words, "We must fight," as the doom of fate, and you may have some idea of the speaker, the assembly to whom he addressed himself, and the auditory of which I was one. From this point, however, the orator's manner deepened into an intensity of passion and dramatic power which were overwhelming. He thus continued, "They tell us, sir, that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable an adversary. But when shall we be stronger? Will it be the next week or the next year? Will it be when we are totally disarmed and when a British guard shall be stationed in every house? Shall we gather strength by irresolution and inaction? Shall we acquire the means of effectual resistance by lying supinely on our backs and hugging the delusive phantom of hope until our enemy shall have bound us hand and foot? Sir, we are not weak if we make a proper use of those means which the God of nature hath placed in our power. 3 millions of people, armed in the holy cause of liberty, and in such a country as that which we possess, are invincible by any force which our enemy can send against us. Besides, sir, we shall not fight our battles alone. There is a just God who presides over the destinies of nations, and who will raise up friends to fight our battles for us. The battle, sir, is not to the strong alone. It is to the vigilant, the active, the brave. Besides, sir, we have no election. If we were base enough to desire it, it is now too late to retire from the contest. There is no retreat, but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat it, sir. Let it come. It is in vain, sir, to extenuate the matter. Gentlemen may cry, peace, peace, but there is no peace. The war is actually begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, cried he, with both his arms extended aloft, his brows knit, every feature marked with the resolute purpose of his soul, and his voice swelled to his boldest note of exclamation. give me liberty, or give me death. End of section 29. Section 30 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 11, Conclusion. This report of this wonderful speech, which has been so greatly admired and has been treasured in the memory of so many American youths, has not passed without challenge. It is most gratifying, however, to find so judicious and careful a writer as Dr. Moses Coit Tyler, coming to the conclusion after examining the evidence that Wirt's version certainly gives the substance of the speech as actually made by Patrick Henry, and for the form of it. It is probably far more accurate and authentic than are most of the famous speeches attributed to public characters before reporters' galleries were opened, and before the art of reporting was brought to its present perfection. Dr. Tyler states, on the authority of a manuscript of Reverend Edward Fontaine, that John Roan in 1834 verified the correctness of the speech as it was written by Judge Tyler for Mr. Wirt. To this may be added that among the papers of Mr. Wirt, sent the author by his son, Dr. William Wirt, I found some unsigned notes on his life of Mr. Henry, written by one who states that he was present in this conversation. While he criticizes in some respects Mr. Wirt's statement of the arguments used by the opponents of Mr. Henry's motion, he has not a word to say in reference to Mr. Wirt's report of Mr. Henry's speech, and thus bears testimony to its correctness. The same may be said of Mr. Jefferson, who revised Mr. Wirt's manuscript and advised its publication. So deeply had this speech impressed itself on the minds of the hearers that wherever Mr. Wirt found one living, he was enabled to gather some part of it. This is shown by the traditional descriptions of it, which have come down through other sources. Mr. Henry Stevens Randall, in his Life of Jefferson, has preserved one of these traditions, related to him by a clergyman who received it from an old Baptist clergyman, who was one of the auditory. He described the convention as terribly intent on the subject before them. He said, Henry arose with an unearthly fire burning in his eye. He commenced somewhat calmly, but the smothered excitement began more and more to play upon his features and thrill in the tones of his voice. The tendons of his neck stood out white and rigid like whipcords. His voice rose louder and louder, until the walls of the building and all within them seemed to shake and rock in its tremendous vibrations. Finally, his pale face and glaring eyes became terrible to look upon. Men leaned forward in their seats with their heads strained forward, their faces pale and their eyes glaring like the speaker's. His last exclamation, "Give me liberty or give me death," was like the shout of the leader which turns back the rout of battle. The old clergyman said when Mr. Henry sat down, he, the auditor, felt sick with excitement. Every eye yet gazed entranced on Henry. It seemed as if a word from him would have led to any wild explosion of violence. Men looked besides themselves. Another tradition is found in the Fontaine manuscript, quoted by Mr. Tyler, who is stated to have been taken from John Roan, who heard the speech. Roan told Fontaine that the orator's voice, countenance, and gestures gave irresistible force to his words, which no description could make intelligible to one who had never seen him or heard him speak. But in order to convey some notion of the orator's manner, Roan described the delivery of the closing sentences of the speech. You remember, sir, the conclusion of the speech, so often declaimed in various ways by schoolboys. Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, Give me liberty or give me death. He gave each of these words a meaning which is not conveyed by the reading or delivery of them in the ordinary way. When he said, "Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery?" He stood in the attitude of a condemned galley slave, loaded with fetters, awaiting his doom. His form was bowed, his wrists were crossed, his manacles were almost visible as he stood like an embodiment of helplessness and agony. After a solemn pause, he raised his eyes and chained hands toward heaven, and prayed in words and tones which thrilled every heart. "Forbid it, Almighty God." He then turned toward the timid loyalists of the house, who were quaking with terror at the idea of the consequences of participating in proceedings which would be visited with the penalties of treason by the British Crown. And he slowly bent his form yet nearer to the earth and said, "I know not what course others may take." And he accompanied the word with his hands still crossed, while he seemed to be weighed down with additional chains. The man appeared transformed into an oppressed, heartbroken, and hopeless felon. After remaining in this posture of humiliation long enough to impress the imagination with the condition of the colony under the iron heel of military despotism, he arose proudly and exclaimed, "But as for me," and the words hissed through his clenched teeth, while his body was thrown back and every muscle and tendon was strained against the fetters which bound him, and with his countenance distorted by agony and rage, he looked for a moment like Laocoon in a death struggle with coiling serpents. Then the loud, clear, triumphant notes, "Give me liberty," electrified the assembly. It was not a prayer, but a stern demand which would submit to no refusal or delay. The sound of his voice as he spoke these memorable words was like that of a Spartan peon on the field of Platsea, and as each syllable of the word liberty echoed through the building, his fetters were shivered, his arms were hurled apart, and the links of his chain were scattered to the winds. When he spoke the word liberty, with an emphasis never given it before, his hands were open, and his arms elevated and extended. His countenance was radiant. He stood erect and defiant, while the sound of his voice and the sublimity of his attitude made him appear a magnificent incarnation of freedom, and expressed all that can be acquired or enjoyed by nations and individuals, invincible and free. After a momentary pause, only long enough to permit the echo of the word liberty to cease, he let his left hand fall powerless to his side, and clenched his right hand firmly, as if holding a dagger with the point aimed at his breast. He stood like a Roman senator defying Caesar, while the unconquerable spirit of Cato of Utica flashed from every feature, and he closed the grand appeal with the solemn words, "Or give me death," which sounded with the awful cadence of a hero's dirge, fearless of death and victorious in death. And he suited the action to the word by a blow upon the left breast, with the right hand which seemed to drive the dagger to the patriot's heart. It is related of Colonel Edward Carrington, a distinguished soldier in the Revolution, that being in the crowd on the outside, he gained a position at the more northern of the two windows than in the east end of the church. Here he was nearly facing Mr. Henry. He was completely overpowered by the orator and exclaimed, "Let me be buried at this spot." This wish lasted during his life and was respected at his death in 1810. From these accounts of the speech, one can well understand that Thomas Marshall gave utterance to the unanimous verdict of all who heard it, when he described it as one of the most bold, vehement, and animated pieces of eloquence that had ever been delivered. The committee that was appointed under Mr. Henry's resolutions consisted of Patrick Henry, Richard Henry Lee, Robert Carter Nicholas, Benjamin Harrison, Lemuel Riddick, George Washington, Adam Stephen, Andrew Lewis, William Christian, Edmund Pendleton, Thomas Jefferson, and Isaac Lane. The appearance of Nicholas Harris and Pendleton on the committee is an indication how thoroughly Mr. Henry had carried the convention, capturing even the principle of his opponents. Indeed, Colonel Nicholas, as soon as he found that the convention was determined to arm and embody the militia, moved to change the system and raised 10,000 regulars for the war which was lost. Mr. Jefferson, in describing to Mr. Wirt the opponents of Mr. Henry's motion, said, "These were honest and able men, who had begun the opposition on the same ground, but with a moderation more adapted to their age and experience. Subsequent events favored the bolder spirits of Henry, the Lees, Pages, Mason, etc., with whom I went in all points. Sensible, however, of the importance of unanimity among our constituents, although we often wished to have gone on faster, we slackened our pace, that our less ardent colleagues might keep up with us, and they, on their part, differing nothing from us in principle, quickened their gait somewhat beyond that which prudence might of itself have advised, and thus consolidated the phalanx which breasted the powers of Great Britain. By this harmony of the bold with the cautious, we advanced, with our constituents in undivided mass, and with fewer examples of separation than perhaps existed in any other part of the Union. On this memorable occasion, Mr. Henry had taken a decisive step forward, and had consolidated the ranks of the patriots as his followers. He had led the Virginia Convention across the Rubicon, and in preparing the colony for military resistance, he had pledged her to inevitable war. The wisdom of Mr. Henry's motion was demonstrated by the events which had already happened in England, though not yet known in America. The House of Lords had not only voted down in January Lord Chatham's motion to withdraw the troops from Boston, but when, nothing daunted, he introduced on February 1st his bill for settling the troubles in America, which involved a repeal of the obnoxious Acts of Parliament and a free grant of revenue by the colonies, accompanied with an acknowledgment of the supremacy of Parliament. It was dismissed, after a warm debate, by a vote of 61 to 32. On February 2nd, an address to the King was moved in the House of Commons, in which it was declared that a rebellion at this time actually exists in the province of Massachusetts Bay. In the debate which preceded its adoption, it was claimed by Colonel Grant, who had served in America, that the Americans would not fight. They would never dare face an English army, and did not possess any of the qualifications necessary to make a good soldier. And the speaker ridiculed their manners, their language, and their religion. On February 10th, leave was given to bring in a bill for the restraint of the trade and commerce of the New England colonies. On February 13th and 15th, measures were adopted in the House, sitting as a committee of supply, for the augmentation of the Army and Navy. On February 20th, Lord North unexpectedly introduced a scheme for conciliating America, which provided for permitting the colonies to raise in their own way the revenue which might be required of them by the King and Parliament, but looked to the continuance of all the obnoxious legislation and claims of Parliament. This proposal was confessed by its author to be one which would not be satisfactory to America, but he expected that it would divide the colonies and would unite England. Fox denounced the proposal and declared that the Americans would reject it with disdain. Burke declared the measure was mean indeed, yet not at all conciliatory. Chatham wrote, "It is a mere verbiage, a most puerile mockery. Everything but justice will prove vain to men like the Americans, with principles of right in their minds and hearts, and with arms in their hands to assert those principles." On March 22nd, the day before Mr. Henry made his motion for arming the colony of Virginia, Burke introduced his resolutions for repealing the obnoxious legislation of Parliament, and made that magnificent speech in their support, which alone would have placed him among the great orators and statesmen of the world, but which fell unheeded on the ears of the overwhelming majority which supported the ministry. Though acting in ignorance of these proceedings, the Virginia Convention, under the lead of Mr. Henry, could hardly have acted more wisely had they been fully aware of them. They adopted an effective plan for arming and equipping the militia of the colony, which were requested to form volunteer companies in each county, the lower counties, cavalry companies, and the upper counties, infantry, and a committee was appointed to procure the necessary munitions of war for destitute counties. A plan was adopted for the encouragement of arts and manufactures, reported by a committee of which Mr. Henry was a member. A continuance of contributions for the relief of Boston was recommended. The Committee of Correspondence was directed to procure authentic information whether New York meant to desert the Union of the colonies. The old delegation was reappointed for the next Congress, Mr. Henry being placed next to Washington on it, and Jefferson being added as the alternate of Peyton Randolph, the Speaker of the House of Burgesses. Thanks were voted to the governor and soldiers engaged in the late Indian War, and a promise given the latter that their services should be remunerated. Mr. Henry, ever watchful of royal power and quick to see the evil of keeping a number of men in the colony dependent upon the crown, offered the following paper, which was adopted, and himself, Richard Bland, Thomas Jefferson, Robert Carter Nicholas, and Edmund Pendleton, were appointed the committee. His Excellency the Governor having by proclamation bearing date the 21st of March, in the present year declared that His Majesty hath given orders that all vacant lands within this colony shall be put up in lots at public sale, and that the highest bidder for such lots shall be the purchaser thereof, and shall hold the same, subject to a reservation of 1/2 penny sterling per acre, by way of annual quit rent, and all mines of gold, silver, and precious stones, which terms are an innovation on the established usage of granting lands within this colony. Resolved, that a committee be appointed to inquire whether His Majesty may, of right, advance the terms of granting lands in this colony, and make report thereof to the next General Assembly or Convention, and that in the meantime it be recommended to all persons whatever to forbear purchasing or accepting grants of land on the conditions being mentioned. The body adjourned March 27th after recommending to the people that they choose delegates to represent them in convention for 1 year. On the next day there appeared a proclamation from the governor forbidding in the name of the king the appointment of delegates to the Continental Congress. This untimely paper only excited contempt for the administration. St. John's Church, in which this memorable convention sat, is still standing and is an object of the greatest interest. Thousands visit it every year and are shown the spot on which Mr. Henry stood when he delivered his famous speech. End of section 30. Section 31 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 12, Part 1. Reclamation of the Gunpowder. Second Congress, 1775. The spirit which Mr. Henry infused into the convention was soon aroused throughout the colony by an event which was seized upon by him and made the occasion of a military demonstration against the governor, the first overt act of war in Virginia. On October 19, 1774, Lord Dartmouth, in a circular letter to the colonial governors, informed them that the king, by an order in council, had prohibited the exportation from Great Britain of gunpowder, or any sort of arms or ammunition, and his lordship required the governors to prevent the importation of the prohibited articles into the several colonies. Not content with preventing the purchase by the colonies of the munitions of war, the next move was to seize and carry away or destroy the ammunition already in their possession. Accordingly, General Gage sent an expedition, April 18, 1775, to destroy the military stores collected in the town of Concord for the colony of Massachusetts, which brought on the Battle of Lexington, and Lord Dunmore on April 20th caused Captain Henry Collins, commanding the schooner Magdalen, lying at Burwell's Ferry on James River, to carry away during the night 20 kegs of powder stored in the public magazine at Williamsburg, and put it upon his vessel. When this became known in the town early the next morning, it caused intense excitement and great exasperation. Many persons armed themselves, declaring their determination to force Captain Collins to restore the powder. They were restrained with difficulty by the older and cooler citizens and by the town council, and were assured that proper measures would be taken to effect a restoration of the powder without bloodshed. The council thereupon addressed the governor a respectful communication, stating that the powder had been stored in the magazine for the protection and security of the colony, that there was reason to believe that some wicked and designing persons had instilled the most diabolic notions into the minds of the slaves, which might lead to civil insurrection, inquiring why the powder had been carried off in such a manner, and entreating that it be immediately returned. To this the governor returned a verbal answer, that hearing of an insurrection in the neighboring county, he had removed the powder from the magazine where he did not think it secure, to a place of perfect security, and that upon his word and honor, whenever it was wanted on any insurrection, it should be delivered in half an hour, that he had removed it in the night time to prevent alarm, and that Captain Collins had his express command for the part he had acted, that he was surprised to hear that the people were under arms on this occasion, and that he should not think it prudent to put powder into their hands in such a situation. This disingenuous reply was accepted as a promise to return the powder in case it was needed, and through the exertions of Peyton Randolph, Robert C. Nicholas, and other citizens of influence, the people were quieted. The next day the governor sent word to the gentlemen who had thus exerted themselves to quiet the people, that if any injury or insult was offered to himself, to Captain Foy, his secretary, or to Captain Collins, he would declare freedom to the slaves, and reduce the city of Williamsburg to ashes. This bluster was particularly exasperating, as both Foy and Collins had constantly appeared in Williamsburg, without the slightest disrespect having been shown them. Information of these matters spread rapidly through the colony, and aroused the people to a high pitch of excitement. A large body of men from the surrounding counties met at Fredericksburg, with arms in their hands, and, on the summons of Mr. Henry, the Hanover volunteers of the county committee met at Newcastle. These assemblies sent messengers to Williamsburg, who arrived on the 26th, offering assistance. They were informed that everything was quiet, and brought back letters next day from Peyton Randolph on behalf of the corporation, stating that the governor's honor was pledged to return the gunpowder, though he had not fixed the time, deploring a conflict of arms and advising that matters be quieted for the present. The men at Fredericksburg had sought the advice of Colonel Washington, and he seems to have advised against marching to Williamsburg. They thereupon dispersed after adopting very strong resolutions. In the meanwhile, news of the attack by the British troops at Concord and of the Battle of Lexington reached Virginia, and was published in a supplement to the Virginia Gazette of April 29th. Mr. Henry now could have no doubt as to the design of the ministry, and he determined to strike a blow at once which would encourage the people, and would teach the government the temper of the patriots. Indeed, when Mr. Henry was informed of the act of Dunmore, he at once determined to use it to advance the patriot cause, and on his way to meet the county committee, he said to his friends that it was a fortunate circumstance which would arouse the people from north to south. You may in vain mention to them the duties upon tea, etc. These things, they will say, do not affect them, but tell them of the robbery of the magazine, and that the next step will be to disarm them, and they will be then ready to fly to arms to defend themselves. Having obtained the sanction of the county committee for his enterprise on May 2nd, he addressed the volunteers assembled at Newcastle in an eloquent speech, the heads of which are given by Mr. Wirt, as follows. He laid open the plan of which the British ministry had fallen to reduce the colonies to subjection, by robbing them of all the means of defending their rights, spread before their eyes, in colors of vivid description. The fields of Lexington and Concord, still floating with the blood of their countrymen, gloriously shed in the general cause, showed them that the recent plunder of the magazine of Williamsburg was nothing more than a part of the general system of subjugation, that the moment was now come in which they were called upon to decide whether they chose to live free and hand down the noble inheritance to their children, or to become hewers of wood and drawers of water to these lordlings, who were themselves the tools of a corrupt and tyrannical ministry. He painted the country in a state of subjugation, and drew such pictures of wretched debasement and abject vassalage as filled their souls with horror and indignation. On the other hand, he carried them, by the powers of his eloquence, to an eminence like Mount Pisgah, showed them the land of promise which was to be won by their valor, under the supporting guidance of heaven, and sketched a vision of America enjoying the smiles of liberty and peace, the rich productions of her agriculture waving on every field, her commerce whitening every sea, in tints so bright, so strong, so glowing, as set the souls of his hearers on fire. He had no doubt, he said, that God, who in former ages had hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he might show forth his power and glory in the redemption of his chosen people, had, for similar purposes, permitted the flagrant outrages which had occurred in Williamsburg and throughout the continent. It was for them now to determine whether they were worthy of this divine interference, whether they would accept the high boon now held out to them by heaven, that if they would, though it might lead them through a sea of blood, they were to remember that the same God whose power divided the Red Sea for the deliverance of Israel still reigned in all his glory, unchanged and unchangeable, was still the enemy of the oppressor and the friend of the oppressed, that he would cover them from their enemies by a pillar of cloud by day, and guide their feet through the night by a pillar of fire. And for his own part, he was anxious that his native country should distinguish itself in this grand career of liberty and glory, and snatch the noble prize which was now offered to their grasp, that no time was to be lost, that their enemies in this colony were now few and weak, that it would be easy for them by a rapid and vigorous movement to compel the restoration of the powder which had been carried off, or to make a reprisal on the king's revenues in the hands of the receiver general, which would fairly balance the account, that the Hanover volunteers would thus have an opportunity of striking the first blow in this colony in the great cause of American liberty, and would cover themselves with never-fading laurels. The men were inflamed by his speech, and electing him their captain by acclamation, they declared their determination to follow wherever he should lead. He at once dispatched Ensign Park Goodall with 16 men to Laneville in King William County, the residence of Colonel Richard Corbin, who was acting as the king's receiver general, with orders to demand of him £330 as compensation for the gunpowder, and in case of his refusal, to take him prisoner and report at Doncaster Ordinary. Captain Henry, at the head of 150 men, then took up the line of march to Williamsburg. The news of this bold movement spread rapidly, and volunteers started up on all sides eager to join his standard. The number is said to have reached 5,000. The governor called together the council on May 2nd at the palace, fearing to trust himself in the council chamber, and made them an address in justification of his conduct, charging that the excitement in the colony was due to headstrong and designing people, by whom plans and schemes are unquestionably meditated in this colony for subverting the present and erecting a new form of government. At his instance, a proclamation was issued the next day in accordance with his address, which seems to have been alone opposed by John Page, the youngest member of the council. It was evident that this was aimed at Captain Henry, whom the governor now openly abused as a rebel, and the author of all the existing disturbances, charging him with cowardice in not setting out with Randolph and Pendleton for the Continental Congress, and threatening to inflict upon him a rebel's punishment. When news reached Williamsburg, however, that Henry at the head of an armed force was marching upon the city, the governor's blustering gave way to terror. He armed the Indian hostages and his slaves, planted cannon at the palace, obtained from Captain Montague of the Fowey man of war lying at York a detachment of sailors and marines, and urged the town authorities in vain to call out the military and resist Henry's entrance. He sent Lady Dunmore and her children aboard the Fowey, and would doubtless have retired to that place of safety himself, had he failed to arrest Henry's march. In order to do this, he prevailed on the leading men of Williamsburg, including prominent patriots who would likely influence Henry, to send messenger after messenger imploring him to desist from his design. These messengers were detained by Captain Henry, while he continued his determined and orderly advance. Reaching Duncastle, 16 miles from Williamsburg, he halted for Ensign Goodall, who soon reported that Colonel Corbin was absent from home and at Williamsburg. Finding all other means unavailing to ward off Henry's attack, the governor sent Carter Braxton, the son-in-law of Colonel Corbin, with an offer to pay the amount demanded, and the offer being submitted to the volunteers and deemed satisfactory, the amount was paid, and the following receipt given. Doncastle's Ordinary, New Kent, May 4th, 1775. Received from the Honorable Richard Corbin, Esquire, His Majesty's Receiver General, £330, as a compensation for the gunpowder lately taken out of the public magazine by the governor's order, which money I promised to convey to the Virginia delegates of the General Congress, to be under their direction laid out in gunpowder for the colony's use, and to be stored as they shall direct until the next colony convention or general assembly, unless it shall be necessary in the meantime to use the same in defense of this colony. It is agreed that in case the next convention shall determine that any part of the said money ought to be returned to His Majesty's Receiver General, that the same shall be done accordingly. Patrick Henry, Jr. Captain Henry then sent by express the following letter to Robert Carter Nicholas, the treasurer of the colony, May 4th, 1775. Sir, the affair of the powder is now settled, so as to produce satisfaction to me, and I earnestly wish to the colony in general. The people here have it in charge from the Hanover Committee to tender their services to you as a public officer for the purpose of escorting the public treasury to any place in this colony where the money would be judged more safe than in the city of Williamsburg. The reprisal now made by the Hanover volunteers, though accomplished in a manner least liable to the imputation of violent extremity, may possibly be the cause of future injury to the treasury. If therefore you apprehend the least danger, a sufficient guard is at your service. I beg the return of the bearer may be instant, because the men wish to know their destination. With great regard, I am, sir, your most humble servant, Patrick Henry, Jr. To this an answer was returned by Mr. Nicholas, importing that he had no apprehension of the necessity or propriety of the preferred service, At the same time, information was received that the citizens of Williamsburg were in a good measure quieted from their late apprehensions of violence at the hands of the governor, and thereupon the volunteers were dismissed and returned to their homes to await the further direction of the General Congress or Colonial Convention. No sooner was the governor informed that Captain Henry had dismissed his command than his courage revived, and he issued the following proclamation. Virginia, to wit, whereas I have been informed from undoubted authority that a certain Patrick Henry of the county of Hanover and a number of his deluded followers have taken up arms and styling themselves as independent company, have marched out of their county and camped and put themselves in a posture for war, and have written and dispatched letters to diverse parts of the country, exciting the people to join in these outrageous and rebellious practices, to the great terror of all His Majesty's faithful subjects, and in open defiance of law and government, and have committed other acts of violence, particularly in extorting from His Majesty's Receiver General the sum of £330, under pretense of replacing the powder I thought proper to order from the magazine, whence it undeniably appears that there is no longer the least security for the life or property of any man. Wherefore, I have thought proper, with the advice of His Majesty's Council, and in His Majesty's name, to issue this by proclamation, strictly charging all persons upon their allegiance not to aid, abet, or give countenance to the said Patrick Henry, or any other persons concerned in such unwarrantable combinations, but on the contrary to oppose them and their designs by every means, which designs must otherwise inevitably involve the whole country in the most direful calamity, as they will call for the vengeance of offended majesty and the insulted laws to be exerted here, to vindicate the constitutional authority of government, given under my hand and the seal of the colony at Williamsburg, this 6th day of May, 1775, and in the 15th year of His Majesty's reign. Done more. God save the King. End of section 31. Section 32 of Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 12, Part 2. To the ministry, Dunmore denounced Mr. Henry as a man of desperate circumstances, who had been very active in encouraging disobedience and exciting a spirit of revolt among the people for many years past. The council at this time consisted of Thomas Nelson, Richard Corbin, William Byrd, Ralph Wormley, Jr., Reverend John Cam, and John Page. The latter in his memoir states that having at the previous meeting advised the restoration of the powder, he was never afterwards summoned to attend the meetings. It is probable that Nelson, the uncle of General Nelson, was also opposed to the governor's course, but the people generally looked upon the whole council with suspicion, and held them, with the governor, as enemies of Virginia, a feeling which was greatly intensified by this proclamation, and by one issued by the council on May 15th, expressing abhorrence and detestation of that licentious and ungovernable spirit that is going forth, and misleads the once happy people of this country. Mr. Henry's bold move was not alone condemned by the council. Some of the leading men in Williamsburg and the lower counties thought it rash and ill-advised, and calculated to precipitate the colony into a war with England. They did not see that war was inevitable, had in fact commenced, and that nothing was to be gained by further forbearance. Fearing that this feeling might cause an attack upon him in the approaching convention, Mr. Henry wrote the following letter to his personal friend, Francis Lightfoot Lee, before setting out for Philadelphia. Hanover, May 8, 1775. Dear Sir, For the several facts relative to the transactions of the Hanover volunteers who marched in consequence of the governor's conduct in the affair at the powder and the reprisal made by us, I refer you to the public papers, which I expect will give a true recital of that matter. I find it is now said by those who oppose the measure we took that the powder belonged to the king, and it is very remarkable the governor, in his late proclamation, seems to rely upon that as a principal fact on which he is to be justified. But I rely on the address of the city of Williamsburg, and his answer to it also, to prove the contrary. Why does he promise to return it in half an hour? And again, what powder was he to return, or did he take? I answer the powder mentioned in the address, to wit, that which was provided for the safety of the colony, and for the loss of which Williamsburg was so much alarmed. But I ask, suppose it was the king's, what right had anyone to deposit it in the magazine, built expressly for the purpose of receiving such ammunition as was at any time necessary for our safety? His Majesty can have no right to convert the houses or other conveniences necessary for our defense into repositories for engines of our destruction, so that the presumption is that the powder being there, it was ours. It was a trespass to open that place for the reception of any other. Add to this what is contained in his lordship's answer referred to above, and no doubt can remain but that the pretense of the crown having a property in it is a quibble. For the sake of the public tranquillity as well as of justice, I chose to be active in making the reprisal, and having decidedly referred to the convention whether any of the money ought to be returned, lest presuming too much might be alleged against me, I trouble you, sir, with this, to be an advocate for the measure if you think it right. I suppose my attendance at the Congress may prevent me from being present at the convention, where perhaps an attempt may be made to condemn the measure and misrepresent my conduct. I trust that the moderation and justice of the proceeding will fully appear from a great variety of circumstances, and that my countrymen will support me in it, especially when we consider the hostilities to the northward would have justified much greater reprisals, which I chose to decline, as the convention might probably so soon meet. To the collective body of my country, I chose to submit my conduct, and have to beg you will excuse the trouble I have given you by this long letter. I only mean to beg your attention to the subject, that you may not be surprised at some objections against my proceedings, which, I fear, will be made by some gentlemen from below. Will you be so good as to excuse inaccuracies? Hurry obliges me to use the pen of a young man to transcribe. The few reasons intimated above are, indeed, unnecessary to you, whose better judgment is able to inform me. You will readily perceive the absurdity of the pretense that the king can have a property in anything distinct from his people, and how dangerous is the position that his protection, for which we have already paid him, may be withdrawn at pleasure. If any doubt remains as to the fitness of the step I have taken, can it lay over until I am heard? I can mention many facts which I am sure will abundantly warrant what is done. Wishing you every good thing, I remain with sentiments of the highest and most perfect esteem and regard. Dear Sir, P. Henry. To Francis Lightfoot Lee, Esquire. But he was not long left in doubt as to the verdict of the people upon his conduct. County after county, through its committee, warmly applauded his course, his old constituents in Louisa leading the way. On May 9th, the Committee of Hanover adopted a paper assuming the responsibility of the movement, carefully detailing its progress and results, testifying to the orderly conduct of the volunteers, and thanking them and the many volunteers of the different counties who joined and were marching with them for their services. Congratulatory addresses and resolutions approving his conduct and pledging him support poured in upon Mr. Henry from all parts of the colony, and when he set out on May 11th for the Continental Congress, His journey was impeded by express riders bringing these communications, which he was forced to answer. His journey till he crossed the Potomac was thus described in the public prints at the time. Hanover, May 12, 1775. Yesterday, Patrick Henry, one of the delegates of this colony, escorted by a number of respectable young gentlemen, volunteers from this and King William and Caroline counties, set out to attend the General Congress. They proceeded with him as far as Mrs. Who's ferry on the Potomac, by whom they were most kindly and hospitably entertained, and also provided with boats and hands to cross the river. And after partaking of this lady's beneficence, the bulk of the company took their leave of Mr. Henry, saluting him with 2 platoons and repeated huzzas. A guard accompanied that worthy gentleman to the Maryland side, who saw him safely landed, and committing him to the gracious and wise disposer of all human events, to guide and protect while contending for a restitution of our dearest rights and liberties. They wished him a safe journey and a happy return to his family and friends. This escort was not alone to do honor to Mr. Henry. The proclamation and private threats of Dunmore made it certain that he desired his arrest, and this military escort was to ensure his safety till he crossed the Potomac. At the head of the volunteers from Hanover, who constituted an important part of this escort, rode Mr. Henry's intimate friend, Park Goodall. To him Mr. Henry talked freely. He told him that there ought to be at once a confederation of all of the colonies against Great Britain, and that he was satisfied that the northern colonies would enter alone into the impending war if the southern colonies were pusillanimous enough to desert them. But he expressed confidence that this would never be. He was sure there would be a general confederation, and that independence would be established, if not by our own exertions, with the aid of foreign powers. Mr. Henry was as thoroughly convinced as Lord Chatham, and medicabili vulnus had been inflicted at Lexington, and he was satisfied that the war must of necessity be won for independence. But he knew that the measures of the ministry had not as yet entirely alienated the people of America, nor destroyed all hope of reconciliation, and no great leader was ever more accurate in measuring a popular movement, or wise in proposing advanced measures at the moment, when the people were ready for them. For the present, therefore, he was content to adopt such measures as would keep the people together, and to patiently wait till the fullness of time enabled him to strike the decisive blow for independence. His calm demeanor was in striking contrast with the impatience of his friend John Adams, as displayed in his utterances in Congress and in letters to his friends. Mr. Henry took his seat in Congress on May 18th. No account of the debates has been preserved, and but little is known of the proceedings except what is shown by the journal. But few new members appeared in the body. Among these, however, were some of consummate ability. In the New York delegation, now representing a colony controlled by the Patriots, was George Clinton, afterward distinguished as a general, as governor of New York, and as vice president of the United States by 2 elections. In the Pennsylvania delegation appeared Benjamin Franklin, just returned from his residence in London, and already famous in 2 continents. With him was James Wilson, afterward distinguished as a judge of the United States Supreme Court and as a law professor. John Hancock, prominent by reason of his great fortune and devoted patriotism, appeared as a delegate from Massachusetts, and upon the departure of Peyton Randolph of the Virginia Assembly, was made president of the Congress. The first representative from Georgia, Lyman Hall, also appeared, representing the parish of St. John, the forerunner of a full delegation at the next session. The body had been in session for a week and was earnestly considering the state of America. On assembling, it had been met by a communication from the colonial agents in London, relating the neglect of the petition to the king, and the harsh and tyrannical measures of Parliament, and by a communication from the Provincial Congress of Massachusetts, relating the unprovoked commencement of hostilities at Lexington and Concord, and the subsequent investment of Boston by a provincial army, commanded by General Artemus Ward of Massachusetts. The members of Congress had been appointed before the commencement of hostilities, and their commissions only authorized them to take measures for a redress of grievances and for a restoration of harmony with Great Britain. They found themselves in the greatest embarrassment, therefore, from a want of power to meet the exigencies of the hour, an embarrassment increased by the division of sentiment in the body as to the proper course to be pursued by the colonies. John Adams, with whom probably Samuel agreed, urged that they make a virtue of necessity and take up the government of the continent, raise at once an army and navy, and arrest the friends of British government to be held as hostages for the people of Boston, and then open negotiations for peace and reconciliation. A party led by John Jay and John Dickinson, on the contrary, insisted on strictly defensive measures and a further effort at reconciliation through another petition to the king. On May 15th, a communication was received from the city and county of New York, informing Congress of the expected arrival of British troops in their midst, and asking for advice as to how they should conduct themselves. In the debate which ensued, the party led by Jay and Dickinson prevailed, and the people of New York were advised to act strictly on the defensive, not to resist the landing of the troops, but to be prepared to protect themselves from insult and injury. At the same time, a committee was appointed, with Washington as its chairman, to consider what posts should be occupied in the state of New York and with what force. Thus, the line of policy to be pursued had been determined on by Congress before Mr. Henry took his seat, but the current of events soon swept them along at a more rapid rate than they intended, and in adopting measures of defense, they became of necessity active belligerents. Mr. Henry found the same disposition to follow the lead of the Virginia delegates as formerly. It became their duty, therefore, to direct the swelling tide of revolution, and this they did with steadiness and caution. On the day Mr. Henry took his seat, intelligence was received of the capture of Ticonderoga, with a large quantity of arms and ammunition, by a detachment from Massachusetts and Connecticut, led by Colonel Ethan Allen. This bold and aggressive movement could not be condemned, as there was evidence that the military stores were intended for use by a force preparing to invade the colony of New York from Canada, and besides, the stores were greatly needed by the colonists. The Congress therefore justified the act as one of precaution, and recommended that the cannon and stores be secured, but with the most conscientious regard for the line of conduct they had determined on. They added to their recommendation that an exact inventory be taken of all such cannon and stores, in order that they may be safely returned when the restoration of the former harmony between Great Britain and these colonies, so ardently wished for by the latter, shall render it prudent and consistent with the overruling law of self-preservation. For a week, Congress continued to debate in Committee of the Whole the state of America, before coming to any conclusion, but on May 26th, with Lord North's proposals before them, by a formal reference of the Assembly of New Jersey, they recounted the oppressive acts of Parliament and the commencement of hostilities by the ministry, and unanimously resolved that for the purpose of securing and defending these colonies, and preserving them in safety against all attempts to carry the said acts into execution by force of arms, these colonies be immediately put into a state of defense. They added to this resolve the expression of an ardent wish for reconciliation, and a resolution that, to promote it, a humble and dutiful petition be presented to His Majesty, and that it contain a request that negotiations be entered into to effect the desired accommodation. They also recommended to New York the fortification of a post at Kingsbridge for the protection of the city, and of another in the Highlands on the Hudson to command the navigation of the river, and the embodiment of 3,000 troops to man these and the post on Lake George. Also the arming and training of the militia of New York, and the disposition of troops within the city for its protection, and added the following significant advice to the Congress of that colony: to persevere the more vigorously in preparing for their defense, and it is very uncertain whether the earnest endeavors of the Congress to accommodate the unhappy differences between Great Britain and the colonies by conciliatory measures will be successful. End of section 32. Section 33 of Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 12, Conclusion. These resolutions were in fact a rejection of Lord North's proposals for accommodation, and a determination to enter at once upon the war which might be the consequence, but at the same time an offer to treat for peace, on the condition of the recognition of their liberties, a condition they had but little hope of securing. By this action, therefore, Congress declined peace on the only terms which were offered, or which they expected would be offered, and accepted war as the alternative. In the momentous debate which resulted in this action, it cannot be doubted that Mr. Henry's voice was heard. The bugle call to arms, which he had sounded in the Virginia Convention only 2 months before, was most certainly repeated with all the energy and eloquence of which he was capable, now that he stood in the midst of the representatives of the United Colonies. It is, indeed, a significant fact that the first utterance of the body after the day Mr. Henry took his seat was a unanimous determination to arm for the defense of their liberties, a determination which fixed the fate of America and assured her political freedom. The Congress now went to work industriously to prepare the colonies for war. A committee, with Washington as its head, was directed to consider and report immediately the ways and means to supply the colonies with ammunition and military stores. Its recommendations were acted on, and as an additional measure, a member from each colony was selected to inquire during recess in the several colonies after lead, and the best method of collecting, smelting, and refining it, and also the cheapest and easiest methods of making salt. Upon this committee, Mr. Henry was placed for Virginia. A postal service was established, with Franklin as the first postmaster general. Upon the request of the Provincial Congress of Massachusetts for advice as to taking up civil government, they advised the people to elect an assembly, and the assembly to elect a council, which together should exercise the powers of government, until the governor of His Majesty's appointment would consent to govern the colony according to its charter. The Provincial Congress of Massachusetts having also requested Congress to take the regulation and direction of the army investing Boston, it was determined after anxious consideration to comply with the request. This was a decided step in advance of the position previously taken by the body, which had been to act merely as an advisory body for the colonies. It was, in fact, to engage the colonies in war with Great Britain. It required an assumption of adequate powers, and was apparently an act of the greatest rashness. Great Britain was one of the great powers of Europe, having a strong government, a powerful army and navy thoroughly equipped and trained, and boundless resources. America had no trained army and no navy whatever, and was without munitions of war or money. But its greatest want was a general government with power to concentrate and wield the resources of the colonies. The Congress had not the power to enforce a single enactment, and was entirely dependent on the compliance of the several colonies with their requisitions. The righteousness of their cause, the patriotism of the people, and the favor of the God of battles were the reliance of Congress in the momentous struggle upon which they entered. With a profound sense of their dependence on the great governor of the world, In this crisis of their affairs, they recommended that July 20th be observed by the people as a day of public humiliation, fasting, and prayer. The observance was general and profoundly impressive. On June 15th, Mr. Henry had the supreme satisfaction of seeing Washington, whom he had long considered the foremost man in America, chosen by a unanimous vote to be the commander-in-chief of the forces raised, or to be raised, in defense of American liberty. The next day he heard the modest terms in which Washington accepted the great trust, and displayed his disinterested devotion to the cause by refusing to receive any compensation for his services. How sincerely he distrusted his ability to successfully defend American liberty against the great odds arrayed against it was profoundly impressed on Mr. Henry when Washington, on the same day, said to him in the intimacy of friendship, and with his eyes glistening with a tear, "This day will be the commencement of the decline of my reputation." Happily for mankind, his modesty underestimated his abilities, and that day was the commencement of the more vigorous growth of a reputation which has filled the world. Artemus Ward was made the first Major General, and Charles Lee the second. Lee was a clever but eccentric British officer who had seen considerable service and fancied himself neglected by his government. He had bought property in Virginia and had warmly espoused the cause of the colonies. His election was urged by some of the Southern members, among whom was Washington, and advocated by John and Samuel Adams. Mr. Henry probably nominated him, as he was appointed the chairman of the committee to inform him of his election. Before accepting the commission tendered to him, General Lee requested a conference with the committee on which each colony should be represented by a delegate. Mr. Henry represented Virginia on this committee, and his admiration for the man he had just aided in making a major general in the American army must have been chilled when he found that he had estimated his estate and required indemnity for any loss of property he might sustain by entering into their service, a striking contrast to the unselfish devotion of Washington to the cause of his country. Philip Schuyler and Israel Putnam were also made major generals, and Horatio Gates was appointed adjutant general. 8 brigadier generals were elected. It was determined to increase the army around Boston by 12 companies of expert riflemen to be enlisted for 1 year, of which 8 were to be raised in Pennsylvania, 2 in Maryland, and 2 in Virginia. Rules and regulations for the army were adopted, and the issue of $3 million in paper money ordered, which the several colonies were asked to provide means to redeem. Of this issue, $496,278, the largest quota, was assigned to Virginia. It is an interesting circumstance, and one which shows the more personal relations between the two men, that the first communication made to Congress by General Washington was through Mr. Henry. The Journal of June 21st shows that Mr. Henry informed the Congress that the General had put into his hands sundry queries to which he desired the Congress would give an answer. Mr. Henry was one of the committee of 5 appointed to report the proper answers to these queries. On the same day, Thomas Jefferson appeared for the first time as a delegate from Virginia, bringing with him the reply of her House of Burgesses to Lord North's proposals, of which he was the draftsman. On the next day, information was received of the Battle of Bunker Hill, as it is commonly known, and that the eminent patriot Joseph Warren was among the slain. His loss deeply moved the hearts of the patriots throughout America, and Mr. Henry, beholding his effect, exclaimed, "A breach on our affections was needed to arouse the country to action." On July 18th, Congress recommended to the colonies to organize and train their entire militia, consisting of males between 16 and 50, and to provide sufficient stores of ammunition. They at the same time recommended to each colony to appoint a committee of safety, to superintend and direct all matters necessary for the security and defense of their respective colonies, and the recess of their assemblies and conventions. Thus, Congress soon realized the fact announced by Mr. Henry at their first meeting, that the royal government was dissolved, and the colonies must provide governments in its stead. The relations of the Indians to the colonies, and the struggle they were now entering upon, was a matter of the utmost importance. When the king was informed of the battles of Concord and Lexington, he determined to increase his forces in America, and to engage the assistance of the Six Nations in subduing his rebellious subjects. He sent directly to the unscrupulous Guy Johnson, the Indian agent, in order to lose no time in inducing them to take up the hatchet against the colonists. The matter was brought to the attention of Congress by the Convention of New York and by a petition from West Augusta County in Virginia. On June 16th, a committee of 5 were appointed, of which Mr. Henry was a member, to report what steps should be taken for securing and preserving the friendship of the Indian nations. Upon the report of this committee, the Indian Territory was divided into 3 departments, the northern to embrace the Six Nations and the tribes to the northward, the southern the Cherokees and the tribes to the southward, and the middle the tribes between the other 2. Commissioners were appointed for these departments, with power to treat with the Indians in order to preserve their friendship. For the middle department, Mr. Franklin, Mr. Henry, and Mr. Wilson were unanimously elected commissioners. Mr. Henry also served on a committee to examine an invoice of Indian goods offered to Congress by Mr. Alsop, and on a committee to negotiate with Reverend Samuel Kirkland, an Indian missionary, to secure his services among the Six Nations in order to obtain their friendship or neutrality. The appointments of Mr. Henry on the several committees which have been noticed demonstrate clearly his high standing in the body as a working member, and that he had shown himself as efficient in action as he was eloquent in speech. The troubles which grew out of the disputed boundary between Virginia and Pennsylvania continued to increase under the violence of John Connolly, the unprincipled agent of Lord Dunmore, who was anxious to embroil the 2 colonies in civil strife. To prevent this, and to unite the people on the border in the struggle between the colonies and Great Britain, was the ardent wish of Mr. Henry and of his associates in Congress from the 2 colonies. They accordingly united in the following patriotic address: to the inhabitants of Pennsylvania and Virginia on the west side of Laurel Hill, Philadelphia, July 25, 1775. Friends and countrymen, it gives us much concern to find that disturbances have arisen and still continue among you concerning the boundaries of your colonies. In the character in which we now address you, it is unnecessary to inquire into the origin of those unhappy disputes, and it would be improper for us to express our approbation or censure on either side. But as representatives of 2 of the colonies, united among many others, for the defense of the liberties of America, we think it our duty to remove, as far as lies in our power, every obstacle that may prevent her sons from cooperating, as vigorously as they would wish to do, toward the attainment of this great and important end. Influenced solely by this motive, our joint and earnest request to you is, that all animosities among you as inhabitants of distinct colonies may now give place to generous and concurring efforts for the preservation of everything that can make our common country dear to us. We are fully persuaded that you, as well as we, wish to see your differences terminate in this happy issue. For this desirable purpose we recommended to you that all bodies of armed men kept under either province be dismissed, that all those on either side who are in confinement or under bail, but taking a part in the contest, be discharged, and that until the dispute be decided, every person be permitted to retain his possessions unmolested. By observing these directions, the public tranquility will be secured without injury to the titles on either side. The period, we flatter ourselves, will soon arrive when this unfortunate dispute, which has produced much mischief, and as far as we can learn no good, will be peaceably and constitutionally determined. We are your friends and countrymen. Patrick Henry, Benjamin Harrison, Richard Henry Lee, Thomas Jefferson, John Dickinson, Benjamin Franklin, Charles Humphreys, George Ross, James Wilson. During the last days of the session, Dr. Franklin introduced a draft of Articles of Confederation to be proposed to the several colonies. Mr. Henry had already expressed himself warmly in favor of the measure, and was its earnest advocate until it was subsequently adopted. For the present, however, the hope of reconciliation entertained by those who urged the second petition to the king stood in the way of this important measure, which was looked upon as an act of independence. The papers which emanated from this Congress were marked for the same ability and patriotism which had distinguished those put forth by the Congress of 1774. The most important were an address to the oppressed inhabitants of Canada, written by John Jay, a declaration by the representatives of the United Colonies of North America, now met in Congress at Philadelphia, setting forth the causes and necessity of their taking up arms, and a petition to the King's Most Excellent Majesty, both written by John Dickinson, and addressed to the inhabitants of Great Britain, written by Richard Henry Lee, and addressed to the people of Ireland, written by William Livingston, and a reply to the resolutions of the House of Commons of February 20th, 1775, known as Lord North's proposals, which was written by Thomas Jefferson, and which, following the paper adopted by the Virginia Assembly, presented in a masterly manner the reasons why the colonies declined to accept those proposals as a basis of settlement. In these papers, Congress reiterated their claim to the political rights denied them by the British government and declared their determination to maintain them at all hazards, but they at the same time deprecated the necessity which forced them to take up arms, and protested that they did not desire independence. The petition to the king was severely criticized by some, who considered it too humble in its tone. Its spirit was certainly in marked contrast with that of the petition of the preceding Congress, but this was doubtless wise, as the boldness of the first petition was alleged as a reason for its neglect, and the party that proposed the second petition desired to leave the king without excuse if he turned a deaf ear to this, their last appeal for reconciliation. Congress adjourned on August 1st till September 5th, and Mr. Henry returned at once to Virginia. On the day before he left Philadelphia, he addressed the following graceful letter to General Washington, introducing to him a gentleman seeking military service, and at the same time indicating his appreciation of the struggle they were entering upon. Philadelphia, July 31st, 1775. Sir, give me leave to recommend the bearer, Mr. Fraser, to your notice and regard. He means to enter the American camp, and there to gain that experience of which the general cause may be availed. It is my earnest wish that many Virginians might see service. It is not unlikely that in the fluctuation of things, our country may have occasion for great military exertions. For this reason, I have taken the liberty to trouble you with this and a few others of the same tendency. The public good which you, sir, have so eminently promoted is my only motive, that you may enjoy the protection of heaven and live long and happy, is the ardent wish of, Sir, your most obedient, honorable servant, P. Henry, Jr., His Excellency General Washington. End of section 33. Section 34, Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 13, Part 1. Colonel of 1st Virginia Regiment, 1775. The Rifle Corps ordered by Congress very quickly filled up. The whole 12 companies were raised, equipped, and in camp by August 14th. The 2 from Virginia were from the Lower Valley, and were commanded by Captain Hugh Stevenson and Captain Daniel Morgan. Captain Stevenson was in 1776 appointed colonel of a regiment of riflemen ordered to be raised, of which 4 companies were from Virginia. He died before taking command, and was succeeded by Captain Morgan. Daniel Morgan, so celebrated afterward as a soldier, marched his company from Frederick County to Boston, a distance of 600 miles, in 3 weeks. He carried his company afterward with Montgomery upon the unfortunate expedition into Canada, and won his first distinction in that campaign. Events of the greatest importance were taking place in Virginia while Congress was in session, and before the day of adjournment arrived, the Virginia delegation had become impatient to return to their homes. Dunmore, after having prorogued the assembly a half-dozen times to prevent their meeting, was forced to call them together by the order of the ministry to submit to their consideration Lord North's proposals, which were styled by the Tories the olive branch. The House met June 1st, greatly excited by the commencement of hostilities at the North, and in no good humor with the governor. In addition to his base conduct and false statements about the removal of the powder from the magazine, his letters to Lord Dartmouth, misrepresenting the condition of things in the colony, had been published among the papers laid before Parliament and republished in Virginia. The first communications between the governor and the House were studied in their formal courtesy, but they ill concealed the mutual dislike and want of confidence which existed. Before proceeding to consider Lord North's proposals, the House determined to investigate the conduct of the governor. They requested him to inform them of the number of militia lately called into service, and of the expense incurred, and what duty had been performed by them since the Indian expedition. A committee was also appointed to inspect the public magazine and inquire into the stores belonging there. The appointment of this committee excited the anger of Lord Dunmore, and when they requested access to the magazine, he sent a rude message to the House concerning them, pretending to be ignorant of their appointment. To this the House replied with becoming dignity, but in a paper which exposed the deceit of the governor. His lordship then thought it best to inform the House of his reasons for removing the powder and arms from the magazine. His message claimed that the powder had been sent to the magazine from a man of war, and with the arms belonged to the king, and that their removal was because of the insecurity of the building. Their return was promised so soon as the building should be made secure. On the next day, which was June 7th, his lordship secretly removed with his family to his majesty's ship, the Fowey, lying at York, leaving a message for the House, in which he alleged that he and his family were no longer safe in Williamsburg. The House assured him of his safety, and requested his return so that the public business could be properly transacted. But his guilty conscience prevented him from trusting himself among a people he had so greatly wronged. From his new quarters he sent complaining messages, demanded the acceptance of Lord North's proposals, and finally attempted to get the House to attend him on board the ship. This they declined to do, treating the request as a breach of their privileges. The committees appointed to consider the condition of the colony and the causes of the late disturbances made reports which completely vindicated, and upon abundant testimony, the past conduct of the patriots in the colony, and exposed the duplicity of the governor. These papers were adopted, and make a record which fully justifies the colony in her course in this most trying period. The House also adopted the able reply to Lord North's proposals, which was prepared by Mr. Jefferson. After repairing and placing a guard at the magazine, they reminded the governor of his promise to return the powder and arms taken away, but his refusal showed that his promise was never intended to be kept. His last act during the session was the veto of the bill to pay the soldiers engaged in the late Indian War, on the ground that the money was to be raised by a duty on imported slaves. the House finding that the formal ratification of the late treaty with the Indians had never been made by the governor, appointed a commission to perform this duty, and on the same day, June 24th, adjourned themselves to October 12th, following as the governor had abandoned his post and they could no longer legislate. No quorum ever met thereafter, and this was the last session of a colonial legislature in Virginia, and the last time a colonial governor occupied her capital. Thus expired colonial government in Virginia. Under different charters it had existed since 1607, and under it a noble people had been developed. It perished because of its violations by the king, whose duty it was to maintain it. But it had served its purpose, and was soon to be succeeded by a system more perfectly adapted to a free people. The great advance in the popular apprehension of free institutions at this period is indicated by a very remarkable paper adopted by Hanover Presbytery, November 11, 1774, and presented to the Assembly of June, 1775. In the year 1772, the Assembly had ordered to be printed for circulation a toleration bill, which was proposed, that the sense of the people upon it might be had. The Presbytery, composed for the most part of the Scotch-Irish settlers in the colony, on behalf of themselves and all other dissenters, in a paper of great ability, protested against some of the features of the proposed bill as restrictive of religious liberty, and prayed for that freedom in speaking and writing upon religious subjects, which is allowed by law to every member of the British Empire in civil affairs, and which has long been so friendly to the cause of liberty. This is the first distinct demand for religious liberty made at the bar of the Assembly by any body of Christians in Virginia, and was the beginning of a struggle which finally ended in the absolute divorce of church and state, and the establishment of perfect religious liberty. It prevented the passage of the proposed bill against which it was aimed. On July 17th, following the Third Virginia Convention assembled at Richmond, composed of members elected before the late meeting of the Assembly. Among them was George Mason of Fairfax, elected in the place of Washington and now for the first time appearing in the councils of the colony, into which he had been forced by his constituents. He at once took rank among the foremost of Virginia's statesmen. Mr. Jefferson has sketched him, as he appeared a few years later, in these striking words: "A man of the first order of wisdom among those who acted on the theater of the Revolution, of expansive mind, profound judgment, cogent in argument, learned in the lore of our former Constitution, and earnest for the Republican change on democratic principles. His elocution was neither flowing nor smooth, but his language was strong, his manner most impressive, and strengthened by a dash of biting cynicism, when provocation made it seasonable. James Madison pronounced him the ablest man in debate he had ever seen. He was of aristocratic ancestry, a wealthy and systematic planter, devoted to study, but indifferent to the temptations of political ambition, and withal a man of the purest character. His appearance was striking, with an athletic frame, and a grave but handsome face lighted up by brilliant black eyes. He had a commanding presence and lofty bearing. When he took his seat in the convention, he was 49 years of age. His black hair was slightly frosted, and his appearance indicated a recent struggle with his inveterate enemy, the gout. From their first meeting, a warm friendship existed between him and Mr. Henry, which was never interrupted, and which was strengthened by their agreement upon many of the vital questions which arose during their public service. The convention found the governor not only absent from his post, but threatening war upon the colony. They determined at once to take up the reins of government, and to place the colony in a state of defense. The acts were no longer in the form of recommendations as formerly, but took the shape of ordinances, and were discussed and passed with the formality of acts of assembly. It was determined to raise and embody under proper officers a sufficient armed force for the defense and protection of the colony. 3 regiments of 1,000 men each were first determined on, and in addition, 5 companies, aggregating 425 men, to be posted along the western border. On August 5th, the convention entered upon the election of general officers for the regiments. Mr. Henry had not then returned from Philadelphia, but it was understood that he desired a military command. His friends nominated him for colonel of the 1st Regiment, it having been determined that this officer should be the commander-in-chief of the forces to be raised. The opposition united on Captain Hugh Mercer of Fredericksburg, who had served with great distinction under Washington in the French and Indian War of 1755. It is no wonder that men with so much at stake should have hesitated to place in command of their entire forces a man of no military experience, however great his abilities as a civilian. Besides this hesitation, which Mr. Henry's warmest friends might have felt, there was still remaining in the breasts of some of the old leaders somewhat of the jealousy with which they had first regarded him, when, in 1765, per saltum, he became the foremost man in the colony. The first ballot stood for Hugh Mercer 41, for Patrick Henry 40, for Thomas Nelson 8, and for William Wirt 1. The second battle between the two highest resulted in the election of Mr. Henry. Notwithstanding the close vote, the result was a remarkable tribute to Mr. Henry. Both Mercer and Woodford were officers of experience and ability, and nothing but the conviction of the majority that the qualities which had made Mr. Henry a great political leader would make him a great military leader also, can explain their action in preferring him as the commander-in-chief of the Virginia forces. Footnote: a writer in the public prints over the signature of Cato, who evidently had not been an advocate of Mr. Henry's election, after he gave the following account of the circumstances attending it. See American Archives, 4th Series, Volume 4, 1519. It was objected to Mr. Henry that his studies had been directed to civil and not military pursuits, that he was totally unacquainted with the art of war, and had no knowledge of military discipline, and that such a person was very unfit to be at the head of troops who were likely to be engaged against a well-disciplined army, commanded by experienced and able generals. These objections were answered by one gentleman, who said that Mr. Henry solicited the appointment, which he supposed Mr. Henry would not have done if he did not think himself qualified to command. Mr. Mercer was objected to for being a North Briton. In answer to this objection, it was admitted that Mr. Mercer was born in Scotland, but that he came to America in his early years, and had constantly resided in it from his first coming over, that his family and all his other connections were in this colony, that he had uniformly distinguished himself a warm and firm friend to the rights of America, and what was of principal consideration, that he possessed great military as well as literary abilities. Mr. Nelson acknowledged Mr. Mercer's military abilities, declared he would not oppose his appointment, and hoped he himself would not be voted for. Mr. Woodford, who was not at that time of the convention, spoke very largely without joys in favor of Mr. Mercer, declared he was willing to serve under him, as he knew him to be a fine officer. End of footnote. Thomas Nelson was then elected colonel of the 2nd and William Woodford colonel of the 3rd Regiment. Nelson declined the appointment and Woodford was put in his place, and it was afterwards determined to raise only 2 regiments. On August 9th, the journal states that Patrick Henry, Edmund Pendleton, Benjamin Harrison, and Thomas Jefferson, Esquires, appeared in convention and took their seats, and the gentlemen appointed to represent their counties during their necessary absence retired. It is probable that they came from Philadelphia directly to Richmond, taking a week to make the trip. Richard Henry Lee did not appear in his seat till 2 days later. The presence of these distinguished men had a happy effect upon the deliberations of the convention, which had not been harmonious, and is doubtless alluded to in the letter of George Mason to General Washington of October 14th, following, in which he writes, "I hinted to you in my last the parties and factions which prevailed at Richmond. I never was in so disagreeable a situation, and almost despaired of a cause which I saw so ill conducted. During the first part of the convention, parties ran so high that we had frequently no other way of preventing improper measures than by procrastination, urging the previous question and giving men time to reflect. However, after some weeks, the babblers were pretty well silenced. A few waiting members began to take the lead. Several wholesome regulations were made, and if the convention had continued to sit a few days longer, I think the public safety would have been as well provided for as our present circumstances permit. End of section 34. Section 35 of Patrick Henry's Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 13, Part 2. As Washington and Henry by reason of their military appointments, and Pendleton by reason of his feeble health, could no longer serve in Congress, the convention, in reappointing the delegation, placed Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Nelson, and George White in their stead, and when Richard Bland asked to be excused on account of his advanced age, Francis Lightfoot Lee was put in his place. The flight of the governor had left the colony without executive authority, and the convention, adopting the recommendation of Congress, appointed a committee of safety for the more effectual carrying into execution the several rules and regulations established by this convention for the protection of this colony, whose duties were defined by an ordinance reported by a committee of which Mr. Henry was a member. The men selected for this important trust were Edmund Pendleton, George Mason, John Page, Richard Bland, Thomas Ludwell Lee, Paul Carrington, Dudley Diggs, William Cabell, Carter Braxton, James Mercer, and John Tabb. Interesting incidents of the convention during the elections of the delegation to Congress and of the Committee of Safety are related by George Mason in a letter to his intimate friend, Martin Cockburn, dated August 22, 1775. After relating his recovery from a spell of sickness, he adds, I have found my apprehensions in being sent to this convention but too well verified. Before the choice of delegates for the ensuing Congress, I was personally applied to by more than 2/3 of the members, insisting upon my serving at the Congress, but by assuring them I could not possibly attend, I prevailed on them not to name me, except about 20 who would take no excuse. A day or two after, upon Colonel Bland's resignation, a strong party was formed at the head of which were Colonel Henry, Mr. Jefferson, and Colonel Carrington, for sending me to Congress at all events, laying it down as a rule that I would not refuse if ordered by my country. In consequence of this, just before the ballot, I was publicly called upon in convention and obliged to make a public excuse and give my reasons for refusal, in doing which I felt myself more distressed than ever I was in my life, especially when I saw tears run down the president's cheeks. I took occasion at the same time to recommend Colonel Francis Lee, who was accordingly chosen in the place of Colonel Bland. But my getting clear of this appointment has availed me little, as I have been since, in spite of everything I could do to the contrary, put upon the Committee of Safety, which is even more inconvenient and disagreeable to me than going to the Congress. I endeavored to excuse myself, and begged the convention would permit me to resign, but was answered by a universal no. On the day after Mr. Henry took his seat, the convention ordered the gunpowder brought by him for the use of the colony to be immediately sent for, and at a later day, the quantity of gunpowder taken out of the magazine by Lord Dunmore was ascertained to be 15 half barrels, and its value to be 112 pounds 10 shillings, and the residue of the 330 pounds collected by Mr. Henry of the Receiver General was ordered to be returned to him by the Treasurer. On August 14th, the convention, On being informed that Lord Dunmore was meditating an attack upon Williamsburg, directed the committee for that city to repel the attack with the volunteers, who had already assembled there in large force, and to call out the militia if need be in addition. Thus the convention stood strictly on the defensive, though under the strongest provocation, and finding it difficult to restrain the ardor of the people. Early in the session, the volunteer companies of Williamsburg had informed the body that detachments had been sent out to seize the public moneys in the hands of the Receiver General, naval officers, and other collectors for the king, and the convention had ordered them to desist from their purpose. And this policy was strictly pursued in all their ordinances, but the preparations for defense were as complete as the circumstances of the colony permitted. Besides the regiments and battalions called out at once, 8,180 of the militia were ordered to be enlisted, officered, armed, and equipped as minutemen, and strictly trained to proper discipline, and the balance of the militia were ordered to be armed, equipped, and trained so as to be ready for service. Rules and regulations for the government of the army were adopted. A manufactory of arms was ordered to be established at Fredericksburg, and measures were taken to encourage the manufacture of ammunition. To meet the expense to be incurred, the issue of paper money to the extent of £350,000 was ordered, and an annual tax imposed for its redemption. Regulations were also adopted for the election of committeemen in the several counties and corporations, and the election of delegates to subsequent conventions. Upon a memorial from the Baptists, representing that many of that denomination had already enlisted, and many more were ready to do so, and asking the liberty of preaching to the troops, the convention, on motion of Mr. Henry, ordered that this privilege be given to all dissenting clergymen. Thus Mr. Henry appeared in the advance guard of the movement in favor of religious liberty. The convention adjourned August 26th, after adopting unanimously an address setting forth the cause of their meeting, and the necessity of immediately putting the colony in a complete state of defense, in order to meet the threatened attack from the armed vessels in their harbors, and from the Indians on the western frontier, who were being incited by the English to commence a savage warfare, and reiterating their allegiance to George III as their lawful and rightful king. This admirable address concludes in the following words: "It remains a bounden duty on us to commit our cause to the justice of that Supreme Being, who ruleth and ordereth all human events with unerring wisdom, most humbly beseeching him to take this colony and the whole continent under his fatherly and divine protection, and that he will be graciously pleased to soften the hearts of all those who meditate evil against our land, and inspire them with the purest sentiments of justice, moderation, and brotherly affection." Upon the adjournment of the convention, Colonel Henry returned to his home to arrange his domestic affairs before taking the field. Early in the year he had experienced the heaviest of domestic afflictions in the loss of his estimable wife. She left 6 children, all under 21 years of age. Their names were Martha, Anne, Elizabeth, John, William, and Edward. Martha had married John Fontaine, and had taken charge of the younger children during her father's absences, and to her they were now committed. In less than 1 month, Colonel Henry set out for his command, which had been ordered to rendezvous at Williamsburg. The intelligence of his appointment had brought together a large body of volunteers, and there had been no difficulty in filling the 2 regiments. The men came together in various uniforms, or without uniforms, and mostly armed with their own fowling pieces. A company from Culpeper County was one of the most conspicuous. They were dressed in green hunting shirts, with the words "Liberty or Death" in large white letters on their breasts, bucktails in their hats, and scalping knives and tomahawks in their belts. Their flag displayed the significant device of a coiled rattlesnake with the motto, "Don't tread on me." In a company from Fauquier County, there appeared a young lieutenant only 19 years of age, who at once arrested the attention and excited the interest of every beholder. He was about 6 feet high, straight and rather slender, of dark complexion, with a face nearly a circle in its outline, with eyes dark to blackness, penetrating and beaming with intelligence and good nature, over which an upright forehead, rather low, was terminated in a horizontal line by a mass of raven-black hair of unusual thickness. No one could doubt that the stripling, if spared, would make his mark, but no one dreamed that this boy soldier, Lieutenant John Marshall, was destined to become Chief Justice of the United States and the greatest of American jurists. Colonel Henry was received with enthusiasm by his troops, as was chronicled in the Gazette of September 23, 1775, which noted his arrival in the following manner. Thursday last arrived here Patrick Henry, Esquire, Commander-in-Chief of the Virginia forces. He was met and escorted to town by the whole body of volunteers, who paid him every mark of respect and distinction in their power, in testimony of their approbation of so worthy a gentleman to the appointment of that important trust, which the Convention has been pleased to repose in him. He chose for his encampment the ground back of the college, and having formed the men into 2 regiments, the officers commenced drilling them in company and regimental tactics. The Convention had appointed William Christian, Lieutenant Colonel, and Francis Epps, Major, to the 1st Regiment, and Charles Scott, Lieutenant Colonel, and Alexander Spotswood, Major, to the 2nd Regiment. The appointment of Colonel Christian was doubtless at the request of Colonel Henry, to whom his military experience and strong personal attachment made him of the greatest value. A quorum of the Committee of Safety, presided over by Edmund Pendleton, remained in Williamsburg and controlled the organization and movements of the forces. The second petition of the Continental Congress to the King was delivered to Lord Dartmouth on August 21st by Governor Richard Penn, who had sailed as a special messenger to carry it. The only answer it received was a proclamation, issued 2 days afterward, declaring the colonists in rebellion, denouncing those within the realm who sympathized with them, and calling upon all officers and loyal subjects to use their endeavors to suppress the rebellion, and to give full information of all persons corresponding with the persons in arms in America, that they might be brought to condign punishment. News of this proclamation, and of the hiring of 10,000 Hanoverians to be added to the British forces in America, reached Philadelphia October 31st, and was published in the newspapers of the next day. The Congress, then in session, were relieved of all doubt as to their duty by this declaration of war, and at once adopted measures for its vigorous conduct on their part. In Virginia, Lord Dunmore had already entered upon a most irritating system of depredations, designed to drive the colony from its defensive attitude. He had gathered a flotilla, composed of the Mercury of 24 guns, the Kingfisher of 16, the Otter of 14, and a number of smaller vessels. With this fleet, the large portion of the colony bordering on the Chesapeake and its tributaries was completely at his mercy, and the people were continually plundered, and their slaves carried off. Early in September, Captain Squire of the Otter, sailing in a tender on a marauding expedition, was caught in a storm and driven on shore upon Back River, near Hampton. The captain and his men were entertained by a Mr. Finn, nearby, to whom they abandoned the vessel and stores, and unwilling to trust themselves among a people whom they had injured, they made their escape through the woods. Soon after, a formal demand was made by Captain Squire upon the people of Hampton for a restitution of the abandoned vessel and stores, with a threat against the town in case the demand was not complied with. Information of this threat was at once conveyed to Williamsburg, and the Committee of Safety ordered Captain James Innes, with 100 men, to march for the defense of the place. The attack was thereupon deferred, and Captain Squire contented himself with seizing all vessels belonging to Hampton, which came in his way. The Kingfisher, stationed near Norfolk, and the Otter, stationed near Newport's News, now stopped all passing boats, and subjected the crews and passengers to the greatest indignities, while the smaller vessels continued to make marauding expeditions, and were especially troublesome to the people of Norfolk and Princess Anne counties. End of section 35. Section 36 of Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 13, Conclusion. Colonel Henry was restive unto this condition of affairs. The Committee of Safety was the executive of the colony, and had the direction of the military force raised by the convention. This force was being organized and equipped at Williamsburg, and was not yet fully armed, nor properly supplied with ammunition, and it was important that the capital should be protected by it. It was apparent, however, that unless the people in the vicinity of Norfolk were protected, that section of the colony would be lost, and the danger was the more imminent from the fact that the Scotch merchants of Norfolk were Tories and wielded considerable influence. Colonels Henry and Woodford, believing enough men could be safely spared, urged upon the committee the importance of sending a force at once to the vicinity of Norfolk, which would protect the inhabitants. The committee, after considerable hesitation, yielded to this advice, and on October 25th the following paper was handed to Colonel Henry. In committee at Williamsburg, the 24th October, 1775. The committee, having spent several days in deliberating upon the present state of Norfolk and the inhabitants of the adjacent counties, from the various representations and information given them thereof, and the examination of several witnesses, whereupon it appears, among other acts of violence, that Lord Dunmore and the officers of the Navy not only harbored divers slaves who resorted to them, but had actually seized by force one woman slave and various other private property, and seized and carried on board the ships of war several freemen, having also have evidence of the state of the two regiments and Culpeper battalion, and heard Colonel Henry, Colonel Woodford, and Colonel Lawrence Taliaferro. On the subject, it is thereupon resolved that the 2nd Regiment and the Culpeper Battalion of Minutemen, with officers belonging to each, are to march to the neighborhood of Norfolk or Portsmouth, and after reconnoitering the ground and examining all necessary circumstances, the commanding officer is desired to form an encampment at such place as to him shall seem most convenient, and secure the same in the best manner. That their march be as soon as tents and all other necessaries can be provided. Captain Matthews' company of Minutemen to be retained, and the commanding officer may call in other Minutemen upon any extraordinary emergency. It is meant that such only shall march who have good arms, those of the 2nd Regiment as have not arms to remain at headquarters till they can be furnished, and then join their regiment, and also the absent companies of the said regiment as soon as they shall come to camp. If it shall be found necessary hereafter, another camp may be formed in the same neighborhood. Copy. Jonathan Pendleton, Jr., Clerk Committee, Safety. Before anything could be done to execute this order, Captain Squire again appeared before Hampton with an armed schooner, a sloop, and 3 tenders, with soldiers aboard, and notified the people that he was about to land to burn the town. A company of regulars under Captain George Nicholas from Elizabeth City, and a company of Minutemen under Captain Lyne from King and Queen County were now stationed in the town, and these repulsed the force under Captain Squire which attempted to land on October 26th. Indications pointing to a renewal of the attack on the next day. A message was sent at once to Williamsburg, and Colonel Woodford was sent down with Captain Green's company of riflemen from Culpeper, who arrived about 8 o'clock in the morning, just in time to take part in the repulse of the second attempt upon the town. Footnote: Captain John Green distinguished himself afterward at Brandywine and Gifford. He was the father of John W. Green, the distinguished judge of the Virginia Court of Appeals, whose son, William Green, lately dead, was one of the most learned scholars and lawyers of his time, or of any time. End of footnote. The British met with some loss, but the Virginians had not a man wounded. This was the first conflict of the Revolution on Virginia soil, and by a curious coincidence it occurred at the same place at which, 168 years before, the first conflict between the English and Indians had taken place. The Virginia troops behaved with the greatest firmness in this affair, and their victory cheered the hearts of the people, who had become discouraged by the unchecked depredations of Lord Dunmore. His lordship was maddened by the discomfiture of his captain, and now fully developed his plans for the destruction of the colony he still claimed to govern. On November 5th, he commissioned the notorious John Connolly as a lieutenant colonel of the Queen's Royal Rangers, and sent him on a secret mission to the Indians to incite them to an attack upon the western frontier, contrary to the stipulations of his treaty with them. After stirring up a savage war, this unscrupulous agent was to gather a force of Canadians at Detroit, and coming by Pittsburgh, was to march to Alexandria, where Lord Dunmore was to meet him, and by strongly fortifying that place, cut off communication between the northern and southern colonies. The capture of Connolly, while passing through Maryland, exposed and thwarted this scheme. On November 7th, he issued a proclamation printed on board the ship William, on a press that he had taken by force from Norfolk, declaring martial law throughout the colony, requiring all persons capable of bearing arms to resort to His Majesty's standard under penalty of forfeiture of life and property, and declaring freedom to all indentured servants, Negroes, and others appertaining to rebels who would join him for the reduction of the colony. This appeal was addressed to criminals serving out their terms of punishment, and to a barbarous race, many of whom were fresh from the wilds of Africa, who formed the majority of the population on tidewater. This fiendish plan of inciting the blacks against the whites and endangering the home of every planter had been concocted with General Gage and General Howe through the agency of Connolly, and was believed to have the approbation of the king. "I hope," said Dunmore, "it will oblige the rebels to disperse to take care of their families and property." The effect of this proclamation was to unite the people of Virginia as nothing else could have done, men of all ranks resenting the pointing of a dagger to their throats for the hands of their slaves. In the counties of Norfolk and Princess Anne, which were at his mercy, Dunmore forced the people to leave their homes or take an oath abjuring the authority of the committee, the convention, and the Congress, and declaring allegiance to the king. He now had a force consisting of 2 companies of the 14th Regiment of Regulars from St. Augustine, and a body of Negroes and Tories. With these he took up a position at Kemp's Landing, on the east branch of the Elizabeth River, surprised and captured a body of Minutemen from Princess Anne under Colonel Hutchings, and threatened Suffolk. Colonel Woodford marched from Williamsburg early in November with the 2nd Regiment and a detachment of Minutemen, altogether estimated at about 700 men, and being prevented by the men of war from getting more than 8 companies across the river at Jamestown, he was forced to march up as high as Sandy Point in order to cross the balance of his force. He reached Suffolk in time to relieve it from a threatened attack, and continuing his march, he found the force of Lord Dunmore entrenched at the Great Bridge, a structure over the south branch of the Elizabeth River, about 12 miles from Norfolk. Here on December 9th, his lordship, deceived as to Woodford's strength by a servant of Major Marshall, who had deserted or feigned desertion, gave battle with some 200 regulars and 300 Negroes and Tories. He was defeated with considerable loss, while the Virginians who fought behind breastworks had only 1 man wounded. The deadly rifles of Captain Green's Culpeper men, every one of whom was a marksman, contributed greatly to this victory, as they had done to the victory at Hampton. The victors were so humane in their treatment of the wounded as to excite the admiration of the British officers, who now realized, despite the misrepresentation of Dunmore, that the Virginians were a brave and generous people. Lord Dunmore fell back to Norfolk, and Colonel Howe, having joined Woodford with a regiment of North Carolina troops, his lordship deemed it most prudent to retire to his ships, leaving the negroes he had induced to take up arms to shift for themselves. His lordship did not enjoy his dominion on the water unmolested, however. Captain James Barron of Hampton in October had armed and equipped a fast pilot boat, and was annoying greatly the smaller vessels of Dunmore's fleet, and capturing the unarmed supply vessels which came in his way. The hostile fleet was thus forced to get its supplies from Norfolk or its vicinity. A demand for these from the town having been refused, the enraged governor, on January 1st, 1776, opened a heavy cannonade upon it, and set fire to the houses nearest the wharf, by which 9/10 of the town was burned. It had a thriving population of 6,000, and was the largest town in the colony. Its wanton destruction, causing the exposure of its inhabitants in midwinter, embittered the people of Virginia more than ever against the man they had now learned to look upon as their greatest enemy. But notwithstanding the great provocation under which they labored, the true nobility of the Virginians was shown in their forbearance to make reprisals upon the property of Lord Dunmore, or of the Tories living in the colony. In November, the committee prohibited anyone from making reprisals on his property left at the palace, until the convention should determine what was proper, and the convention on December 14th resolved that no person be allowed to make reprisals on the property of Lord Dunmore in this colony, for their property seized by him or by the Navy without the order of the convention. During the same month, the committee ordered that Colonel Henry be at liberty to give directions to the keeper of the public jail for the discharge of James, a mulatto slave belonging to Lord Dunmore. The convention also, by a special resolution, protected the persons and property of British merchants, factors, and agents who did not take part against the colony, and allowed those who had exhibited enmity to leave the colony unmolested. The inhumanity of Dunmore was signally rebuked by the convention in their kind treatment of some of his own countrymen, who were brought into great distress. A ship from Cameron, in Scotland, with about 250 emigrants bound for New Bern, North Carolina, was obliged to put into the port of Norfolk by reason of bad weather. Lord Dunmore forced about 160 of the men into his service, and when he evacuated the town, he took their ship, and left the women and children to perish in a strange land. The men deserted him, and on their appeal to the convention, Colonel Woodford was ordered to take the whole company under his protection, relieve their immediate wants, and aid them in getting to their place of destination. Colonel Henry's force remaining at Williamsburg was increased by several companies of minutemen ordered out by the committee, so that he was enabled to station troops at the several points liable to attack, in any effort of Lord Dunmore's to carry out his well-known intention to move upon the capital. Part of his forces was stationed at Burwell's Ferry, Jamestown, Hampton, and Yorktown, while he retained a company at Williamsburg. By this disposition of his troops he had it in his power to concentrate the whole in a few hours at Williamsburg, or at any point at which Lord Dunmore might land. Colonel Christian had brought his wife with him to Williamsburg, and she took charge of her brother's headquarters. Soon their sister Elizabeth Henry joined them and was a toast among the young officers. She was 26 years old, about medium height, with a most attractive face and imposing presence. Both in persons and intellect she resembled her brother. She had the same fertile and vivid imagination, the same ready command of language and aptness of illustration, the same flexibility of voice and grace of elocution, and the same play of features expressive of every phase of feeling. Among those who brought companies to Williamsburg was Captain William Campbell, from the Halston settlement in Fincastle County. He was of a superb physique, 6 feet 2 inches high, straight and soldierly in his bearing, quiet and polished in his manners, and always deferential and chivalric toward women. He had the fair complexion and blue eyes which betokened his Scotch descent. He had been associated with Colonel Christian in the Dunmore expedition against the Indians, and was destined to do his country great service in the war upon which they were entering. He was welcomed to the society of Colonel Henry's family at once, and it was not long before an attachment was formed between himself and Elizabeth Henry, which resulted in their marriage the ensuing spring. The only child of this marriage was Sarah Buchanan, who married General Francis Preston. Her descendants have been remarkable for eloquence, the most celebrated among them being her oldest son, William Campbell Preston. Mrs. Campbell afterward married General William Russell, and by her talents and practical piety became known as the Lady Huntington of Virginia. End of section 36. Section 37 of Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 14, Part 1. Close of Military Service, 1776. The convention had assembled December 1st, 1775 at Richmond, and adjourned to Williamsburg, where it continued its session till January 20th following. The body realized the fact that the colony had been forced into a bloody war by its governor, whose intercepted correspondence showed that he was asking for a large force with which to seize the capital and subdue the colony. An ordinance was passed for raising and equipping 7 additional regiments. 500 riflemen were ordered to be sent for the protection of the counties of Accomack and Northampton, lying east of the Chesapeake Bay, and the Committee of Safety was directed to provide the armed vessels necessary to protect the several rivers of the colony. The convention made a stinging reply to Lord Dunmore's proclamation of November 7th, and exposed the meanness and cruelty of his lordship's conduct with an unsparing hand. On January 20th, 1776, the convention adopted a resolution calling on their delegation in Congress to urge the opening of the American ports to the trade of the world, except that of Great Britain, Ireland, and the West Indies. The same day they passed ordinances for punishing the enemies of America, for taking charge of the public money, except the king's quit rents, for the election of delegates to future conventions, and for regulating payments in tobacco, and thereupon adjourned. During the session, an interesting incident occurred, which illustrated the promptness of Colonel Henry to repair to the post of danger, and the readiness of the venerable men who composed the body to take up arms in defense of the capital. In the supplement of the Virginia Gazette of January 5th, 1776, the following account is found. Yesterday afternoon, an express arrived from York with intelligence that 2 topmast vessels and one of a smaller size had hove in sight, which were suspected to be 2 men of war and a tender, coming up to cannonade that town, upon which Captain Gibson, with his West Augusta boys, were immediately ordered to reinforce the troops stationed there, and prevent any of Dunmore's hellhounds from landing to set fire to the houses. Many gentlemen volunteers likewise went from this city to assist their brethren of York, and our worthy delegates then sitting in convention formed themselves under that old intrepid warrior, Colonel Andrew Lewis, for the protection of the city. Captain Gibson had marched but a little distance from town when he was met by Colonel Henry from York, with the agreeable intelligence that the 2 large vessels were one a provision vessel from Cork, deep laden with beef, butter, potatoes, etc., the other from the Grenades, loaded with rum, sugar, and several other necessaries, and the small vessel the brave Captain Barons carrying them up the river out of the reach of the men of war. It has been stated that there was considerable opposition to the election of Colonel Henry as Commander-in-Chief of the Virginia forces based upon his want of military experience. Among the opposition were some of the most prominent members of the convention, and of these several became members of the Committee of Safety. Mr. Pendleton, the president of the committee, though not present when the election was held, was in full sympathy with the opposition. This feeling of distrust was carried into the committee and affected all their subsequent conduct in reference to Colonel Henry's command. After the committee had organized and determined on the policy to be pursued, the conduct of affairs was left almost entirely to a quorum, who were greatly influenced by the president. George Mason, Colonel Henry's great friend, was but little with the committee, and owing to poor health, did not attend the convention of December 1775. It was not long before this feeling of distrust was made manifest to Colonel Henry, in a manner well calculated to wound him deeply. When it was determined to send a force to the vicinity of Norfolk against Lord Dunmore, Colonel Woodford was selected for the expedition, although Colonel Henry earnestly desired the command, and upon the attack at Hampton before Colonel Woodford had marched, he was again preferred over his ranking officer, and sent to conduct the defense. These acts were unmistakable, but as if to leave no doubt on the mind of Colonel Henry that the committee did not mean to trust him with any enterprise. On November 8th, he was ordered to prepare winter quarters for his regiment at Williamsburg. It had become apparent that the troops of the several colonies would be taken into continental service, and the committee seemed determined to trust no military operations to Colonel Henry until this was done, when his commission would be superseded or a superior officer would be placed over him. While smarting under this slight, he was subjected to an indignity at the hands of Colonel Woodford, who ceased to report to him after he was sent against Lord Dunmore. Not understanding the reason for this, Colonel Henry sent an express on December 6, 1775, with the following letter. On Virginia service, to William Woodford, Esquire, Colonel of the 2nd Regiment of the Virginia Forces, Headquarters, December 6, 1775. Sir, not hearing of any dispatch from you for a long time, I can no longer forbear sending to know your situation and what has occurred. Everyone, as well as myself, is vastly anxious to hear how all stands with you. In case you think anything could be done to aid and forward the enterprise you have in hand, please to write it. But I wish to know your situation particularly, with that of the enemy, that the whole may be laid before the convention now here. The number and designs of the enemy, as you collect it, might open some prospects to us that might enable us to form some diversion in your favor. The bearer has orders to lose no time, and to return with all possible haste. I am, sir, your humble servant, P. Henry, Jr. P.S. Captain Alexander's company is not yet come. Colonel Woodford. To this, Colonel Woodford made the following answer. Great Bridge, 7th December, 1775. Sir, I have received yours per express, in answer to which must inform you that understanding you were out of town, I have not written you before last Monday, by the return of the Honorable, the Convention's Express, when I referred you to my letter to them for every particular respecting mine and the enemy's situation. I wrote them again yesterday and this morning, which no doubt they will communicate to you, as commanding officer of the troops at Williamsburg. When joined, I shall always esteem myself immediately under your command, and will obey accordingly. But when sent to command a separate and distinct body of troops, under the immediate instruction of the Committee of Safety, whenever that body or the Honorable Convention is sitting, I look upon it as my indispensable duty to address my intelligence to them, as the supreme power in this colony. If I judge wrong, I hope that honorable body will set me right. I would wish to keep up the greatest harmony between us, for the good of the cause we are engaged in, but cannot bear to be supposed to have neglected my duty, when I have done everything I conceive to be so. The enemy is strongly fortified on the other side of the bridge, and a great number of Negroes and Tories with them. My prisoners disagree as to the numbers. We are situated here in mud and mire, exposed to every hardship that can be conceived, but the want of provisions of which our stock is but small. The men suffering for shoes, and if ever soldiers deserved a second blanket in any service, they do in this. Our stock of ammunition much reduced. No bullet molds that were good for anything sent to run up our lead, till those sent the other day by Mr. Page. If these necessaries and better arms had been furnished in time for this detachment, they might have prevented much trouble and great expense to this colony. Most of those arms I received the other day from Williamsburg are rather to be considered as lumber than fit to be put in men's hands in the face of the enemy. With much repair, some of them will do. With those and what I have taken from the enemy, hope to be better armed in a few days. I have written to the convention that it was my opinion that the greater part of the 1st Regiment ought immediately to march to the scene of action with some cannon and a supply of ammunition, and every other necessary for war that the colony can muster, and a stop may be put to the enemy's progress. As to Carolina troops and cannon, they are by no means what I was made to expect. 60 of them are here, and 100 will be here tomorrow. More, it is said, will follow in a few days under Colonel Howe. Badly armed, cannon not mounted, no furniture to them. How long these people will choose to stay is impossible for me to say. 99 in 100 of these lower people rank Tories. From all these informations, you can make a diversion in my favor. It will be of service to the colony and very acceptable to myself and soldiers, whom, if possible, I will endeavor to keep easy under their hard duty, but begin to doubt whether it will be the case long. I am, sir, your humble servant, William Woodford. Footnote: Colonel Woodford seems to have had some feeling about the claim of Colonel Henry, which extended to the men of the 1st Regiment. A part of this regiment was ordered by the convention to join him, but their reception was anything but cordial. Captain Ballard, who commanded the men sent him, wrote to Colonel Henry December 20th, 1775. Our reception at the Great Bridge was to the last degree cool and absolutely disagreeable. We arrived there fatigued, dry, and hungry. We were neither welcomed, invited to eat or drink, or shown a place to rest our weary bones. But I thank my stars, camp duty has taught us how to provide for ourselves when none will. End of footnote. In this letter it is seen that Colonel Woodford took the ground that Colonel Henry was only the commander of the troops at Williamsburg, where the 1st Regiment or a part of it was stationed, but that being separated from him, he was under no obligation to report to him, and he therefore declined to do so. This position was assumed and had been acted on by him, not only during the sessions of the committee and of the convention, but during the time which had intervened between the adjournment of the committee in November and the meeting of the convention in December. Within a few days after the date of this letter, Colonel Howe of North Carolina joined Colonel Woodford, and with his assent assumed command of their combined forces, and thus Colonel Henry saw the authority which was denied to him yielded to an officer of another colony, who, also disregarding him, reported directly to the committee or to the convention. Colonel Woodford's position was in direct conflict with the commission held by Colonel Henry, which was in the following words: The Committee of Safety for the Colony of Virginia to Patrick Henry, Esquire. Whereas, by a resolution of the delegates of this colony, in convention assembled, it was determined that you, the said Patrick Henry, Esquire, should be colonel of the 1st Regiment of Regulars, and commander-in-chief of all forces raised for the protection and defense of this colony. And by an ordinance of the same convention, It is provided that the Committee of Safety should issue all military commissions. Now, in pursuance of the said power to us granted, and in conformity to the appointment of the Convention, we, the said Committee of Safety, do constitute and commission you, the said Patrick Henry, Esquire, Colonel of the 1st Regiment of Regulars, and Commander-in-Chief of all such other forces as may, by order of the Convention or Committee of Safety, be directed to act in conjunction with them, and with the said forces or any of them. You are hereby empowered to resist and repel all hostile invasions, and quell and suppress any insurrections which may be made or attempted against the peace and safety of this, His Majesty's colony and dominion. And we do require you to exert your utmost efforts for the promotion of discipline and order among the officers and soldiers under your command, agreeable to such ordinances, rules, and articles, which are now or hereafter may be instituted for the government and regulation of the army, and that you pay due obedience to all orders and instructions, which from time to time you may receive from the Convention or Committee of Safety, to hold, exercise, and enjoy the said offices of Colonel and Commander-in-Chief of all the forces, to perform and execute the power and authority aforesaid, and all other things which are truly and of right incidental to your said office, during the pleasure of the Convention and no longer. And we do hereby require and command all officers and soldiers, and every person whatsoever, in any way concerned, to be obedient and assisting to you in all things, touching the due execution of this commission, according to the purport and intent thereof. The only ground upon which Colonel Woodford could rely to sustain himself in thus refusing to acknowledge the authority of his commander-in-chief was a clause in the ordinance for raising and embodying the forces. It was in these words: "And whereas it may be necessary for the public security that the forces to be raised by virtue of this ordinance should, as occasion may require, be marched to different parts of the colony, and that the officers should be subject to a proper control, be it ordained by the authority aforesaid that the officers and soldiers under such command shall in all things, not otherwise particularly provided for by this ordinance, and the articles established for their regulations, be under the control and subject to the order of the General Committee of Safety." This was to be construed along with the commission of Colonel Henry as Commander-in-Chief of all the forces, which had been adopted by the Convention and issued by the Committee. The construction which completely harmonized the two was that the Committee, which while the Convention was not in session, was the supreme authority in the colony, had control of the military forces, but should communicate with them through the Commander-in-Chief, to whom all the officers should report. Otherwise, he was no longer Commander-in-Chief. This was the view taken by Colonel Henry, and he at once laid the letter of Colonel Woodford before the Committee of Safety, and insisted that he be required to report to him as his commanding officer. This placed the committee in a most embarrassing position. Colonel Woodford had won the brilliant victory of the Great Bridge 2 days after the date of his letter to Colonel Henry, and at once acquired a reputation which made it very injudicious to offend him. Besides, he was from the same county with the president of the committee, and was his intimate friend. Added to this was the fact that his refusal to be subject to Colonel Henry was based upon his claim of direct subjection to the committee, and that men are loath to refuse preferred authority. End of section 37. Section 38 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 14, Part 2. On the other hand, Colonel Henry's influence in the colony was very great, and his soldiers were devoted to him, so that it would be dangerous to put an open indignity upon him. Besides, his commission was explicit in constituting him commander-in-chief. The committee, whose term was just expiring, delayed action till the new committee could consider the matter, or if they came to a conclusion, declined to announce it. In the meantime, a member of the convention opened a correspondence with Colonel Woodford to prepare him for what it was expected would be the action taken, and to get his sentiments in reference to it. On December 13, 1775, he wrote, "Whether you are obliged to make your returns to Colonel Henry, and to send your dispatches through him to the Convention and Committee of Safety, and also from those bodies through him to you, must depend upon ordinance and the commission he bears. You will observe his commission is strongly worded, beyond what I believe was the intention of the person who drew it. But the ordinance, I think, clearly gives the Convention and Committee of Safety, acting upon their authority, the absolute direction of the troops. The dispute between you must be occasioned, I suppose, for I have not seen your letter to the Colonel, by disregard of him as a commander, after the adjournment of the Committee of Safety, and before the meeting of the Convention, at which time I am apt to think, though I am not a military man, enough to determine your correspondence should have been with him as commanding officer. I have talked with Colonel Henry about this matter. He thinks he has been ill-treated and insists the officers under his command shall submit to his orders. I recommended it to him to treat the business with caution and temper, as the difference at this critical moment between our troops would be attended with the most fatal consequences, and took the liberty to assure him you would, I was certain, submit to whatever was thought just and reasonable. He has laid the letter before the Committee of Safety, whose sentiments upon the subject I expect you must have received before this. I hope it will not come before us, but from what Colonel Henry said, he intimated it must, as it could be no otherwise determined. My sentiments upon that delicate point I partly communicated upon the expected junction of the Carolina troops with ours, which I presume you have received. By your letter yesterday to the President, I find you agree with me. I very cordially congratulate you on the success of the bridge and the reduction of the fort, which will give our troops the benefit of better and more wholesome ground. Your letter came to the convention just time enough to read it before we broke up, as it was nearly dark. It was, however, proposed and agreed that the President should transmit you the approbation of your conduct in treating with kindness and humanity the unfortunate prisoners, and that your readiness to avoid dispute about rank with Colonel Howe they consider as a further mark of your attachment to the service of your country. I have had it in contemplation paying you a visit, but have not been able to leave the convention, as many of our members are absent, and seem to be in continual rotation, some going, others coming. We shall raise many more battalions, and, as soon as practicable, arm some vessels. A commander or general, I suppose, will be sent us by the Congress, as it is expected our troops will be upon continental pay. I pray God to protect you and prosper your endeavors. 4 days after the date of this letter, the convention re-elected the Committee of Safety, and in so doing plainly indicated dissatisfaction at the treatment of Colonel Henry on the part of some of the members. Instead of receiving the largest vote cast, as on his first election, Pendleton was the fourth on the list, Dudley Diggs, John Page, and Paul Carrington leading him. The old members were re-elected, except George Mason, who declined, and Carter Braxton. Their places were filled by Joseph Jones and Thomas Walker. The committee, as thus constituted, passed a resolution which was intended as a compromise between the parties. It was in these words: in committee, December 1775. Resolved unanimously that Colonel Woodford, although acting under a separate and detached command, ought to correspond with Colonel Henry and make returns to him at proper times of the state and condition of the forces under his command, and also that he is subject to his orders when the convention or the committee of safety is not sitting, but that while either of those bodies are sitting, he is to receive his orders from one of them. In transmitting this resolution to Colonel Woodford, Pendleton displayed the greatest anxiety that it should not wound his feelings, and at the same time indicated his hostility toward Colonel Henry. His letter is dated December 24, 1775, and after mentioning the resolution to raise additional regiments, he adds, "The field officers to each regiment will be named here and recommended to Congress. In case our army is taken into continental pay, they will send commissions. A general officer will be chosen there, I doubt not, and sent us. With that matter, I hope we shall not intermeddle, lest it should be thought propriety requires our calling, or rather recommending, our present first officer to that station. Believe me, sir, the unlucky step of calling that gentleman from our councils, where he was useful, into the field, in an important station, the duties of which he must, in the nature of things, be an entire stranger to, has given me many an anxious and uneasy moment. In consequence of this mistaken step, which cannot now be retracted or remedied, for he has done nothing worthy of degradation, and must keep his rank, we must be deprived of the service of some able officers, whose honor and former ranks will not suffer them to act under him in this juncture when we so much need their services. However, I am told that Mercer, Butler, Dangerfield, and Wheaton will serve and are all thought of. I am also told that Mr. Thurston and Mr. Milliken are candidates for regiments. The latter, I believe, will raise and have a German one. In the course of these reflections, my great concern is on your account. The pleasure I have enjoyed in finding your army conducted with wisdom and success, and your conduct meet with general approbation of the convention and country, makes me more uneasy at a thought that the country should be deprived of your services, or you made uneasy in it by any untoward circumstances. I had seen your letter to our friend Mr. Jones, now a member of the Committee of Safety, and besides that, Colonel Henry has laid before the committee your letter to him, and desired our opinion whether he was to command you or not. We never determined this till Friday evening. A copy of the resolution I enclosed you. If this will not be agreeable and prevent future disputes, I hope some happy medium will be suggested to effect the purpose and make you easy, for the colony cannot part with you, while troops are necessary to be continued. This resolution seems to have been accepted by Colonel Henry as a settlement of the difficulty, though not satisfactory to him, and as Colonel Woodford was now acting under Colonel Howe, who was immediately under the convention or the committee when the convention was not in session. The question was no longer a practical one. All orders to the officers, other than to those under Colonel Howe's command, passed through Colonel Henry, as we learned from a letter of John Page to Richard Henry Lee in February 1776, in which he says, "I have been always of your opinion with respect to our present Commander-in-Chief. Our orders do pass through him, and we really wish to be in perfect harmony with him." But while Colonel Henry behaved with that caution and temper that the occasion demanded, yet the distrust of the committee continued, and he was kept inactive at Williamsburg, while Colonel Howe was at the head of all the active service performed. While Colonel Henry was thus thwarted in his ambition as a soldier by the committee, the country began to demand his return to her councils, as it was evident that the supreme moment of the Revolution was approaching, when the great question of independence was to be decided. This feeling was shared in by Washington, who wrote to Joseph Reed March 7, 1776, "I think my countrymen made a capital mistake when they took Henry out of the Senate to place him in the field, and pity it is that he does not see this, and remove every difficulty by voluntary resignation." But so determined was Colonel Henry to remain in the service that nothing short of a direct slight by Congress in making promotions in the service could drive him from it. This he was now to experience. When the convention determined to raise 6 new regiments, Letters were written to the delegates in Congress by some of the members not friendly to Mr. Henry, requesting that these be taken on continental establishment. One of these letters was from Archibald Carey to Richard Henry Lee, and bears date December 24, 1775. In it he says, "You will hear before this that 6 regiments are voted in addition to the other 2, as it seems probable that these troops will be employed on services not local. It is hoped they will be put on the general continental establishment. The field officers will be named next week, and a list sent to the Congress for their approbation." This was a cunningly devised plan to supersede Colonel Henry more completely than had already been done. The commissions of Congress to the colonels of the new regiments would make them outrank the colonels commissioned by the colony, and thus Colonel Henry, when joined, would be commanded by junior officers. Congress expressed a willingness to comply with this request, but when it came to the knowledge of the convention, they saw the impropriety of the step, and on January 10, 1776, adopted a resolution urging Congress to take all the Virginia troops raised or ordered to be raised into continental service, and adding that, should the Congress adhere to their resolution of taking into continental pay no more than 6 battalions, it be earnestly recommended to them to suffer our 2 present regiments to stand first in the arrangement, since otherwise the officers first appointed by this convention, most of whom have already gone through a laborious and painful service, will be degraded in their ranks, and there is too much reason to apprehend that great confusion will ensue. Acting on this resolution, Congress, on February 13th, determined to include the 1st and 2nd regiments in the 6th to be taken into continental service, and appointed the same field officers for all 6 that had been appointed by the convention, their commissions from the colony being thereby annulled. Congress also appointed Colonel Robert Howe and Colonel Andrew Lewis brigadier generals. Thus, although Colonel Henry was reappointed colonel of the 1st Virginia Regiment, he was really degraded in rank, as instead of being commander-in-chief of the Virginia troops, which was the command of a brigadier general, his command was confined to that regiment, and he saw others inferior in rank to himself promoted over him to be generals. About this time he was visited by Philip Mazzei, an Italian of considerable intelligence and culture, who had settled near, and become intimate with Mr. Jefferson. On behalf of Mr. Jefferson and John Page, Mazzei urged Colonel Henry to resign his commission and take his place in the councils of the colony, where matters of vital importance needed his attention. Smarting under the continued distrust shown him as a military leader, which had resulted in his being not only passed by in promotions, but actually degraded in rank, and being satisfied that his services were desired by his co-patriots in the approaching convention, he no longer hesitated as to his duty, and when the committee sent for him on February 28, 1776, and offered him the commission of Congress as colonel, he declined to receive it. The following brief entry on the journal of the committee states what occurred. Patrick Henry, Esquire, appeared in consequence of the letter wrote to him, and being offered his commission received from the Continental Congress to be colonel of the 1st Battalion, declared he could not accept of the same. Footnote: the journal of the committee of the next day contains the following entry, which shows the careful habit of Mr. Henry in money matters. Patrick Henry, Esquire, settled his account of money laid out for contingent expenses, balance due to him £12 7 shillings 9 pence, for which he received an order to have credit with the commissary of stores. End of footnote. This action produced a commotion in camp which threatened serious consequences, had it not been quelled at once by the patriotic conduct of Colonel Henry. The following account of the affair is contained in the Gazette of March 1, 1776. Yesterday morning, the troops in the city being informed that Patrick Henry, Esquire, Commander-in-Chief of the Virginia forces, resigned his commission the day preceding, February 28th, and was about to leave them, the whole went into mourning, and under arms waited on him at his lodgings when they addressed him in the following manner. To Patrick Henry, Jr., Esquire, deeply impressed with the grateful sense of the obligations we lie under to you, for the polite, humane, and tender treatment manifested to us throughout the whole of your conduct, while we had the honor of being under your command, permit us to offer you our sincere thanks, as the only tribute we have in our power to pay to your real merits. Notwithstanding your withdrawing yourself from the service, fills us with the most poignant sorrow, as it is at once deprives us of our father and general. Yet, as gentlemen, we are compelled to applaud your spirit of resentment to the most glaring indignity. May your merit shine as conspicuous to the world in general as it hath done to us, and may heaven shower its choicest blessings upon you. Williamsburg, February 29th, 1776. End of section 38. Section 39 of Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 14, Conclusion. To which he returned the following answer. Gentlemen, I am extremely obliged to you for your approbation of my conduct. Your address does me the highest honor. This kind of testimony of your regard to me would have been an ample reward for services much greater than I have had the power to perform. I return you, and each of you gentlemen, my best acknowledgments for the spirit, alacrity, and zeal you have constantly shown in your several stations. I am unhappy to part with you. I leave the service, but I leave my heart with you. May God bless you, and give you success and safety, and make you the glorious instruments of saving our country. After the officers had received Colonel Henry's kind answer to their address, they insisted upon his dining with them at the Raleigh Tavern before his departure, and after dinner, a number of them proposed escorting him out of town, but were prevented by some uneasiness getting among the soldiery, who assembled in a tumultuous manner and demanded their discharge, and declaring their unwillingness to serve under any other commander, upon which Colonel Henry found it necessary to stay a night longer in town, which he spent in visiting the several barracks, and used every argument in his power with the soldiery to lay aside their imprudent resolution, and to continue in the service, which he had quitted from motives in which his honor alone was concerned, and that, although he was prevented from serving his country in a military capacity, yet his utmost ability should ever be exerted for the real interest of the United Colonies, in support of the glorious cause in which they had engaged. This, accompanied with the extraordinary exertions of Colonel Christian and the other officers present, happily produced the desired effect, the soldiers reluctantly acquiescing, and we have now the pleasure to assure the public that those brave fellows are now pretty well reconciled, and will spend the last drop of their blood in their country's defense. The resentment of the indignities to which Colonel Henry had been subjected was not confined to the soldiers under his immediate command. More than 90 officers, including those at Kemp's Landing and Suffolk, Colonel Woodford's camp, united in the following communication, which was published at that request in the Gazette of March 22nd, 1776. The signatures are not given in the Gazette, but must have included nearly every officer in commission. Footnote: the officers of the 2 regiments other than colonels were, for 1st Regiment, Lieutenant Colonel William Christian, Major Francis Epps, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Scott, Major Alex Spotswood. Other officers, 1st Regiment, Captains John Green, John Markham, John Sayers, William Davies, John Fleming, Robert Ballard, William Campbell, George Gibson. 1st Lieutenants, Rodney Taylor, William Cunningham, Goodrich Crump, Willis Wilson, William Lewis, Ed Garland, Daniel Trigg. Second Lieutenants, John Eustace, Joseph Scott, Matthew Smith, Franklin Boykin, John Patus, John Clayton, Alex Cumming. Ensigns, John Lee, Charlton Woodson, Nathaniel Burwell, Jonathan Godwin, David Anderson, Claiborne Lawson, George Lambert. Second Regiment, Captains, George Johnston, Richard Parker Jr., William Taliaferro, George Nicholas, William Fontaine, R. Kidner Meade, Morgan Alexander. First Lieutenants, Thomas Tibbs, Gatesby Jones, John Willis, Beverly Dixon, John Marks, Edward Travis, George Jump. Second Lieutenants, William Sanford, John Monroe, Seymour Howe, Thomas Russell, Thomas Hughes, Bullock Claiborne, Marcus Combs. Ensigns, Peyton Harrison, Alexander Parker, Benjamin Holmes, Merritt Moore, William Robinson, John Nicholas, John Holden. Reader American Archives 5th Series 2 320. To these must be added the officers of the Minutemen. End of footnote. Addressed to Patrick Henry, Jr., Esquire, late Commander-in-Chief of the Virginia Forces. Sir, deeply concerned for the good of our country, we sincerely lament the unhappy necessity of your resignation, and with all the warmth of affection assure you that whatever may have given rise to the indignity lately offered to you, we join with the general voice of the people, and think it our duty to make this public declaration of our high respect for your distinguished merit. To your vigilance and judgment as a senator, this united continent bears ample testimony, while she prosecutes her steady opposition to those destructive ministerial measures which your eloquence first pointed out and taught to resent, and your resolution led forward to resist. To your extensive popularity, the service also is greatly indebted for the expedition with which the troops were raised, and while they were continued under your command, the firmness, candor, and politeness which formed the complexion of your conduct towards them, obtained the signal approbation of the wise and virtuous, and will leave upon our minds the most grateful impression. Although retired from the immediate concerns of war, we solicit the continuance of your kindly attention. We know your attachment to be the best of causes. We have the fullest confidence in your abilities, and in the rectitude of your views, and however willing the envious may be to undermine an established reputation, we trust the day will come when justice shall prevail, and thereby secure you an honorable and happy return to the glorious employment of conducting our councils, and hazarding your life in the defense of your country. With the most grateful sentiments of regard and esteem, we are, sir, very respectfully, your most obliged and obedient humble servants. Signed by upwards of 90 officers at Kemp's Landing, Suffolk, and Williamsburg. Had there been any doubt as to the body against which the charge of envy was thus directed, it would have been removed by the following defense of the Committee of Safety, which appeared in the Gazette of March 15, 1776. Mr. Purdy, I am informed a report is prevailing through the colony that the Committee of Safety with the cause of Colonel Henry's resigning the command of his battalion, which it is supposed hath received confirmation from the address of the officers to that gentleman, in which they speak of a glaring indignity having been offered him, if it was not wholly derived from that source, that the good people of the country may be truly informed in this matter. The following state of facts is submitted, without comment, to the impartial judgment of the public. As soon as the last convention had voted the raising 7 new battalions of troops, besides augmenting the old ones, the Committee of Safety informed our delegates to Congress of that vote, desiring they would use their best endeavors to have the whole supported at continental expense. In answer to which a letter was received from the delegates, dated the 30th of December, of which the following is an extract. The resolutions of Congress were taking our 6 additional, they would not agree to take our other 2 battalions into continental pay, and for permitting an exportation for supplying our countrymen with salt are enclosed. It was supposed from hence an intention prevailed in Congress to pass by 2 old battalions and take 6 of the new ones into continental pay, which, as it was said those officers would take precedency of provincial ones of equal rank, was generally thought wrong, since it would degrade the officers of the first 2 battalions, and to avoid this the convention came to a resolution, the 10th of January, of which the following is part. Should the Congress adhere to their resolution of taking into continental pay no more than 6 battalions, let it be earnestly recommended to them to suffer our 2 present battalions to be completed as before mentioned, to stand first in the arrangement, since otherwise the officers first appointed by this convention, most of whom have already gone through a laborious and painful service, will be degraded in their ranks, and there is too much reason to apprehend that great confusion will ensue. The worthy gentleman, not a member of the Committee of Safety, who proposed this resolution, informed the convention he had consulted some of the officers of the 1st Regiment who wished to have their rank preserved, that it was foreseen the pay would be reduced. The Committee of Safety, in a letter to the delegates, dated the 25th of January, enclosing this resolution, thus write: You have a list of the field officers as they stand recommended, and we doubt not receiving the commissions in the like order, with blanks for the proper number of captains and subalterns. If, however, the resolution of Congress should be unalterably fixed to allow us but 6 battalions, you will please to attend to that part of the resolve which recommends there being the first 6, as a point of great consequence to our harmony, in which may be involved the good of the common cause. The Committee of Safety afterward received the commissions wholly filled up for the field officers of 6 battalions, in the rank they stood recommended by the convention, beginning with Colonel Henry and ending with Colonel Buckner of the 6th Battalion, with directions to deliver them. Colonel Henry was accordingly offered his commission, which he declined accepting and retired without assigning any reasons. As to the general officers, the convention left them entirely to the choice of the Congress without recommendation, nor did the Committee of Safety at all intermeddle in that choice. A friend to truth. This disingenuous attempt to defend the action of the committee was not satisfactory, as the address of the officers was published by their request in a subsequent issue of the paper, and in the paper containing the defense the following article appeared: Envy will merit as its shade pursue, but like the shadow proves the substance true. Pope. I was not surprised to see in your last week's Gazette the resignation of P. Henry, Esquire, late Commander-in-Chief of all the Virginia forces, and Colonel of the 1st Regiment. From that great man's amiable disposition, his invariable perseverance in the cause of liberty, we apprehend that envy strove to bury in obscurity his martial talents, fettered and confined, with only an empty title, the mere echo of authority. His superior abilities lay inactive, nor could be exerted for his honor or his country's good. Virginia may truly boast that in him she finds the able statesman, the soldier's father, the best of citizens and liberty's dear friend. Clad with innocence, as in a coat of mail, he is proof against every serpentine whisper. The officers and soldiers who know him are riveted to his bosom. When he speaks, all is silence. When he orders, they cheerfully obey. And in the field, under so sensible, so prudent an officer, though hosts oppose them, with shouts they meet their armed foe, the sure presages of victory and success. Let us, my countrymen, with grateful hearts remember that he carried off the standard of liberty, and defeated Grenville in his favorite Stamp Act, while many dreaded till with pleasing eye saw tyranny before brave Henry fly. I am, Mr. Purdy, your friend and well-wisher to Virginia, an honest farmer. The attempted defense was seen to be unsatisfactory, and soon there appeared over the signature of Cato an elaborate article purporting to give the circumstances of Colonel Henry's election, the grounds of opposition to him, the intention of the framers of his commission, and the action of the convention and Congress, which led to his resignation. This article was evidently inspired, if not written, by some member of the committee, as it discloses familiarity with the proceedings and is a studied attempt to place Colonel Henry in the wrong by a suppression of the true ground of his resignation. This was no more satisfactory than the first attempted defense, and the committee, and especially its president, were severely censured for their conduct. So strong was this feeling and the dissatisfaction in some parts of the colony at the conduct which had caused the resignation of Colonel Henry, that John Page, in a letter to Richard Henry Lee, April 12, 1776, giving special reasons why the threatened attack of the British was to be dreaded, says, "Our people in some places disconcerted about Henry's resignation." Footnote: while there was the feeling described by John Page in some quarters, many rejoiced that Colonel Henry would be, again, in the councils of the colony at this critical period. Colonel Reed, in answer to the letter of Washington previously noticed, says, "We have some accounts from Virginia that Colonel Henry has resigned in disgust at not being made a general officer, but it rather gives satisfaction that otherwise, as his abilities seem better calculated for the Senate than the field." End of footnote. Pendleton was aware that he was particularly blamed, and became so irritated in consequence that we find him using the following unbecoming language in a letter to Colonel Woodford, who consulted him about the propriety of resigning his commission. "I am apprehensive that your resignation will be handled to your disadvantage from a certain quarter, where all reputations are sacrificed for the sake of one. What does it signify that he resigned without any such cause, or assigning any reason at all? It is not without example that others should be censured for what he is applauded for." In after years it was said that Colonel Henry was deemed by the committee too lax in his discipline, but in all the communications of the committee to him, we find no complaint of a want of discipline, and it was doubtless said in attempted justification. No harsh words seem to have escaped Mr. Henry's lips. Conscious of being in the right, he cared little for the strictures of others on his conduct. Had he needed vindication, the united testimony of the officers under his own and Colonel Woodford's command as to the propriety of his conduct was sufficient. But no one who can appreciate a soldier's sense of honor will hesitate for a moment to applaud his spirited resentment of the indignity offered him. 21 years before, Washington, under similar circumstances, had resigned his commission as colonel, and his conduct had met with general approval. It is useless to speculate on what would have been his career had Colonel Henry remained in the military service. Yet we must believe that he had survived the dangers of the battlefield. He would have added one more name to the long list of citizen soldiers who have faithfully served their country, and his genius might have won for him a place among the highest pinnacle of fame, making him, as a military chieftain, the peer of a Sulla and a Clive. But whatever might have been his military career, we now clearly see that it was the hand of a gracious providence which led him from the camp to the hall of legislation and to the office of executive, and both of which his services, which might not have been rendered by another, were of transcendent importance to his country. End of section 39. Section 40 of Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 15, Part 1. Progress of the Revolution, 1776. While the Committee of Safety were holding Colonel Henry inactive in his camp at Williamsburg, the political revolution of the colonies was hurrying to its consummation, and the contest with the mother country was assuming an entirely different character. On August 18, 1775, the king wrote to Lord North, "I am unalterably determined at every hazard, and at the risk of every consequence, to compel the colonies to absolute submission." And he added that it would be better totally to abandon them than to admit a single shadow of their doctrines. In this temper, he convened Parliament October 26th. He opened the session with a violent speech, in which he attributed the condition of affairs in America entirely to the intrigues of their political leaders, whom he charged with duplicity in their communications with the British government, saying they meant only to amuse by vague expressions of attachment to the parent state and the strongest protestations of loyalty to me, while they were preparing for a general revolt. The rebellious war now levied is become more general, and is manifestly carried on for the purpose of establishing an independent empire. His Majesty then proceeded to say it was the part of wisdom and clemency to put a speedy end to these disorders by the most decisive measures. For this purpose I have increased my naval establishment and greatly augmented my land forces. He promised, however, to send commissioners with his forces, with authority to grant pardons and indemnities to individuals, and to receive the submission of any province or colony. He hinted at his employment of foreign troops, and closed by asking for the supplies necessary for the conduct of the war. The addresses moved in the two houses in reply to this speech expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the king, and entire sympathy with his purpose to put down a rebellion manifestly for the purpose of establishing and maintaining an independent empire. Upon these addresses, memorable debates arose, which developed the fact that some of the ablest supporters of the government at the preceding session refused to sanction the war upon which they had entered, charging the ministry with having grossly deceived them as to the true condition of affairs in America. The addresses were carried, however, by a vote of more than 2-1 in each house. The able and determined minority, nothing daunted, renewed their opposition upon every motion of the government in aid of the war, and brought forward from time to time proposals for reconciliation with the colonies. The session lasted till May 23, 1776, and was chiefly occupied with American affairs. In the Lords, the government was supported by the Earls of Rockford, Sandwich, and Dartmouth, and Lord George Sackville Germain, all members of the cabinet. These were powerfully aided by Lord Mansfield, whose great intellect was too often exerted in behalf of tyranny. They were opposed by Lord Camden, the Bishop of Peterborough, the Earl of Shelburne, the Dukes of Richmond, Manchester, and Grafton, and the Marquis of Rockingham. In the Commons, the leaders on the side of government were Lord North, Solicitor General Wedderburn, Attorney General Thurlow, Sir Adam Ferguson, and Governor Littleton, while the opposition were led by Burke, Fox, Barre, Wilkes, Governor Johnstone, General Conway and Temple, and James Luttrell. The devoted band that dared brave the anger of the king and the madness of the hour, and defend American rights under the taunt of being abettors of treason, deserve to be held in lasting remembrance. Two passages illustrate the firmness and spirit with which they met the bitter assaults of the ministerial party. In the House of Lords, the Duke of Richmond having said, "I do not think the people of America in rebellion, but resisting acts of the most unexampled cruelty and oppression," he was loudly called to order, and the Earl of Denbigh, in an excited and boisterous manner, undertook to reprimand him, closing with the words, "I do openly contend that those who defend rebellion are themselves little better than rebels, and that there is very little difference between the traitor and he who openly or privately abets treason." The Duke commenced a withering reply by saying, "The noise your lordships have heard has reached below the bar, and must convince you that the noble Earl who spoke last has been heard there. But I will tell his lordship that I am not to be intimidated or deterred from my duty by loud words. Such exertions of mere sound will not prevent me from punctually performing my duty." Later in the session, upon the news of the death of Montgomery in attempting to storm Quebec, Barré, Burke, and Fox all passed high eulogies in the House of Commons upon the gallant American. Lord North thereupon arose and censured what he called this unqualified liberality of the praises bestowed on General Montgomery and the gentlemen in opposition, because they were bestowed upon a rebel, and said he could not join in lamenting his death as a public loss. He admitted, indeed, that he was brave, humane, generous, but still he was only a brave, able, humane, and generous rebel, and said that the verse of the tragedy of Cato might be applied to him. Curse on his virtues, they've undone his country. Mr. Fox arose a second time and said, the term rebel applied by the noble lord to that excellent person was no certain mark of disgrace, and therefore he was the less earnest to clear him of the imputation, but that all the great assertors of liberty, the saviors of their country, the benefactors of mankind in all ages, have been called rebels, that they even owed the constitution which enabled them to sit in that house to a rebellion. Sancte hic etiam sua persia laudi, sunt lacrima rerum, et mentem mutalia tangat. Footnote: the exclamation of Aeneas upon seeing upon the walls of Dido's temple pictures of the struggles around Troy. 1 Aeneid 461-462. I praise waits on worth, e'en in this corner of the earth, e'en here the tear of pity springs, and hearts are touched by human things. Covington's translation. End of footnote. The most noted act of this session, the one which affected most the minds of the Americans, was the act prohibiting all trade with the 13 colonies. American vessels and goods were made the property of the captors, and the prisoners might be compelled to serve the king against their own countrymen. No grievance was removed, but commissioners were appointed to receive the submission of communities or individuals. Lord North, in introducing the bill, declared it was purely a war measure, and it was treated as a declaration of war by both parties in the debates which followed, and was so regarded in America. Important changes were made in the ministry. The Duke of Grafton retired and threw himself into the opposition. The weak and vacillating Earl of Dartmouth took the Privy Seal and was succeeded as Secretary of the Colonies by the cowardly and cruel Lord George Sackville Germain. The Earl of Rochford was succeeded as one of the Secretaries of State by Lord Weymouth, greatly his superior in ability and resolution. These changes were all for the purpose of conducting the most vigorous war against the colonies. But the war was to a great extent the war of the ministry. The heart of the people was not in sympathy with the king, and unable to enlist the needed soldiers either in England, Scotland, or Ireland. It was forced to seek them in Europe. His application to Holland and Russia were refused, but he succeeded in hiring troops from 2 of the petty princes of Germany, Charles, Duke of Brunswick, and Frederick II, Landgrave of Hesse-Cassel, and Count of Hanau. These dissolute princes, with inhuman heartlessness, filled their empty coffers with the blood money of their subjects, and furnished the British tyrant with the hireling force with which he had trusted to enslave his own subjects. The speech of the king upon the opening of Parliament was not published in America till January 4, 1776. Up to that time, the utterances of the public bodies in the colonies had been constant protestations of their desire to continue the union with the mother country as it had formerly existed. As late as November 29, 1775, the Continental Congress, in their letters to the colonial agents in Europe, said, "There is nothing more ardently desired by North America than a lasting union with Great Britain, on terms of just and equal liberty." This desire was attested by the Virginia Convention and the Rhode Island Assembly as late as August, by the North Carolina Congress, September 8th, by the Pennsylvania Assembly, November 9th, by the New Jersey Assembly, November 28th, by the Maryland Convention, December 7th, and by the New York Congress, December 14th. These protestations of a desire to continue the union with England while the colonies were resisting the tyrannical claims of the British government were treated as hypocritical and treacherous, not only by the king and parliament, but by respectable writers of the day and of later times, who have charged the colonies with harboring a design of independence even before the present dispute. The charge of duplicity against the American patriots could only have been made by those who did not appreciate their high characters and noble purposes. Certain it is that their private and confidential communications were in accordance with their public utterances. On October 9, 1774, Washington, after mingling freely with the leading spirits in America assembled in Congress, wrote to his friend Captain Mackenzie, "I am well satisfied that no such thing as independence is desired by any thinking man in all North America. On the contrary, that it is the ardent wish of the warmest advocates for liberty, that peace and tranquility upon constitutional grounds may be restored, and the horrors of civil discord prevented." Governor Richard Penn, who after delivering the second petition to the king was examined before Parliament, and was asked whether he knew the members of the Congress of 1775, and whether their aim was independence, answered, "I am acquainted with almost all the members of the Congress. I think they do not carry on the war for independency. I never heard them breathe sentiments of that nature." Samuel Adams wrote to Arthur Lee, February 14, 1774, while in attendance at the Massachusetts Provincial Congress, and referred to the idea of independence as something we all sincerely deprecate. On August 25, 1775, Jefferson wrote to his friend John Randolph, then in England, deploring another campaign as likely to risk our accepting of foreign aid, which perhaps may not be obtainable but on condition of everlasting expulsion from Great Britain, and added, "This would be thought a hard condition to those who still wish for reunion with their parent country. I am sincerely one of those, and would rather be independent of Great Britain, properly limited, than on any nation on earth, or than on no nation." And in 1821 he affirmed, "Before that commencement of hostilities, I never heard a whisper of a disposition to separate from Great Britain, and after that its possibility was contemplated with affliction by all." John Adams at the same time declared that there existed a general desire of independence of the crown in any part of America before the Revolution is as far from the truth as the zenith from the nadir. For my own part, there was not a moment during the Revolution when I would not have given everything I possessed for a restoration to the state of things before the contest began, provided we could have had a sufficient security for its continuance. And John Jay also then said, "During the course of my life and until after the second petition of Congress in 1775, I never heard an American of any class or of any description express a wish for the independence of the colonies. It has always been and still is my opinion and belief that our country was prompted and impelled to independence by necessity and not by choice. Those who know how we were then circumstanced know from whence that necessity resulted." We have also remarkable attestation of the truth of these statements in a pastoral letter of the Synod of New York and Philadelphia, May 22, 1775, to their members in New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and North Carolina, in which, referring to the existing war, they say, "It gives us the greatest pleasure to say from our own certain knowledge of all belonging to our communion, and from the best means of information of the far greatest part of all denominations in this country, that the present opposition to the measures of administration does not in the least arise from disaffection to the king, or a desire of separation from the parent state. Samuel Adams and Patrick Henry were undoubtedly among the first to abandon all hope of reconciliation, and to realize that independence was a necessary step. But there is no evidence that either commenced the struggle for colonial rights with any desire to attain independence. The people of Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, whose resolutions in May 1775 had been so much discussed in late years, formed no exception to the statement that the colonies did not then desire independence. The first publication as to the disputed resolutions which attracted attention was made in the Raleigh Register, April 30th, 1819, and consisted of a copy of a paper said to have been left by John McNitt Alexander, deceased, giving an account of a meeting at Charlotte, the county seat of Mecklenburg County, May 20th, 1775, and the adoption then of a series of resolutions, whereby they absolved themselves from all allegiance to the British Crown. The copy had a memorandum endorsed to the effect that the original book was burned April 1800, and that a copy of the proceedings was sent to Hugh Williamson in New York, then writing a history of North Carolina, and that a copy was sent to General W.R. Davie. The publication gave rise to considerable discussion, both John Adams and Thomas Jefferson expressing doubts as to the genuineness of the resolutions. Thereupon the depositions of a number of the survivors of the occasion were taken, who united in the fact that a Declaration of Independence was made during that month at that place, some fixing the date on May 20th. End of section 40. Section 41 of Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 15, Part 2. After a search, the copy sent to General W.R. Davie was found, and honored a certificate of Mr. Alexander in the following words. It may be worthy of notice here to observe that the foregoing statement, though fundamentally correct, it may not literally correspond with the original record of the transactions of said delegation and court of inquiry, as all those records and papers were burned with the House on April 6, 1800. But previous to that time, 1800, a full copy of said records at the request of Dr. Hugh Williamson, then of New York, but formerly a representative in Congress from this state, was forwarded to him by Colonel William Polk, in order that these early transactions might fill their proper place in the history of this state by Dr. Williamson in New York. The copy sent to Dr. Williamson has never been found, and was not used by him in his book, which did not come down to so late a period. No contemporaneous publication or record of these resolutions has been found, and they are sought to be established by the recollections of men more than 40 years after their date, and chiefly by the statements of John McNitt Alexander, who is described as the secretary of the meeting. After the discussion concerning them had progressed for years, the record of a meeting of the county committee at the same place on May 31st, 11 days later, was discovered in the South Carolina Gazette of June 13, 1775, and the New York Journal of June 29, 1775, and some other papers of that day. The resolutions of this meeting had the following preamble. Whereas by an address of Parliament in February last, the American colonies are declared to be in a state of actual rebellion, we conceive that all laws and commissions confirmed by or derived from the authority of the King and Parliament are annulled and vacated, and the former civil constitution of these colonies for the present wholly suspended. To provide in some degree for the exigencies of this county in the present alarming period, we deem it proper and necessary to pass the following resolves, viz., then follow 20 resolves providing a very complete county government. The 18th resolution is in these words, that these resolutions be in full force and virtue until instructions from the Provincial Congress regulating the jurisprudence of the province shall provide otherwise, or the legislative body of Great Britain resign its unjust and arbitrary pretensions with respect to America. These resolutions, while establishing a temporary government upon the ground urged by Mr. Henry in the Continental Congress of 1774, expressly negative the idea of absolute and irrevocable separation from Great Britain. They were therefore inconsistent with the resolve said to have been adopted 11 days before, and the conclusion seems to be inevitable that in the attempt to recall them, Mr. Alexander's and others mistook their exact import as well as their date, or gave their date in the old style, not entirely gone out of use in 1775, by which May 31st would have been written May 20th. Footnote: by Act of Parliament, September 1752, the change from Julian to Gregorian reckoning was made, the third of the month called the 14th, and the year made to commence January 1st instead of March 25th as before. End of footnote. As the action of May 31st was published, it must be taken as representing the position of the county. This view is made conclusive by the record of the contemporaneous statements of 4, at least, of the most prominent actors on the occasion. At the North Carolina Provincial Congress, which met August 20th, 1775, Thomas Polk, John Pfeiffer, Wakefield, Avery, and John McDitt Alexander were among the representatives from Mecklenburg County. These were described as active in the meetings of the preceding May. On August 23rd, they, with the other members of the body, signed a test, which commences as follows: we, the subscribers, professing our allegiance to the King and acknowledging the constitutional executive power of government. On September 4th, the body, having taken into consideration the proposed plan of General Confederation, resolved that the present association ought to be further relied on for bringing about a reconciliation with the parent state, and a further confederacy ought only to be adopted in case of the last necessity. On September 8th, the body unanimously adopted an address to the inhabitants of the British Empire, which contains the following language: we have been told that independence is our object, that we seek to shake off all connection with the parent state. Cruel suggestion. Do not all our professions, all our actions, uniformly contradict this? We again declare, and we invoke that Almighty Being who searches the recesses of the human heart and knows our most secret intentions, that it is our most earnest wish and prayer to be restored, with the other united colonies, to the state in which we and they were placed before the year 1763. Whenever we have departed from the forms of the Constitution, our own safety and self-preservation have dictated the expedient, and if in any instance we have assumed powers which the laws invest in the sovereign or his representatives, it has been in defense of our persons, properties, and those rights which God and the Constitution have made inalienably ours. As soon as the cause of our fears and apprehensions are removed, with joy will we return those powers to their regular channels, and such institutions, formed for mere necessity, shall end with that necessity that created them, etc. After these repeated and solemn declarations and acts to the contrary, it does violence to the memory of the representatives of Mecklenburg County to represent them as already having declared independence, and to establish such a declaration would be to demonstrate that these delegates were guilty of shameful falsehood, and were unworthy of the liberty they risked their lives to establish. But while the desire of the Americans was universal for the continuance of the Union with Great Britain, long after the commencement of hostilities, it was the conviction of intelligent observers in Europe and America that the necessary result of the contest would be independence, or subjugation. The Patriot party in the colonies was slow in coming to this conclusion, till forced by the events of the winter of 1775-6. But in the spring of 1776, there was a widespread conviction that independence was necessary for the preservation of their rights. The determination of the King and Parliament to vigorously prosecute the war, followed by the intercepted letter of Germain to Governor Eden of Maryland, announcing the sailing of a force to subjugate the southern colonies, dispelled all reasonable hope of reconciliation, while the cruel spirit in which the war was prosecuted completely alienated the colonies from the mother country. The altered tone of the press indicated the change going on among the people. This change was powerfully aided by the pamphlet written by Thomas Paine, called Common Sense, which ran rapidly through several editions. In it, the necessity for declaring independence was urged with great force, and its effect upon the public mind was something phenomenal. But there were serious difficulties in the way. The progress of events had developed the Tory element in the colonies, and it was not to be despised either for its numbers or its influence. The proprietary interest in the middle colonies feared a change of government, and united with the Tories in resisting every step towards independence. Many patriots who were convinced of the propriety of the step were of opinion that the time had not arrived when it could be safely taken. No confederation of the colonies had been entered into, and no foreign alliances had been assured. The war had not been without its reverses, and the military situation was critical. The brilliant campaign of Montgomery in Canada had been brought to a disastrous termination upon his fall before Quebec. It was true that General Howe, the successor of Gage, had been forced by Washington to abandon Boston, and the patriots of North Carolina gained a signal victory over the Tories at Moore's Creek Bridge. But the British were concentrating a large force at New York and Washington, whose army had been greatly reduced by the expiration of the terms of enlistment, and the expedition into Canada had no adequate force to oppose them. The Congress, called on to conduct a war with Great Britain, while professing allegiance to the British Crown, had been embarrassed in all of its actions, and had failed to put forth that prompt, vigorous exertion so necessary for the successful conduct of war. They attempted to keep open the door for reconciliation, and even when driven by necessity to take important steps, these were often injuriously delayed, and some matters of the greatest importance were not acted on at all. Thus the advice given to New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Virginia in November and December 1775 to form local governments in the place of the royal authority, which had been abandoned at those colonies, limited them to the continuance of the present disputes. A committee to seek foreign aid was not appointed till November 29, 1775. The advice to disarm all Tories was given March 14, 1776. The authorization of privateers was given March 23, 1776, and the proposal of Virginia to open American ports to all nations except Great Britain was discussed from January 12, 1776 to April 6, when it was adopted. The urgent request of Washington to raise an army for the war instead of depending on annual enlistments was not acted on, and the plan of confederation introduced by Franklin shared the same fate. To add to the perplexity of the situation, the rumor was spread that a commission would be sent by the ministry to treat with the colonies and offer them satisfactory terms. But the difficulties which surrounded the American patriots only served to arouse them the more, and in no colony was there a finer spirit than in Virginia. In the elections for the convention to meet in May, the candidates were required to pledge themselves for independence, and as before, many counties instructed the delegates as to their wishes. The earliest of these instructions for independence, which were published, was from the county of Charlotte, April 23, 1776, a county which Mr. Henry afterwards made his home. As an indication of the spirit of the people, this remarkable paper is well worthy of preservation. It is as follows. To Paul Carrington and Thomas Reed, Esquires. Gentlemen, when we consider the despotic plan adopted by the King, Ministry, and Parliament of Great Britain, insidiously pursued for these 12 years past, to enslave America, when we consider that they have turned a deaf ear to the repeated petitions and remonstrances of this and our sister colonies, and that they have been equally inattentive to the rights of freemen in the British Constitution. And when we consider that they have for some time been endeavoring to enforce the arbitrary mandates by fire and sword, and likewise encouraging, by every means in their power, our savage neighbors and our more savage domestics to spill the blood of our wives and children, and to crown the whole, they have added insult to their injustice and cruelty by repeatedly pretending to hold out the olive branch of peace in such a way as teacheth us that they are determined to persist in their hellish designs, and that nothing is intended for us but the most abject slavery. Of this we can no longer doubt, since we have been made acquainted with the late letter from the Secretary of State to Governor Eden, and the late acts of Parliament for seizing and confiscating all our ships and property that may fall into their hands. Therefore, despairing of any redress of our grievances from the King and Parliament of Great Britain, and all hopes of a reconciliation between her and the United Colonies, being now at an end, and being conscious that their treatment has been such as loyal subjects did not deserve, and to which as freemen we are determined not to submit, by the unanimous approbation and direction of the whole freeholders and all the other inhabitants of this county, we advise and instruct you cheerfully to concur and give your best assistance in our convention, to push to the utmost a war offensive and defensive, until you are certified that such proposals of peace are made to our General Congress as shall by them be judged just and friendly. And because the advantages of a trade will better enable us to pay the taxes and procure the necessaries for carrying on a war, and in our present circumstances this cannot be had without a declaration of independence. Therefore, as no such proposals of peace shall be made, we judge it to be a dictate of the first law of nature to continue to oppose every attempt on our lives and properties, and we give it to you in charge to use your best endeavors that the delegates which are sent to the General Congress be instructed immediately to cast off the British yoke, and to enter into commercial alliance with any nation or nations friendly to our cause, and as King George III of Great Britain, etc., has manifested deliberate enmity towards us, and under the character of a parent persists in behaving as a tyrant, that they, in our behalf, renounce allegiance to him forever, and that, taking the God of heaven to be our king, and depending upon his protection and assistance, they plan out that form of government which may the more effectually secure to us the enjoyment of our civil and religious rights and privileges to the latest posterity. In all other things, gentlemen, that may come before you in convention, we rely upon your known fidelity and zeal, resolving and giving you our faith that we will, at the risk of our lives and fortunes, to the utmost of our abilities, support and defend you, our country and our sister colonies, in the glorious cause in which we are now engaged. Ordered that the above resolves be published in the Virginia Gazette, by order William Jameson, Clerk. End of section 41. Section 42 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 15, Conclusion. Mr. Henry was returned as one of the delegates from the county of Hanover, and all eyes were at once turned to him as the destined leader of the body. Among the letters he received showing that his countrymen were looking to him for wise counsel in this great crisis, the following will be read with interest. The first is from the Italian neighbor of Mr. Jefferson, written during the session of the convention. Call, June 26, 1776. Most noble patriot, I call you by your name. Henry came by chance. Patrick was given with no more reason than John or Richard would. Sir, and other titles are words without meaning, but that is a name you have acquired. It is due to you. Permit me then to call you by that and no other. As soon as you promised me that you would go from the military into your place, the Senate, my heart was filled with joy, because I knew you, and in consequence I was certain that you would do it. Our noble friends, Mr. John Page of Roswell and Mr. Jefferson, whom I thought my duty to inform of your determination, joined with me in opinion, and you will own that they deserve to partake of my joy, as they had hardly partook of my uneasiness on account of your absence from it. They knew the necessity of your being where you are. They foresaw the calamities to which we would have been reduced for the want of such a man as you in the Senate at this juncture. But every sensible man saw it, although I was perhaps the only one who did dare to awake you and to prove to you that modesty in your case was a crime. Now I am easy. You are there. I fear nothing. In my private capacity, I have endeavored to do all in my power towards the public welfare. I had prepared some instructions for this county, but as you have practiced law here, I don't need to tell you that we have a certain clan who have put themselves in the way to every good thing, lest the promoter of it should acquire part of that influence, which they have totally engrossed to themselves. I assure you that I have not been insensible to such infamous proceedings, but I could do nothing. I am entirely in obscurity. I would have disregarded the whole at any other time. Now I cannot be insensible, because I see that I could have been of some real service had not shameful jealousy thrown obstacles in my way. I have sent to Mr. John Page a copy of the instructions I have prepared, with the justification of the sentiments therein contained in some reflections upon the English Constitution, endeavoring to prove the weak bases and heavy errors of it. My idea in regard to the nature of the best government which may be easily established by us, an opportunity that no people, by what we know from histories, ever had before. I have desired Mr. Page to have them corrected and improved, and afterwards published. Would you do me the friendly favor of perusing them and bestow your advice upon them before they are printed? Your time is precious, I know, but I hope you will spare as much as that on a subject that may perhaps be still of some advantage, and to do honor to the sentiments of a man who is entirely equal to you in regard to patriotism, although inferior in point of abilities. I should be proud of an answer from you with your opinions upon my performances, and if it was such that I could show without hurting my modesty or pride, it would answer two purposes, one private, the other public. It is certain that it would be of great advantage to this country that somebody could acquire consideration enough as to oppose the intrigues of the malicious old fox and all his clan, because the only able, virtuous man we have is quite in the dark of it, and often is rendered, without perceiving it in the least, subservient to their views. I hope you will excuse the liberty I take, and as to the style, my ignorance of the language must serve as an apology. What is certain, and in what I may perhaps want expressions to signify my feelings, is that I love, admire, and revere you, as one of the most virtuous and noble-spirited men of the age, no way inferior to an ancient Roman hero. I have the honor to be, with respect and esteem, most noble patriot, your most obedient and most humble servant, Philip Mazzei. To Patrick Henry, Jr., Esquire. Richard Henry Lee, with the full appreciation of Mr. Henry's influence, wrote to him from Philadelphia his views, and ably presented the arguments for an immediate declaration of independence in the following noble letter. Philadelphia, 20th April 1776. Dear Sir, having done myself the pleasure of writing to you by General Lee, I must now refer you to that letter, and at present invite your attention to the most important concerns of our approaching convention. Age is yet unborn, and millions existing at present must rule or bless that assembly, on which their happiness or misery will so eminently depend. Virginia has hitherto taken the lead in great affairs, and many now look to her with anxious expectation, hoping that the spirit, wisdom, and energy of her counsels will rouse America from the fatal lethargy into which the feebleness, folly, and interested views of the proprietary governments, with the aid of Tory machinations, have thrown her most unhappily. The 12 years' experience we have had of the perfidy and despotic intentions of the British court is still further demonstrated by the King's speech, by the express declaration of every ministerial man in both Houses of Parliament, by their infamous retrospective robbery act, and by the intercepted letter from the Secretary of State to Governor Eden. All join in proving the design of the British court to subdue at every event and to enslave America after having destroyed its best members. The Act of Parliament has, to every legal intent and purpose, dissolved our government, uncommissioned every magistrate, and placed us in the high road to anarchy. In Virginia, we have certainly no magistrate lawfully qualified to hang a murderer or any other villain offending ever so atrociously against the state. We cannot be rebels excluded from the King's protection and magistrates acting under his authority at the same time. This proves the indispensable necessity of our taking up government immediately for the preservation of society, to effect the purpose of applying with vigor the strength of the country to its present critical state, and above all to set an example with North Carolina, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and New York, will most assuredly, in my opinion, follow, and which will effectually remove the baneful influence of proprietary interests from the councils of America. When this is done, give peremptory instructions to your delegates to take every effectual step to secure America from the despotic aims of the British court by treaties of alliance with foreign states, or by any means that shall be thought most conducive to that end. A slight attention to the late proceedings of many European courts will sufficiently evince the spirit of partition and the assumed right of disposing of men and countries like livestock on a farm that distinguishes this corrupt age. St. Domingo, Louisiana, Corsica, and Poland indisputably proved this. Now, sir, I leave it with you to judge whether, whilst we are hesitating about forming alliance, Great Britain may not, and probably will not, seal our ruin by signing a treaty of partition with 2 or 3 ambitious powers that may aid in conquering us. Upon principles of interest and revenge, they surely will. When GB finds she cannot conquer us alone, and that the whole must be lost, will she not rather choose a part than have none? Certainly she will, and to gain the necessary aid, give up a part, and thus involve us unaided, unassisted, in a very unequal destructive contest with 3 or 4 of the greatest states in Europe. Nothing in this world is more certain than that the present court of London would rather rule despotically a single rod of earth than cover the world under legal limitations. All this danger, however, may be prevented by a timely alliance with proper and willing powers in Europe. Indeed, we are a singular instance in modern times of a people engaged in war with a powerful nation, without taking steps to secure the friendship or even neutrality of foreign states, leaving to our enemies the full opportunity of engaging all. And we know with certainty that every maritime state in Europe has been interceded with not to supply us with military stores, and many states have been applied to for troops to destroy us, as Russia, Hesse, Hanover, and Holland. Is it not the most dreadful infatuation in us to remain quiet in this way, and stir not until it is too late? But no state in Europe will either treat or trade with us so long as we consider ourselves subjects of GB. Honor, dignity, and the customs of state forbid them until we take rank as an independent people. The war cannot long be prosecuted without trade, nor can taxes be paid until we are enabled to sell our produce, which cannot be the case without the help of foreign ships, whilst our enemy's navy is so superior to ours. A contraband sloop or so may come from foreign parts, but no authorized and consequently sufficiently extensive trade will be carried on with us, whilst we remain in our present undefined, unmeaning condition. Our clearest interest, therefore, our very existence as freemen, requires that we take decisive steps now, whilst we may, for the security of America. It is most fortunate for us that the present quit-rent revenue, with the impost on tob and tonnage, will do more than defray all our expenses of civil government without fresh taxes on the people, and the unappropriated lands will pay the expenses of the war. The enclosed pamphlet on government is the production of our friend John Adams. It is sensible and shows the virtue of the man, at the same time that it proves the business of framing government not to be so difficult a thing as most people imagine. A small scheme printed in handbill I had written before I saw this work of Mr. Adams, and he agrees that the Council of State had better be a distinct body from the upper house of assembly, meaning the upper house. Their duration indeed may be too long, but it should be for a longer term than the lower house, in order to answer the purpose of an independent middle power. The sheriffs had better, I think, be appointed as now in Virginia, or by choice of the freeholders in each county. The recommendation of Congress about taking government is, as you see, of old date, and therefore it is said during the continuance of the present disputes. But it matters not much, for the government taken up ought to be the best, whether it be for this, that, or another term of years. This I take to be the time and thing meant by Shakespeare when he says, "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood leads on to fortune, that omitted we are ever after bound in shallows, etc." Let us, therefore, quitting every other consideration, heartily unite in leading our countrymen to embrace thee. Footnote. The remainder is lost from the manuscript. End of footnote. Mr. Henry was in full accord with these views and was so impressed with the importance of an immediate alliance with France that he urged the sending of ambassadors at once to the French court, and power to offer American commerce as an inducement to French aid, and in order to send ambassadors with proper authority to represent the United States, he insisted on Congress at once adopting Articles of Confederation, confined to purposes offensive and defensive. He doubted the wisdom of making public a declaration of independence till the Confederation was adopted by Congress, and the ambassadors were dispatched as he feared that Great Britain would, on hearing of it, at once endeavor to anticipate the Americans at the French court. On arriving at Williamsburg, he met General Charles Lee, who had been sent to command the Southern Department, and was eager for an immediate open declaration. He mentioned to him his views on the proper order in which this all-important matter should be conducted, and this impulsive man, misconstruing his position in a measure, wrote to him on the next day the following letter. Williamsburg, May 7, 1776. Dear Sir, if I had not the highest opinion of your character and liberal way of thinking, I should not venture to address myself to you. And if I were not equally persuaded of the great weight and influence which the transcendent abilities you possess must naturally confer, I should not give myself the trouble of writing, nor you the trouble of reading this long letter. Since our conversation yesterday, my thoughts have been solely employed on the great question whether independence ought or ought not to be immediately declared. Having weighed the argument on both sides, I am clearly of the opinion that we must, as we value the liberties of America, or even her existence, without a moment's delay, declare for independence. If my reasons appear weak, you will excuse them for the disinterestedness of the author, as I may venture to affirm that no man on this continent will sacrifice more than myself by the separation. But if I have the good fortune to offer any arguments which have escaped your understanding, and they should make the desired impressions, I think I shall have rendered the greatest service to the community. The objection you made yesterday, if I understand you rightly, to an immediate declaration was, by many degrees, the most specious. Indeed, it is the only tolerable one that I have yet heard. You say, and with great justice, that we ought previously to have felt the pulse of France and Spain. I more than believe, I am almost confident, that it has been done. At least I can assert upon recollection that some of the Committee of Secrecy have assured me that the sentiments of both these courts or their agents had been sounded and were found to be as favorable as could be wished. But admitting that we are utter strangers to their sentiments on the subject, and that we run some risk of this declaration being coldly received by these powers, such is our situation that the risk must be ventured. On one side there are the most probable chances of our success, founded on the certain advantages which must manifest themselves to French understandings by a treaty of alliance with America. The strength and weakness, the opulence and poverty of every state are estimated in the scale of comparison with her immediate rival. The superior commerce and marine force of England were evidently established on the monopoly of her American trade. The inferiority of France in these two capital points, consequently, had its source in the same origin. Any deduction from the monopoly must bring down her rival in proportion to this deduction. The French are, and always have been, sensible of these great truths. Your idea that they may be diverted from a line of policy which assures them such immense and permanent advantages by an offer of petition from Great Britain appears to me, if you will excuse the phrase, an absolute chimera. They must be wretched politicians indeed if they would prefer the uncertain acquisition and the precarious expense of possession of one or two provinces to the greater part of the commerce of the whole. Besides, were not the advantages from the latter so manifestly greater than those that would accrue from the imagined partition scheme? It is notorious that acquisition of territory, or even colonial possessions, which require either men or money to retain, are entirely repugnant to the spirit and principles of the present French court. It is so repugnant, indeed, that it is most certain they have lately entertained thoughts of abandoning their West India islands. Le commerce et l'économie are the cry down from the king to the lowest minister. From these considerations, I am convinced that they will immediately and essentially assist us if independence is declared. But allowing that there can be no certainty, but mere chances in our favor, I do insist upon it that these chances render it our duty to adopt the measure, as by procrastination our ruin is inevitable. Should it now be determined to wait the result of a formal negotiation with France, a whole year must pass over our heads before we can be acquainted with the result. In the meantime, we are to struggle through a campaign without arms, ammunition, or any one necessary of war. Disgrace and defeat will infallibly ensue. The soldiers and officers will become so disappointed that they will abandon their colors and probably never be persuaded to make another effort. But there is another consideration still more cogent. I can assure you that the spirit of the people cries out for this declaration. The military, in particular, men and officers, are outrageous on the subject, and a man of your excellent discernment need not be told how dangerous it would be in our present circumstances to dally with the spirit or disappoint the expectations of the bulk of the people. May not despair, anarchy, and finally submission be the bitter fruits? I am firmly persuaded that they will, and in this persuasion I most devoutly pray that you may not merely recommend, but positively lay injunctions on your servants in Congress to embrace a measure so necessary to our salvation. Yours most sincerely, Charles Lee. Mr. Henry's own statement of his position appears in his reply to Richard Henry Lee, dated May 20th, 1776, and a letter written to John Adams on the same day. The information as to the disposition of the French court given in the letter to General Lee was doubtless derived from Monsieur de Beaufort. the secret agent of the French minister Vergennes, who appeared in Philadelphia in January 1776 and assured the secret committee of the disposition of France to aid the colonies. That committee may have had like assurances also from Spain. The letter of General Lee was evidently the first information on this important subject conveyed to Mr. Henry. It removed from his mind a burden of anxiety, as it was an assurance that his early prediction that these nations would come to the aid of the colonies would be verified. End of section 42. Section 43 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 16, Part 1. Virginia Convention, Independence, 1776. The convention met in Williamsburg, May 6, 1776, and entered upon a session which will be ever memorable in the annals of history. Many new members appeared, but nearly all of the old and tried leaders had been returned by their constituencies. Among the new members, there were some of great ability, destined to leave their impress upon the institutions of their country. Foremost among these was James Madison, who appeared as a delegate from Orange County. He was just 25 years of age and had been only 4 years from Princeton College, where he had been a distinguished scholar. His pale face and delicate form still betokened the student. His modesty kept him from mingling in the debates of the body, but no one who once engaged him in conversation could for a moment doubt his extraordinary powers of mind, or fail to appreciate the extent and accuracy of his information. His powers of analysis and of criticism were already developed, and it was said of him by one who was his fellow member, and has described him as he appeared in the body. While he thrilled with the ecstasies of Henry's eloquence, and extolled his skill in commanding the audience, he detected what might be faulty in his reasoning. In after years became not only one of the greatest of American statesmen, but the most formidable antagonist in debate that Mr. Henry ever encountered. The town of Williamsburg had sent as the alternate of White, who was in attendance on the Continental Congress, Edmund Randolph, in the 23rd year of his age. He was of distinguished lineage, tall in stature, graceful in manners, and scholarly in his utterances. He had months before parted company with his father, John Randolph, the Attorney General of the colony, who had sailed for England, a determined Tory, while the son, an ardent patriot, had repaired to the camp of Washington. A brilliant and effective speaker, he was to be a leader in deliberative bodies, and to be the recipient of high honors at the hands of his countrymen. Both he and Madison were now to receive their first lesson in practical statesmanship, a lesson so well improved that their names will ever be remembered, interwoven as they have been in the warp and woof of the federal Constitution. The convention, before adjournment, paid young Randolph the fitting compliment of giving him the important office of Attorney General held by his father when he abandoned the colony. Edmund Pendleton had presided over the last convention with great dignity, and it was the desire of his friends that he should be again honored with the position of Speaker. He was put in nomination by the venerable Richard Bland, who was seconded by Archibald Carey. The well-known agency of Pendleton as chairman of the Committee of Safety in driving Mr. Henry from the military service prevented his election from being without opposition. Thomas Ludwell Lee was put in nomination by Thomas Johnson of Louisa, the county which first sent Mr. Henry into public service, and he was seconded by Bartholomew Dandridge, the brother-in-law of Washington. That this opposition was against the wishes of Mr. Henry is quite certain from what occurred afterward. Indeed, he never allowed his private grievances to interfere with the public service, and he well knew the importance of perfect harmony in the grave matters to be considered by the body. Although he could doubtless have defeated Pendleton, he allowed him to be elected, and we soon find them working together in the important business of the convention. Mr. Henry was placed upon the Committee of Privileges and Elections, and of Propositions and Grievances, and seems to have acted as chairman of this last in making its numerous reports, although his name appears second in the appointment. He was also a member of a committee raised on May 7th to prepare an ordinance to encourage the making of salt, saltpeter, and gunpowder. At no period of his life did Mr. Henry display his consummate powers as a leader to more advantage than now. He thoroughly informed himself of the temper of the people as displayed in their delegates, and set himself at work to harmonize the various interests in the body, so as to attain, as far as possible, unanimity in their action on the overshadowing questions of independence. General Charles Lee wrote to General Washington May 10th, "A noble spirit possesses the convention. They are almost unanimous for independence, but differ in their sentiments about the mode. 2 days will decide it." Colonel John A. Washington wrote May 11th to Richard Henry Lee, for whom he was alternate. "I hardly think the grand question will come on before Tuesday next. When it does, there will be much altercation, but I believe no danger but that we shall determine upon taking up government. But whether they may be so explicit as I could wish in their instructions to our delegates, I cannot determine, but hope there is no great danger." On the day after the convention met, they fixed on the 10th to go into committee of the whole to consider the state of the colony. But on the 9th, the resolution was introduced, which was discussed several days before adoption, for removing from Norfolk in princes and counties the male Negroes over 13, together with disaffected whites and all surplus provisions. And on the next day, on a letter from General Lee, the question of sending troops to the assistance of North Carolina was taken up, and determined by ordering that 1,300 men be raised immediately for that purpose. It was May 14th before the convention was able to dispose of these and other pressing matters, so as to go into committee of the whole upon the state of the colony. Colonel Archibald Carey presided over the committee. The question of independence was introduced at once and was debated on that and the next day, when the committee rose and reported the following resolutions, which were unanimously agreed to by the House, 112 members being present. Forasmuch as all the endeavors of the United Colonies, by the most decent representations and petitions to the King and Parliament of Great Britain, to restore peace and security to America under the British government, and a reunion with that people upon just and liberal terms, instead of a redress of grievances, have produced from an imperious and vindictive administration increased insult, oppression, and a vigorous attempt to effect our total destruction. By a late act, all these colonies are declared to be in rebellion and out of the protection of the British Crown. Our property subjected to confiscation, our people, when captivated, compelled to join in the murder and plunder of their relations and countrymen, and all former rapine and oppression of Americans declared legal and just. Fleets and armies are raised, and the aid of foreign troops engaged to assist these destructive purposes. The King's representative in this colony hath not only withheld all the powers of government from operating for our safety, but, having retired on board an armed ship, is carrying on a piratical and savage war against us, tempting our slaves by every artifice to resort to him, and training and employing them against their masters. In this state of extreme danger, we have no alternative left but an abject submission to the will of those overbearing tyrants, or a total separation from the Crown and government of Great Britain, uniting and exerting the strength of all America for defense, and forming alliances with foreign powers for commerce and aid in war. Wherefore, appealing to the searcher of hearts, with the sincerity of former declarations, expressing our desire to preserve the connection with that nation, and that we are driven from that inclination by their wicked counsels and the eternal laws of self-preservation. Resolved unanimously that the delegates appointed to represent this colony in General Congress be instructed to propose to that respectable body to declare the United Colonies free and independent states, absolved from all allegiance to or dependence upon the Crown or Parliament of Great Britain, and that they give the assent of this colony to such declaration and to whatever measures may be thought proper and necessary by the Congress for forming foreign alliances and a confederation of the colonies at such time, and in the manner as to them shall seem best, provided that the power of forming government for and the regulations of the internal concerns of each colony be left to the respective colonial legislatures. Resolved unanimously that a committee be appointed to prepare a declaration of rights and such a plan of government as will be most likely to maintain peace and order in this colony and secure substantial and equal liberty to the people. The leading part taken by Mr. Henry on this momentous occasion is thus described by Edmund Randolph. When the disposition of the peoples as exhibited by their representatives could not be mistaken, Henry had full indulgence of his own private judgment, and he concerted with Nelson that he, Nelson, should introduce the question of independence, and that Henry should enforce it. Nelson affected nothing of oratory except what ardent feelings might inspire, and characteristic of himself. He had no fears of his own with which to temporize, and supposing that others ought to have none, he passed over the probabilities of foreign aid, stepped lightly on the difficulties of procuring military stores, and the inexperience of officers and soldiers, pressed a declaration of independence upon what, with him, were incontrovertible grounds, that we were oppressed, had humbly supplicated a redress of grievances which had been refused with insult, and that to return from battle against the sovereign with the cordiality of subjects was absurd. It was expected that a declaration of independence would certainly be passed, and for obvious reasons Mr. Henry seemed allotted to crown his political conduct with this supreme stroke. And yet for a considerable time he talked of the subject as critical, but without committing himself by appointed avowal in its favor or appointed repudiation of it. He thought that a course which put at stake the lives and fortunes of the people should appear to be their own act, and that he ought not to place upon the responsibility of his eloquence a revolution of which the people might be wearied after the present stimulus should cease to operate. But after some time he appeared in an element for which he was born, to cut the knot which calm prudence was puzzled to untie, was worthy of the magnificence of his genius. He entered into no subtlety of reasoning, but was aroused by the now apparent spirit of the people. As a pillar of fire, which notwithstanding the darkness of the prospect would conduct to the promised land, he inflamed and was followed by the convention. His eloquence unlocked the secret springs of the human heart, robbed danger of all its terror, and broke the keystone in the arch of royal power. Thomas Nelson, selected by Mr. Henry to move independence, was one of the richest and, at the same time, was one of the most popular men in the colony. His family was classed among the aristocracy, and no wiser selection could have been made in looking for a leader who could pledge the wealthy classes to the move for independence. In addition to the statement of Edmund Randolph, we have some account of what passed in committee in a letter of Thomas Ludwell Lee to his brother Richard Henry Lee, written May 18, 1776. The writer encloses a copy of the resolves and adds, "You have also a set of resolves offered by Colonel M. Smith, but the first, which were proposed the second day by the President, but the debate lasted 2 days, were preferred. These he had formed from the resolves and preambles of the first day badly put together. Among the papers of the convention remaining in the capital are found 3, endorsed by the clerk, rough resolutions, independence. They are as follows. Number 1, in handwriting of Patrick Henry. as the humble petitions of the Continental Congress have been rejected and treated with contempt, as the Parliament of GB, so far from showing any disposition to redress our grievances, have lately passed an act approving of the ravages they have been committed upon our coast, and obliging the unhappy men who shall be made captives to bear arms against their families, kindred, friends, and country, and after being plundered themselves, to become accomplices in plundering their brethren, a compulsion not practiced on prisoners of war, except among pirates, the outlaws and enemies of human society, as they are not only making every preparation to crush us, which the internal strength of the nation and its alliances with foreign powers afford them, but are using every act to draw the savage Indians upon our frontiers, and are even encouraging insurrection among our slaves, many of whom are now actually in arms against us. And as the King of GB, by a long series of oppressive acts, has proved himself the tyrant instead of the protector of his people, we, the representatives of the colony of Virginia, do declare that we hold ourselves absolved of our allegiance to the Crown of GB and obliged by the eternal laws of self-preservation to pursue such measures as may conduce to the good and happiness of the United Colonies. And as a full declaration of independency appears to us to be the only honorable means unto heaven of obtaining that happiness, and of restoring us again to a tranquil and prosperous situation, resolved that our delegates in Congress be enjoined in the strongest and most positive manner to exert their ability in procuring an immediate, clear, and full declaration of independency. Number 2, in handwriting of Meriwether Smith, whereas Lord Dunmore hath assumed the power of suspending by proclamation the laws of this colony, which is supported by a late act of the British Parliament, declaring the colonies in North America to be in actual rebellion and out of the King's protection, confiscating our property wherever found on the water, and legalizing every seizure, robbery, and rapine that their people have heretofore committed on us. Resolved, that the government of this colony as hitherto exercised unto the Crown of Great Britain be dissolved, and that a committee be appointed to declare a declaration of rights, and such a plan of government as shall be judged most proper to maintain peace and order in this colony, and secure substantial and equal liberty to the people. End of section 43. Section 44 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 16, continued. Number 3, believed to be in the handwriting of Edmund Pendleton. Whereas the Parliament of Great Britain have usurped unlimited authority to bind the inhabitants of the American colonies in all cases whatsoever, and the British ministry have attempted to execute their many tyrannical acts in the most inhuman and cruel manner, and King George III, having withdrawn his protection from the said colonies, and jointly with the ministry and Parliament, has begun and is now pursuing with the utmost violence a barbarous war against the said colonies, in violation of every civil and religious right of the said colonies. Resolved, that the union that has hitherto subsisted between Great Britain and the American colonies is thereby totally dissolved, and that the inhabitants of this colony are discharged from any allegiance to the Crown of Great Britain. These evidently were the resolutions debated the first day, and the paper in the handwriting of Patrick Henry was the one introduced by Nelson. The 3 papers differ not only in the grounds assigned for the step about to be taken, but also in the manner of proceeding. All 3 declare the union between Virginia and Great Britain dissolved, but Mr. Henry's paper proposes that Congress be asked to make for all the colonies a clear and full declaration of independency. His great anxiety that the colonies act as a unit in this all-important matter, and that before the declaration should be made public, a confederation should be effected by Congress, and an ambassador be dispatched to France to solicit a treaty with that power, will be seen in his letters to R.H. Lee and John Adams of May 20th. The resolution in his handwriting was intended to be the first step in this direction. It can hardly be doubted that Mr. Henry expected the convention to frame a government, and the fact that Meriwether Smith's resolution provides for a committee to do this cannot be taken as an indication that he alone of the three designed such a step. It was the natural consequence of the resolution of independence, and had been recommended by Congress months before. A comparison of the paper proposed next day by Pendleton and adopted, with that drawn by Mr. Henry, explains why Mr. Henry said of Pendleton's paper in his letter to John Adams, "I put up with it in the present form for the sake of unanimity. 'Tis not quite so pointed as I could wish." The letter of Thomas Ludwell Lee just quoted shows that he too was not entirely satisfied with it. He says, "The preamble is not to be admired in point of composition, nor has the resolve of independence a peremptory and decided air which I could wish. Perhaps the proviso which reserves to this colony the power of forming its own government may be questionable as to its fitness. Would not a uniform plan of government prepared for America by Congress and approved by the colonies be a sure foundation of unceasing harmony for the whole?" The resolutions as adopted in effect declared Virginia independent, without waiting for the action of Congress, by providing for the immediate framing of a separate government, which was reported and adopted before Congress declared the colonies independent. Although the journal shows a unanimous vote on the adoption of the resolution by the House, Edmund Randolph records the fact that there was opposition in the committee. He says, "The vote was unanimous for independence, except in the instance of Robert Carter Nicholas, who demonstrated his title to popularity by despising it would have demanded a sacrifice of his judgment. He offered himself as a victim to conscience, being dubious of the competency of America in so arduous a contest. He alone had fortitude enough to yield to his fears on this awful occasion, although there was reason to believe that he was not singular in the conviction. But immediately after he had absolved his application of duty, he declared that he would rise or fall with his country, and proposed a plan for drawing forth all its energies in support of that very independence." Footnote: Mr. Nicholas had been instructed by a majority of his constituents to vote for independence. American Archives, 4th Series, v. 1046. End of footnote. The passage of the resolution was hailed with the greatest joy by the soldiery and by the people of Williamsburg. The British flag was immediately struck on the Capitol, and a continental flag hoisted in its stead. The troops were drawn out, and a discharge of artillery and small arms was had. The Gazette of May 17th published the resolutions, and added the following notice of their reception. In consequence of the above resolutions, universally regarded as the only door which will lead to safety and prosperity, some gentlemen made a handsome collection for the purpose of treating the soldiery, who next day were paraded in Waller's Grove, before Brigadier General Lewis, attended by the gentlemen of the Committee of Safety, the members of the General Convention, the inhabitants of this city, etc. The resolutions being read aloud to the army, the following toasts were given, each of them accompanied by a discharge of the artillery and small arms, and the acclamation of all present. 1. The American Independent States. 2. The Grand Congress of the United States and the respective legislatures. 3. General Washington and victory to the American arms. The Union flag of the American States waved upon the Capitol during the whole of this ceremony, which being ended, the soldiers partook of the refreshments prepared for them by the affection of their countrymen, and the evening concluded with illuminations and other demonstrations of joy. everyone seeming pleased that the domination of Great Britain was now at an end, so wickedly and tyrannically exercised for these 12 or 13 years past, notwithstanding our repeated prayers and remonstrances for redress. Copies of the resolutions with the circular letter were sent at once by the Convention to the other colonies, inviting them to unite in the motion ordered by Virginia. Her action was hailed with joy by the patriots throughout America, and glowing tributes to the patriotism of the Old Dominion were paid in the private correspondence of the public journals of the day. She was the recognized leader in this, the last, as in the first act of the Civil Revolution. Colonel Nelson at once started for Philadelphia bearing the Virginia resolutions to the Congress, of which he was a member. They were presented to that body May 27, 1776. A majority of the members were all ready for independence, as had been shown by the resolutions of May 10th and 15th, recommending to the assemblies and conventions of the colonies to suppress the exercise of the royal authority and adopt such government as shall conduce to the happiness and safety of their constituents. But they were hampered by the instructions given by some of the colonies to the delegates forbidding a separation from Great Britain. These had been given during the preceding year, before the great change in public sentiment had taken place. Several of the colonies, however, had recently given instructions fully authorizing their delegates to take the final step. Thus, the instructions given January 18, 1776 to the delegates from Massachusetts, while not using the word independence, were so drawn as to fully empower a vote for it. The same may be said of the instructions given to the delegates from South Carolina, March 25th, and from Georgia, April 5th. On April 12th, the delegates from North Carolina had been expressly empowered to vote for independence, and on May 4th, the delegates from Rhode Island were similarly instructed, but in terms not so explicit as those used by the Assembly of North Carolina. These all left it discretionary with their delegates. However, as to how they should vote on a motion for independence, a motion it was the distinguished honor of Virginia to order her delegates to make. On June 7, 1776, Richard Henry Lee moved to Congress in obedience to the instructions of Virginia, and nearly in the very language of her resolutions, that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved, that it is expedient forthwith to take the most effectual measures for forming foreign alliances, that a plan of confederation be prepared and transmitted to the respective colonies for their consideration. John Adams seconded the resolutions, and their consideration was postponed till the next day, when the members were enjoined to attend punctually at 10 o'clock. The 8th and 10th Saturday and Monday were spent in a memorable debate upon the resolutions, the body sitting as a committee of the whole. They were opposed by James Wilson, Robert R. Livingston, E. Rutledge, John Dickinson, and others as premature, and supported by John Adams, Richard Henry Lee, George White, and others, as absolutely necessary for the further successful conduct of the war. It's appearing, says Mr. Jefferson, in the course of these debates that the colonies of New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and South Carolina were not yet matured for falling from the parent stem, but they were fast advancing to that state. It was thought most prudent to wait a while for them, and to postpone the final decision to July 1st. But that this might occasion as little delay as possible, a committee was appointed to prepare a Declaration of Independence. This committee was appointed June 11th, and consisted of Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, and R. Livingston. The chairmanship of this important committee was given, of course, to the colony, moving the resolution, and the member making the motion was plainly the proper person for that position. Why Mr. Jefferson was made the chairman instead of Colonel Lee has been a disputed question. The biographer of Colonel Lee states that he received intelligence of the illness of his wife on June 10th and left Philadelphia for his home on the next day. But there is a letter written by him to Washington, dated June 13, 1776, in Philadelphia, which states, "This day I set off for Virginia, and directs that a certain communication which he desires should be addressed to him at Williamsburg." In this letter he makes no mention of the sickness of his wife. It is probable, therefore, that he had determined to leave Philadelphia to take part in the deliberations of the Virginia Convention, and hence did not desire to be placed on the committee to draft the declaration. On June 12th, committees were appointed to prepare and digest the form of a confederation to be entered into between these colonies, and to prepare a plan of treaties to be proposed to foreign powers. On July 1st, the debate was resumed, and fresh instructions having arrived from several colonies in the meantime, the resolution for independence was carried in committee by the votes of New Hampshire, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia. South Carolina and Pennsylvania voting against it. Delaware being divided and New York asking to be excused because, although her delegates were for it, their instructions given near 12 months before forbade them to vote for it. The committee thereupon reported the resolution to the House when, on motion of Edward Rutledge, its consideration was postponed till the next day in order to enable the delegation from South Carolina to confer among themselves as to what vote they would cast. When the resolution came up on July 2nd, the vote of South Carolina was cast for it, and new members having arrived for Delaware and Pennsylvania, the votes of those colonies were changed to the affirmative, and thus every colony voted for the resolution except New York, and her convention July 9th approved of it. The formal Declaration of Independence, drawn by Jefferson, had been reported by the committee June 28th, and after a discussion running through 3 days, was adopted July 4th, 1776. The committee appointed to prepare a plan of confederation reported on July 12th articles drawn up by John Dickinson, instead of being confined for the present to the general objects of an offensive and defensive nature, and a guarantee of the respective colonial rights, as suggested by Mr. Henry. They were elaborately drawn, involving the difficult questions of commerce, public lands, taxation, the relative positions of the large and small states, and the particulars of a government which could not be settled but after long delay and much debate. It was 16 months before Congress could agree upon them, and it was February 2nd, 1781, before the last colony ratified them. Steps were taken at once for the formation of treaties, but these also were long deferred. End of section 44. Section 45 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 17, Part 1. The Virginia Convention was called to meet questions of the gravest importance which immediately arose upon the determination to declare independence. The first presented was as to the power of the convention to frame a permanent constitution of government. Edmund Randolph has left the following statement. Mr. Jefferson, who was in Congress, urged a youthful friend in the convention to oppose a permanent constitution until the people should elect deputies for the special purpose. He denied the power of the body elected, as he conceived them to be agents for the management of the war, to exceed some temporary regimen. The member alluded to communicated the ideas of Mr. Jefferson to some of the leaders in the House, Edmund Pendleton, Patrick Henry, and George Mason. These gentlemen saw no distinction between the conceded power to declare independence and its necessary consequence, a fencing of society by the institution of government. Nor were they sure that to be backward in this act of sovereignty might not imply a distrust whether the rule had been wrested from the king. The attempt to postpone the formation of a constitution until a commission of greater latitude and one more specific should be given by the people was a task too hardy for an inexperienced young man. Afterward, Mr. Jefferson, in his notes on Virginia, entered into a labored argument to prove that the convention was not authorized to adopt a permanent constitution, and that the one adopted was not in fact permanent, but was liable to be changed by any ordinary legislature which might assemble. Mr. White seems to have entertained the same views from a passage in a letter to Mr. Jefferson, July 27, 1776, in which he says, "The system agreed to, in my opinion, requires reformation. In October, I hope you will effect it." These views were based upon a mistaken idea of the powers of the convention. The sovereignty of the people was represented by the body, else it had no powers to declare independence, the highest act of sovereignty, and representing that sovereignty it was within its powers, and became its duty to establish a permanent form of government. This view, taken by Mr. Henry and others at the time, was afterward unanimously adopted by the Supreme Court of the state in the case of Camper versus Hawkins. Another question to be met on the threshold was the propriety of having a written constitution. The government of Great Britain had always been conducted under an unwritten constitution, and its admirers claimed this to be one of its excellencies. The convention determined to try the great experiment of a written constitution as the supreme law of the state, which, emanating from the popular will and settling the powers of the different departments of government, should serve as a restraint upon the people themselves in the exercise of their sovereignty, and thus give permanency to their political institutions. This marks a new era in the history of government. It is true that in some ancient states written codes of laws were found, which have been denominated constitutions, but they were the work of rulers and not of the people, and they mingled provisions which were intended to be permanent with others of a temporary nature. And so in America, the attempts to adopt constitutions have been hitherto very crude, and the papers were only intended for temporary use. Indeed, being liable to change by the legislature, they lacked the feature of permanency. The framing of a Bill of Rights, to include all of the inalienable rights of the people, and to serve as the foundation for the new government, was an enterprise as difficult as it was novel. That the great task of framing a Bill of Rights and a written constitution was undertaken, and successfully accomplished by this convention, will ever cause it to be remembered by a grateful world. Another question of great importance was whether Virginia should form a separate constitution and leave each state to follow its own inclination as to the form it should adopt, and whether it would not be best to ask Congress to prepare a uniform plan of government for all the states. This last was evidently the desire of Thomas Ludwell Lee, as appears by his letter to R.H. Lee of May 18, 1776, in which he criticizes the convention for determining otherwise. It was also the plan recommended in the instructions of Charlotte County. That the plan adopted met with the approval of Mr. Henry is evident from his letter to John Adams of May 20th, 1776, in which, while objecting to the resolutions for independence as not pointed enough, he makes no objection to them because of the provision for framing a separate government. It is very certain from the letter of Colonel Thomas L. Lee that the matter was discussed in the convention, and it may be safely concluded that Mr. Henry in that discussion favored the plan adopted. Had the other been recommended and adopted, doubtless the autonomy of the states would not have been long preserved. It having been determined to frame a written constitution for the state, the all-important question remained as to its character. What form of government should be adopted? This was a question which not only involved the future of Virginia, but of the United States, as the convention was reminded by letters that Virginia was looked to as their trusted leader, to be followed in this, the crowning act of the Revolution. While the convention felt the great responsibility resting upon them, they did not fail to appreciate the grand opportunity they enjoyed of selecting the best possible form of government. Other countries had acquired their forms of government. They hardly knew how. Often these forms had been fixed upon them by accident or force, and had held under their rule citizens who had no choice in selecting them. Now the world was to see a new and wonderful sight, a people discarding their form of government while in the midst of a bloody revolution. We're calmly to discuss the true principles of all government, and to frame that system which should seem best suited for the promotion of their happiness and prosperity. In this great work, no one was more deeply interested or more active than Mr. Henry. The committee appointed on May 15th to prepare a Declaration of Rights and a plan of government consisted of Archibald Carey, Meriwether Smith, James Mercer, Henry Lee, Robert Carter Nicholas, Patrick Henry, Bartholomew Dandridge, Edmund Randolph, George Gilmer, Richard Bland, Dudley Diggs, Paul Carrington, Thomas Ludwell Lee, William Cabell, Joseph Jones, John Blair, William Fleming, Henry Tazewell, Richard Carey, Cuthbert Bullock, William Watts, John Bannister, Man Page, Bowling Stark, David Mason, Richard Adams, Thomas Reed, and Thomas Lewis. On the next day, James Madison, Robert Rutherford, and Benjamin Watkins were added. The committee commenced its work at once, and had made some progress in its discussions before George Mason was added to it. He appeared in his seat for the first time on May 17th, and was added to the committee on Saturday, the next day. The following interesting letters to Richard Henry Lee and John Adams, written the Monday following, show Mr. Henry's views upon the important subjects engaging him, and his anxiety that the great work of framing a government should be properly conducted. Williamsburg, May 20th, 1776. Dear Sir, your two last favors are with me, and for them both I give you many thanks. Ere this reaches you, our resolution for separating from Britain will be handed you by Colonel Nelson. Your sentiments as to the necessary progress of this great affair correspond with mine. But may not France, ignorant of the great advantages to her commerce we intend to offer, and of the permanency of that separation which is to take place, be allured by the partition you mention? To anticipate, therefore, the efforts of the enemy by sending instantly American ambassadors to France seems to me absolutely necessary. Delay may bring on us total ruin, but is not a confederacy of our states previously necessary? If that could be formed, and its objects for the present be only offensive and defensive, and guarantee respecting colonial rights, perhaps dispatch might be had, and the adjustment of representation and other lesser matters be postponed without injury. May not the fishery be a tempting object? I think from the great French force now in West Indies, some person of eminent rank must be there to guide it. The Mississippi should be thought of. I thank you for the hint of the back lands. I gave an opinion as a lawyer to Brent on the subject of his and Croghan's purchase, and notwithstanding solicitations from every great land company to the west, I've refused to join them. I think a general confiscation of royal and British property should be made. The fruits would be great in the measure and its utmost latitude warranted by the late Act of Parliament. The grand work of forming a constitution for Virginia is now before the convention, where your love of equal liberty and your skill in public councils might so eminently serve the cause of your country. Perhaps I am mistaken, but I fear too great a bias to aristocracy prevails among the opulent. I own myself a Democrat, on the plan of our admired friend John Adams, whose pamphlet I read with great pleasure. A performance from Philadelphia has just come here, ushered in, I'm told, by a colleague of yours, B., and greatly recommended by him. I don't like it. Is the author a Whig? One or two expressions in the book made me ask. I wish to divide you and have you here, to animate by your manly eloquence the sometimes drooping spirits of our country, and in Congress to be the ornament of your native country, and the vigilant, determined foe of tyranny. To give you colleagues of kindred sentiments is my wish. I doubt you have them not at present. A confidential account of the matters to Colonel Tom, desiring him to use it according to his discretion, might greatly serve the public and vindicate Virginia from suspicions. Vigor, animation, and all the powers of mind and body must now be summoned and collected together into one grand effort. Moderation, falsely so called, hath nearly brought on us final ruin, and to see those who have so fatally advised us still guiding, or at least sharing our public counsels, alarms me. Adieu, my dear sir. Present me to my much esteemed FLL, and believe me, your very affectionate and obliged P. Henry, Jr. Pray drop me a line now and then. To Colonel R. H. Lee, P.S. Our mutual friend the General will be hampered, if not taken. Some gentry throw out alarms that a congressional power has swallowed up everything. My all, too, I know how to feel for him. Williamsburg, 20th May, 1776. My dear sir, your favor with the pamphlet came safe to hand. I am exceedingly obliged to you for it, and I am not without hopes it may produce good here, where there is among most of our opulent families a strong bias to aristocracy. I tell my friends you are the author. Upon that supposition, I have two reasons for liking the book. The sentiments are precisely the same I have long since taken up, and they come recommended by you. Go on, my dear friend, to assail the strongholds of tyranny, and whatever form oppression may be found. May those talents and that firmness which have achieved so much for America be pointed against it. Before this reaches you, the resolution for finally separating from Britain will be handed to Congress by Colonel Nelson. I put up with it in the present form for the sake of unanimity. 'Tis not quite so pointed as I could wish. Excuse me for telling you of what I think of immense importance. 'Tis to anticipate the enemy at the French court. The half of our continent offered to France may induce her to aid our destruction, which she certainly has the power to accomplish. I know the free trade with all the states would be more beneficial to her than any territorial possession she might acquire. But pressed, allured, as she will be, but above all, ignorant of the great things we mean to offer, may we not lose her? The consequence is dreadful. Excuse me again. The Confederacy, that must precede an open declaration of independence and foreign alliances. Would it not be sufficient to confine it, for the present, to the objects of offensive and defensive nature, and a guarantee of the respective colonial rights? If a minute arrangement of things is attempted, such as equal representation, etc., etc., you may split and divide. Certainly will delay the French alliance, which, with me, is everything. The great force in San Domingo, Martinique, etc., is under the guidance of some person in high office. Will not the Mississippi lead your ambassadors thither most safely? Our convention is now employed in the great work of forming a constitution. My most esteemed Republican form has many and powerful enemies. A silly thing, published in Philadelphia by a native of Virginia, has just made its appearance here. Strongly recommended, 'tis said, by one of our delegates now with you, Braxton. His reasonings upon and distinction between private and public virtue are weak, shallow, and evasive, and the whole performance an affront and disgrace to this country, and by one expression I suspect is Whiggism. Our session will be very long, during which I cannot count upon one coadjutor of talents equal to the task. Would to God you and your Sam Adams were here. It shall be my incessant study so to form our portrait of government, that a kindred with New England may be discerned in it. And if all your excellencies cannot be preserved, yet I hope to retain so much of the likeness that posterity shall pronounce us descended from the same stock. I shall think perfection is obtained, if we have your approbation. I am forced to conclude, but first let me beg to be presented to my ever-esteemed S. Adams. Adieu, my dear sir. May God preserve you and give you every good thing. P. Henry, Jr. To John Adams, Esquire. P.S. Will you an essay now and then write? The reply of Mr. Adams shows his full sympathy with these views, and bears remarkable testimony to Mr. Henry's eminent services in the Revolution. It is as follows. Philadelphia, 3 June, 1776. My dear sir, I had this morning the pleasure of yours of 20 May. The little pamphlet you mentioned is nullius filius, and if I should be obliged to maintain it, the world will not expect that I should own it. My motive for enclosing it to you was not the value of the present, but as a token of friendship, and more for the sake of inviting your attention to the subject than because there was anything in it worthy your perusal. The subject is of infinite moment, and perhaps more than adequate to the abilities of any man in America. I know of none so competent to the task as the author of the first Virginia resolutions against the Stamp Act, who will have the glory with posterity of beginning and concluding this great revolution. Happy Virginia, whose constitution is to be framed by so masterly a builder. Whether the plan of the pamphlet is not too popular, whether the elections are not too frequent for your colony, I know not. The usages and genius and manners of the people must be consulted, and if annual elections of the representatives of the people are sacredly preserved, those elections by ballot and none permitted to be chosen but inhabitants, residents as well as qualified freeholders of the city, county, parish, town, or borough for which they are to serve. 3 essential prerequisites of a free government. The council or middle branch of legislature may be triennial, or even septennial, without much inconvenience. I esteem it an honor and a happiness that my opinion so often coincides with yours. It has ever appeared to me that the natural course and order of things was this: for every colony to institute a government, for all the colonies to confederate, and define the limits of the Continental Constitution, then to declare the colonies a sovereign state, or a number of confederated sovereign states, and last of all to form treaties with foreign powers. But I fear we cannot proceed systematically, and that we shall be obliged to declare ourselves independent states before we confederate, and indeed before the colonies have established their governments. End of section 45. Section 46 of Patrick Henry, Life, Correspondence, and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life, Correspondence, and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 17, Part 2. It is now pretty clear that all these measures will follow one another in rapid succession, and it may not perhaps be of much importance which is done first. The importance of an immediate application to the French court was clear, and I am very much obliged to you for your hint of the route by the Mississippi. Your intimation that the session of your representative body would be long gave me great pleasure, because we all look to Virginia for examples, and in the present perplexities, dangers, and distresses of our country, it is necessary that the supreme councils of the colonies should be almost constantly sitting. Some colonies are not sensible of this, and they will certainly suffer for their indiscretion. Events of such magnitude as those which present themselves now in such quick succession require constant attention and mature deliberation. The little pamphlet you mention, which was published here as an antidote to the Thoughts on Government, and which is whispered to have been the joint production of one native of Virginia and 2 natives of New York, I know not how truly, will make no fortune in the world. It is too absurd to be considered twice. It is contrived to involve a colony in eternal war. The Dons, the Bashaws, the Grandees, the Patricians, the Sachems, the Nabobs, call them by what name you please, sigh and groan and fret and sometimes stamp and foam, and curse, but all in vain. The decree is gone forth, and it cannot be recalled. That a more equal liberty than has prevailed in other parts of the earth must be established in America. That exuberance of pride which has produced an insolent domination in a very few, opulent, monopolizing families, will be brought down nearer to the confines of reason and moderation than they have been used to. This is all the evil which they themselves will endure. It will do them good in this world and in every other, for pride was not made for man, only as a tormentor. I shall ever be happy in receiving your advice by letter, until I can be more completely so in seeing you here in person, which I hope will be soon. Yours, etc., John Adams. To Patrick Henry, Esquire. It has been thought strange that Mr. Henry should write on May 20th that he could not count upon one coadjutor equal to the task of framing a constitution, when he had on that committee with him George Mason. But it must be remembered that Colonel Mason had been so recently put upon the committee that in all probability he had not met with it, and that Mr. Henry had never served with him in any body, except for some 2 weeks in the convention in August 1775, when no questions were discussed calculated to draw out his abilities as a statesman. And besides, Colonel Mason won his great reputation after the date of Mr. Henry's letter, and mainly by his service in this convention. That Mr. Henry had already a high appreciation of him is shown by his urging him as delegate to Congress in August 1775, and in after life he rated him as one of the greatest of statesmen. The pamphlets referred to in the preceding letters throw a strong light upon the labors of the convention, as they show the different plans of government before it. The publication of Mr. Adams declares that form of government to be the best, which communicates ease, comfort, security, or in one word, happiness to the greatest number of persons and in the highest degree. That the happiness and dignity of mankind consist in virtue, that while fear is the foundation of monarchy and honor of aristocracy, virtue is the foundation of republican government, and as the definition of a republic is an empire of laws and not of men. That form is best which secures an impartial and exact execution of the laws. It then suggests the following plan of a democratic republic. 1. A House of Representatives to be chosen annually by the people, and in such a manner as to represent all their interests. A Council or Senate to be annually elected by the lower house, and to have a negative voice in legislation. In his letter to Mr. Henry, Mr. Adams suggested that their terms might be 3 or 7 years. 2. A governor to be an integral part of the legislature, to be elected annually by the two houses on joint ballot, to have a privy council with whose consent he shall act, to have the veto in pardoning powers, and to be commander-in-chief of the forces. If experience showed it to be preferable, he might be elected by the people, and for a longer term, and after serving for a certain time he might be ineligible for a fixed period. 3. Judges to be appointed by the governor, with the advice and consent of the upper house, or by joint or concurrent ballot of both houses. Their terms should be for life or good behavior, and their salaries fixed by law. Their judicial power to be distinct from and independent of both the executive and legislative, but the judges to be liable to impeachment by the House of Representatives before the governor and Senate, and upon conviction to be removed from office and otherwise punished. 4. Lieutenant Governor, Secretary, Treasurer, Commissary, and Attorney General to be chosen as was suggested in the case of the governor. 5. Justices and all other officers, civil and military, to be chosen as was suggested in the case of judges. 6. Except sheriffs, registers of deeds, and clerks of courts, which should be chosen by the freeholders of counties. The writer urges that the militia be armed and trained, and the counties and towns be provided with the munitions and equipments of war, and laws be enacted for the liberal education of youth, especially of the lower class, and for the promotion of frugality among the people. Colonel Lee, in enclosing the Adams pamphlet to Mr. Henry, in his letter of April 20th, 1776, sent also a copy of a handbill, presenting a scheme of government drawn by himself. It would appear by his letter that he thought the council of the governor should be distinct from the upper house, that the term of the upper house should be longer than 1 year, and that sheriffs should be appointed as formerly in Virginia, that is, by the governor, or be elected by the freeholders of the counties. In other respects, he intimates no difference from the Adams plan. In the Virginia Gazette of May 10, 1776, there appeared a publication which was either the scheme of R.H. Lee or was drawn by someone who had read it in Mr. Adams's paper. The provisions are strikingly like those of the latter, and those concerning the impeachment of judges are similar in phraseology. As Mr. Henry had previously received the letter of R.H. Lee, it is highly probable that he inserted the publication in the Gazette. It is so nearly the plan of Mr. Adams, as modified by the suggestions of Colonel Lee, that if it was not Colonel Lee's paper, it was doubtless drawn by Mr. Henry from the two papers. It is as follows. A government scheme. 1. Let the people choose, as usual, where there is no good objection, a representative body. Let the representatives choose by ballot 24 men for an upper house for 7 years. 2. Let the two houses by joint ballot choose a governor for 1 year. Let this be the legislative power. Let the governor's council of state consist of 12 men, to be promiscuously chosen from both the middle and lower houses, by joint ballot of both houses annually. 3. Let the colony judges be chosen by joint ballot of both houses, to continue during good behavior with fixed, adequate, but not splendid salaries. If accused of misbehavior by the representatives of the people before the governor and upper house, they should have an opportunity of defending themselves. If the charge is supported and they found guilty, they should be dismissed from the offices and subject to such other pains, penalties, and disabilities as shall be thought proper, and these ought to be severe, as the well-being of the community depends so eminently on judicial integrity. 4. Lieutenant Governor, Secretary, Commissary, Attorney, and Solicitor General to be chosen septennially. by joint ballot of the middle and lower houses. 5. Treasurer to be chosen annually by joint ballot of middle and lower houses. 6. Justices of the peace and sheriffs to be appointed by the governor, by and with the consent of majority of the Council of State. Coroners and constables as usual, if no good objection. 7. The governor with advice of his Council of State to possess the executive powers of government and to have the appointment of militia officers and government of the militia under the laws for regulating the militia. The address signed a native and recommended by Carter Braxton, while admitting that the object of government should be to secure the happiness of every member of society, denies that it is practicable to base a government on public virtue. It attempts to distinguish public from private virtue, and denies the former to the mass of the people. The British Constitution of 1689 is eulogized, and the closest approximation to it is urged. Democratic governments are pronounced inimical to elegance and refinement, to manufactures, arts, and sciences, and to the accumulation of wealth. It recommends the following plan of an aristocratic republic. 1. A House of Representatives to be chosen by the people every 3 years. This body to choose out of the colony at large 24 persons to constitute a Council of State, or Senate, who are to hold their places for life, and to constitute a distinct and intermediate branch of the legislature. No member of either house to be eligible to any post of profit, except that of treasurer. 2. A governor, to be elected by the assembly to continue in office during good behavior, and to be impeachable by the 2 houses. A privy council of 7 to advise with him, who are not to be members of either house. 3. Judges to be appointed by the governor with the advice of his privy council, to hold office during good behavior, and to be excluded from a seat in either house. 4. A treasurer, secretary, and other great officers of the state, to be chosen by the lower house, and proper salaries to be assigned to them as well as to the judges. 5. Military and other inferior civil officers, to be appointed by the governor. 6. Courts to appoint their own clerks, and the justices of the peace to receive pay for their services, and to be required to meet every 3 months for the dispatch of business. It appears from Mr. Henry's letters that his favorite democratic scheme had many and powerful enemies at first. Colonel Mason seems to have declared himself for it. However, upon taking his seat, and the ablest men of the convention united with Mr. Henry in urging it. This appears from the letter of John Augustine Washington to R.H. Lee, dated May 18, 1776. He says, I hope the great business of forming a well-regulated government will go on well, as I think there will be no great difference of opinion among our best speakers, Henry, Mason, Mercer, Dandridge, Smith, and I am apt to think the President will concur with them in sentiment. A struggle in the Select Committee seems to have resulted soon after Mr. Henry wrote the foregoing letters, in a victory for a democratic over an aristocratic plan, and the work of framing a Bill of Rights, suited to a democratic republic, was entered upon at once. George Mason soon came forward with the draft which has justly entitled him to be enrolled among the great statesmen of the world. The importance of this paper, which, after some amendments, was adopted by the convention and became the basis of civil government in America, gives an interest to all that remains to us touching in its passage through the body. Edmund Randolph says, many projects of a Bill of Rights and Constitution discovered the ardor for political notice, rather than a ripeness in political wisdom. That proposed by George Mason swallowed up all the rest by fixing the grounds and plans which, after great discussion and correction, were finally ratified. It would seem from this passage that Colonel Mason's draft was brought forward after others had been presented, and that it embodied their best features. Happily, we have a copy of his original draft in his own handwriting, given by him to his son, General John Mason, and now the property of the state. There is also preserved among the papers held by his descendants a copy, partly in his own handwriting and partly in the handwriting of Thomas Ludwell Lee, of the paper after it had undergone some amendments in the Select Committee, but before it was reported. This is probably the copy sent to R.H. Lee by his brother, and referred to in his letter of June 1st, 1776. The Select Committee reported a draft on May 27th, which was referred to a committee of the whole, and ordered to be printed for the perusal of the members. A copy of this paper was preserved by James Madison, and found among his papers. On June 10th, the Committee of the Whole reported to the House that they had gone through the consideration of the paper laid before them, and made several amendments. These were agreed to the next day, and on June 12th, the paper so amended was put upon its passage and agreed to nem. con. Magna Carta either granted or secured very important liberties and privileges to the clergy, barons and freemen of England, but as to the most numerous part of the population, styled villains or rustics, and only provided that they shall not by any fine be bereaved of their carts, plows, and implements of husbandry. The Bill of Rights of 1689, upon the accession of William and Mary, was the most complete statement of the principles of government ever attempted. This was written by the great Lord Somers, and it embodied the Petition of Right of 1628, written by Sir Edward Coke. The Virginia Bill of Rights contained all that was of value in these celebrated papers, and much more, and as a summary of the rights of man and of the principles of free government, stands and is destined to stand without a rival in the annals of government. Each section of this remarkable paper excites our profoundest interest. The first declares the equal rights of all men, by nature, to freedom and independence. This great truth is the essence of democracy, and constituted the foundation upon which the entire system rested. If we inquire the source from which it was derived, we find it in Christianity. This alone teaches the absolute exclusive sovereignty of God, and the common origin and brotherhood of man. From it we learn that God is no respecter of persons, but looks upon each individual as entitled to the same rights, and enforces this equality by his command to every man, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." The fact that this declaration would determine the character of the new government was at once recognized, and the advocates of an aristocratic system stoutly resisted it in committee. Thomas Ludwell Lee, writing to his brother R.H. Lee, June 1st, 1776, says, "I enclosed you by last post a copy of our Declaration of Rights, nearly as it came through committee. It has since been reported to the convention, and we have ever since been stumbling at the threshold. In short, we find such difficulty in laying the foundation stone that I very much fear for that temple to liberty, which was proposed to be erected thereon. But laying aside figure, I will tell you plainly that a certain set of aristocrats, for we have such monsters here, finding that their execrable system cannot be reared on such foundations, have to this time kept us at bay on the first line, which declares all men to be born free and independent. A number of absurd or unmeaning alterations have been proposed. The words as they stand are approved by a very great majority, yet by 1,000 masterly fetches and stratagems, the business has been so delayed that the first clause stands yet unassented to by the convention." End of section 46. Section 47 of Patrick Henry, Life, Correspondence, and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 17, Part 3. Edmund Randolph makes the following note upon this section. The declaration in the first article of the Bill of Rights, that all men are by nature equally free and independent, was opposed by Robert Carter Nicholas as being the forerunner or pretext of civil convulsion. It was answered perhaps with too great indifference to futurity, and not without inconsistency, that with arms in our hands, asserting the general rights of man, we ought not to be too nice and too much restricted in the delineation of them, but that slaves, not being constituent members of the society, could never pretend to any benefit from such a maxim. The convention were determined to build upon this broad foundation, but drew back from the conclusion that slaves could claim the civil rights it ensured, classing them with infants and imbeciles. Within less than a century, however, the logic of events has applied the maxim to citizens of all races in the United States. The first section also declares that men have an inalienable right to enjoy life, liberty, property, and happiness. This great democratic principle is also the gift of Christianity. The essential rights of man grow out of his nature, capacities, relations, duties, and destiny. It is from the teachings of Christianity as to these that we derive a just conception of his inalienable rights. The second section, which is a corollary of the first, declares all power to be vested in and derived from the people, and that magistrates are but their servants. This places the pyramid of civil power on its true basis, the people. The world had long been accustomed to see governments resting on the false and narrow principle that all power was derived from the rulers, and that the people were only their servants. Now the reverse was declared to be the true principle underlying government. The third section declares that government should be for the common weal, that form being best which most conduces to this, and is most effectually secured against maladministration, and the right of the majority to control, and to change any form found to be inadequate. This is also a corollary of the first section. The rule that the majority must govern is but an application to politics of the great principle of physics, that the greater force controls the motion of the body. These sections proclaim the great political maxim that government should be by the people, through the people, and for the people, and justify the American Revolution. The fourth section explodes the idea of an inheritance in office, and places the right to fill it on its true basis, merit. The fifth section separates the legislative and executive from the judicial department, and requires the members of the two first to reduce to private stations at fixed periods. This was a radical change in the system which had prevailed in the colony, where the governor and his council were a most important part of the judiciary, and held office for life. As the purity and independence of the judiciary are of vital importance in any system of good government, so these can never be so well preserved as by the complete separation of this from the other departments of government. Experience has demonstrated the wisdom of the separation, the limitation of the terms of the legislative and executive departments to fixed periods, as a means of preserving the control of the people over their servants, is not only a wise provision, but the only conceivable way of securing the responsibility of the incumbents. The principles of this section were distinctly set forth in the pamphlet of John Adams, of which mention has been made. The sixth section guarantees freedom of elections, and in this copies the Bill of Rights, but it goes further in extending the right of suffrage to all, having a permanent common interest in the community, a great advance upon British suffrage. It also embodies the principle that no law is binding upon the people, which has not been assented to by them through their chosen representatives, which was so distinctly set forth in Mr. Henry's resolutions against the Stamp Act in 1765, and which was the principle upon which the revolution was being fought. The 7th section, which declares that the power of suspending laws should only be exercised by that body to which is entrusted the power of making laws, embodies a principle found in the Bill of Rights, and is essential to the proper administration of representative government. The 8th section secures to every man the right to a speedy and impartial trial before a jury. In all criminal prosecutions it provides that he shall not be deprived of his liberty except by the law of the land, or the judgment of his peers. This was a right secured in the British Constitution. The 9th section, which prohibits excessive bail and fines, and cruel and unusual punishments, was also borrowed from the Bill of Rights. The 10th section, which prohibits general warrants, was dictated, according to Edmund Randolph, by the remembrance of the seizure of Wilkes' papers, under a warrant from the Secretary of State. But the experience of the colonies themselves and the eloquent protest of James Otis in November 1761 were sufficient to account for this section without looking across the ocean for a reason. The 11th section recommends the trial by jury as the best mode of settling civil suits, and shows the attachment of Virginians to the methods of English jurisprudence. The 12th section, securing the freedom of the press, was inserted on the motion of Thomas Ludwell Lee, and is one of the most important in the paper. It is said that Cecil, Elizabeth's celebrated minister, after mature deliberation, established the first newspaper in England for the purpose of correcting false reports and uniting the people in their resistance to the Spanish Armada. The new power thus called into existence has been used for the protection of the rights of the people against the invasion of their own government. Nothing has contributed more to the great changes which have since taken place in favor of civil liberty. The press is, in fact, a component part of the machinery of free government, and that it should be free seems self-evident. The sovereignty of the people having been established, the freedom of the press follows as a necessary consequence. The 13th, declaring a trained militia to be the proper defense of a free state, that standing armies in times of peace are dangerous to liberty, and that the military should be in subordination to the civil power, is a decided improvement on the provision of the English Bill of Rights, prohibiting standing armies in times of peace, without the consent of Parliament. These last two sections were the fruits of genuine democracy and of historical experience. The 14th, prohibiting the erection of a separate or independent government within the bounds of Virginia, proceeded according to Edmund Randolph, partly from local circumstances when the chartered boundaries of Virginia were abridged by royal fiats in favor of Lord Baltimore and Lord Fairfax, much to the discontent of the people, and partly from recent commotions in the West. Mr. Randolph has the following notice of the remaining sections. The 15th, recommending an adherence and frequent recurrence to fundamental principles, and the 16th, unfettering the exercise of religion, were proposed by Mr. Henry, the latter coming from a gentleman who was supposed to be a dissenter, caused an appeal to him, whether it was designed as a prelude to an attack on the established church, and he disclaimed such an object. The 15th bases free government upon the foundation suggested by John Adams in his pamphlet, The Noblest Principles and Most Generous Affections in Our Nature. They all may be considered as embraced in the word virtue, and this may be taken as the necessary foundation of republican government, without which, as the section declares, it cannot exist. No thought was more deeply impressed upon Mr. Henry than this. It was the key to his political life, and he emphasized it by his latest act, in the endorsement he left upon the copy of his resolutions against the Stamp Act found with his will. The necessity of a frequent recurrence to fundamental principles set forth in this section is a conception which attests Mr. Henry's wisdom. The 16th is found in the draft proposed by George Mason and adopted by the Committee of the Whole, is in these words, doubtless as drawn by Mr. Henry, that religion, or the duty we owe to our Creator, and the manner of discharging it, can be directed only by reason and conviction, and not by force or violence, and therefore that all men should enjoy the fullest toleration in the exercise of religion, according to the dictates of conscience, unpunished and unrestrained by the magistrate, unless under the color of religion any man disturb the peace, the happiness, or the safety of society, and that it is the mutual duty of all to practice Christian forbearance, love, and charity towards each other. This statement of the rights of conscience is in almost the same words used by the Independents in the celebrated Westminster Assembly of Divines, and the word toleration was of course used in its most liberal sense, implying the non-interference of the state within the Church. After the section had received the approval of the body and Committee of the Whole, Mr. Madison moved in the House to substitute the following in its stead: that religion, or the duty we owe to our Creator, and the manner of discharging it, being under the direction of reason and conviction only, not of violence or compulsion, all men are equally entitled to the full and free exercise of it, according to the dictates of conscience, and therefore that no man or class of men ought, on account of religion, to be invested with peculiar emoluments or privileges, nor subjected to any penalties or disabilities, unless under color of religion, the preservation of equal liberty and the existence of the state be manifestly endangered. The intention of the mover, as he tells us, was to substitute for the idea expressed by the term toleration an absolute and equal right in all to the exercise of religion according to the dictates of conscience. It was a proper amendment, as the term toleration, strictly speaking, implies a power in the civil government inconsistent with religious liberty. As finally adopted, the statement of the principle is in the words of the first draft, while the deductions therefrom, following the word therefore, are more broadly expressed in the word toleration, is omitted. That the section as adopted was a more exact expression of what was intended by the body in the draft first adopted, is manifest from the fact that the paper as amended was adopted by a unanimous vote. The full force of the principle thus announced was not at once apprehended by the convention, as appears from their subsequent history, but it was finally developed by the legislation of the state into an absolute divorce of church and state, which was expressly based upon the principle inserted by Mr. Henry. It has been subsequently engrafted upon every state constitution and upon the federal constitution as well, the latter through the exertions of Mr. Henry, as will be seen. The great principle thus established is now considered the chief cornerstone of the American system of government. Footnote: see letter of Mr. Baird, Secretary of State to the Austrian Minister at Washington, dated May 18, 1885, rebuking the Austrian government for refusing to receive Minister Kelly because his wife was a Jewess, in which this statement is made. End of footnote. It is not only so, but is so peculiarly American, that it is justly described as the contribution of America to the science of government. Freedom of religion from constraint by the civil power, though taught by the divine author of Christianity, was not enjoyed by his followers. Neither Jew nor Gentile ever admitted the principle, and both engaged in bloody persecutions of the Christians. For 300 years persecutions raged, threatening to exterminate Christianity. In the 4th century, the Roman emperor embraced the faith his predecessors had vainly endeavored to destroy. Thereafter, an alliance of church and state debased Christianity, and Christians became the persecutors. The Reformation in the 16th century, while attempting to purify the church, did not attack the source of its corruption, but rather endeavored to entrench it. There is not a confession of faith framed by any of the reformers which does not give to the civil magistrate coercive powers in religion. It was the interference of civil government in Europe with the consciences of men which, more than all else, peopled America. It so fixed in the minds of men was the use of force to control conscience, that the dissenters who fled to America for an asylum from persecution were themselves prone to allow no dissent from their religious views when they found themselves in power. The most liberal colonies were those founded by Lord Baltimore, William Penn, and Roger Williams. Baltimore only professed to make free soil for Christianity. Penn only tolerated those who believed in one almighty and eternal God, the Creator, upholder and ruler of the world, and denied the right to hold office to all except Christians. William's charter was expressly to propagate Christianity, and under it a law was enacted excluding all except Christians from the rights of citizenship, and including in the exclusion Roman Catholics. End of section 47. Section 48 of Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 17, Conclusion. At the date of the Virginia Bill of Rights, although more than one sect had claimed religious freedom and an absolute divorce of church and state, no civil government had ever allowed the claim. Virginia led the way in incorporating into the very foundation of her government the principle upon which religious liberty is based, and in doing so completed the Great Reformation commenced in the 16th century. When we remember that a large number, probably a majority, of the convention were members of the established church, we may well be surprised that they consented to this section. But it should be remembered that the discussions of human rights which the period had produced had caused a great enlargement of views in all classes on the subject of religious as well as civil rights, and the growth of dissent in the colony had become so great that religious liberty could not be withheld when demanded by such a leader of the people as Patrick Henry. He seemed, as it were by intuition, to know when the popular mind was ready for every political moment, and he never made a mistake as to the proper time to take a step in advance. The adoption of this principle as the chief cornerstone of American government, and its subsequent progress in other portions of the world, indicating that it is destined to become all-prevailing as Christian civilization advances, with the inestimable blessings which flow from it, make Mr. Henry's act in causing its insertion in the Virginia Bill of Rights the most important of his life. If it had been the only act of his public life, it was sufficient to have enrolled his name among the greatest benefactors of the race. An article is found in the paper reported by the Select Committee in these words, that laws having retrospect to crimes and punishing offenses committed before the existence of such laws are generally oppressive and ought to be avoided. This was proposed by Thomas Lutwell Lee, as appears from his letter to his brother, but it, or an article substituted for it, was defeated by Mr. Henry, as we learn from Edmund Randolph. He says, an article prohibiting bills of attainder was defeated by Henry, who, with a terrifying picture of some towering public offender, against whom ordinary laws would be impotent, saved that dread power from being expressly proscribed. Thus was completed the Virginia Bill of Rights, which stands as an epitome of all history relating to the struggles of the human race for civil and religious liberty, and a prophecy of the future of free government. It is the matrix in which American governments have been shaped, and as long as they last, they will bear testimony to the wondrous wisdom of its framers. The Bill of Rights having been adopted June 12th, the Select Committee applied itself to the task of framing a constitution in accordance with its principles. The same master hand that had made the first draft of the Bill of Rights made the first draft of the Constitution. The plan presented by Colonel Mason was ordered to be printed by the committee in order that it might be read by the convention. A copy was preserved by Mr. Madison and is found in his works. On comparison with the plan previously published in the Gazette and with the Constitution as adopted, it shows some differences which are of importance, but it is apparent that the plan of Mason was framed upon the plan published in the Gazette, whose resemblance to the views of John Adams has been noted, and that the Constitution was framed upon the plan presented by Colonel Mason, following more closely, however, the published plan in some important particulars. The following may be noted as the most important differences in these papers. In Colonel Mason's plan, the right of suffrage in choosing the lower house of the legislature was confined to freeholders, having estates of inheritance of at least £1,000 and upward of 24 years of age, with the provision that it might be extended to holders of leases of 7 years, and householders having been the fathers of 3 children. In the published plan, the right of suffrage for this body was, as usual, in the colony. This was confined to freeholders of 50 acres of unimproved land, or 25 acres of land on which there was a settlement, or of an improved lot in a town. By the Constitution adopted, the right of suffrage remained as then exercised. Thus the change proposed by Colonel Mason was disapproved. But the convention, in this great experiment of Republican government, determined to trust their destinies with the men who had an interest in the soil, which in their judgment was alone sufficient evidence of permanent common interest with and attachment to the community. In Colonel Mason's plan, the upper house, or Senate, was to consist of 24 members who were to be elected by an intermediate body to be chosen by the people and to be divided into 4 classes, one of which was to go out of office at the end of each year. By the published plan, the Senate was to consist of 24 members to be chosen by the lower house. The Constitution retained the number 24 in the rotation by classes, but required their election to be directly by the people, and at the same time that the lower house was voted for, and for this purpose directed the state to be divided into 24 election districts. The mode of selecting the Senate was a question of great difficulty. That body was no longer to represent distinct classes in the community, as did the House of Lords, nor distinct authority, as did the Colonial Council, but it was to be a representative of the people, and at the same time a conservative force in legislation, and a check upon improper action in the lower house. The convention determined to have the Senate directly elected by the people, and to trust to the longer term in the rotation, which would ensure a majority of experienced members, for the conservatism desired. Colonel Mason's suggestion that all bills should originate in the lower house, and money bills should not be liable to amendment in the Senate, was adopted. This was not in the published plan. By Colonel Mason's plan, the election of governor was to be annually by joint ballot of the 2 houses of the legislature. This was in accordance with the published plan, and was adopted by the convention. But both Colonel Mason's plan and the Constitution gave the executive no voice in the enactment of the laws, and in this were different from the published plan. Edmund Randolph states that Mr. Henry urged the convention to vest in the executive the veto power. The passage from Mr. Randolph is as follows. After creating the office of governor, The convention gave way to their horror of a powerful chief magistrate, without waiting to reflect how much stronger a government might be, made for the benefit of the people, and yet be held with a republican bridle. These were not times of terror, indeed, but every hint of power which might be stigmatized as being of royal origin obscured for a time a part of that patriotic splendor with which the movers had before shone. No member but Henry could, with impunity to his popularity, have contended as strenuously as he did for an executive veto on the acts of the two houses of legislation. Those who knew him to be indolent in literary investigations were astonished at the manner in which he exhausted the topic, unaided as he was believed to be by any of the treatises on government except Montesquieu. Among other arguments, he averred that a governor would be a mere phantom, unable to defend his office from the usurpation of the legislature, unless he could interpose on a vehement impulse or ferment in that body, and that he would otherwise be ultimately a dependent instead of a coordinate branch of power. The profound knowledge of the true principles of government displayed by Mr. Henry in each constitutional convention in which he sat shows not only much more extensive reading than he has been credited with, but that accurate thought and thoroughly poised judgment which constituted him a statesman of the highest order. The revulsion which had seized the people and the convention against kingly prerogatives did not affect his clear judgment as to the proper powers to be entrusted to the executive, and the experience of America has since demonstrated his wisdom. Not only is the veto power vested in the president by the federal Constitution, but very few of the states of union now withhold this power from the executive. The Governor's Council, both in Colonel Mason's plan and in the Constitution, was to consist of 8 members to be elected by joint ballot of both houses of the Assembly, 2 members to go out of office at the end of every 3 years. By the published plan, the number was fixed at 12. To be annually chosen by joint ballot of the 2 houses from among themselves. By Colonel Mason's plan, the 2 houses were to appoint by joint ballot the judges and attorney general to serve during good behavior, and the treasurer to serve for a term of 1 year. The Constitution made similar provisions, including in the officers to be elected by the legislature to serve during good behavior, a secretary. By the published plan, the judges and treasurer were to be elected and to serve as provided in the Constitution, but a lieutenant governor, secretary, commissary, attorney general, and solicitor general were to be elected septennially by joint ballot of the 2 houses. By both plans and by the Constitution, justices of the peace were to be appointed by the governor and privy council, and thus all seem agreed to continue that admirable system, which produced a succession of judicial officers for the county such as were never equaled in any country, and which did so much toward making Virginia a renowned commonwealth. A provision was inserted in the Constitution, not found in either plan, fixing the boundaries of Virginia by the charters of the neighboring colonies, but where these charters did not touch the western or northern limits of the state, they were claimed as fixed by the Charter of Virginia of 1609 and the Treaty of 1763 between Great Britain and France. By the Charter of 1609, granted by King James, the limits of Virginia were fixed at 200 miles northward and 200 miles southward from Point Comfort along the Atlantic coast, and all that space and circuit of land lying from the seacoast to the precinct aforesaid up into the land throughout from sea to sea, west and northwest. By the Treaty of 1763 between England and France, the Mississippi River became the western limit. In addition to this claim of territory, purchases from the Indians, except on behalf of the public by authority of the Assembly, were prohibited. If these provisions were not the suggestion of Mr. Henry, they certainly had his hearty support. His letter of May 20th to Richard Henry Lee shows that his mind had already grasped the importance to the Union of the Western Territory and of the Mississippi River, and we shall see him afterward the uncompromising advocate of the sovereign right of the state to her Western Territory and of the free navigation of the Mississippi. What changes were made in Colonel Mason's plan by the committee, we have no means of knowing, as there is no copy of their report in existence. The journal shows that the committee reported a plan of government to the convention on June 24th, which was considered in committee of the whole on the 26th, 27th, and 28th, was reported with amendments on the 28th to the convention, was then ordered to be transcribed and read a third time, and was unanimously adopted on the 29th. Mr. Jefferson, in a letter to Judge A.B. Woodward, April 3, 1825, states that he sent to Mr. Pendleton a draft of a constitution, which was received on the day on which the Committee of the Whole reported to the convention, and that owing to the indisposition of the convention to open questions which had already caused troublesome debates, it could not be induced to consider his suggestions, except that his preamble was fixed to the paper adopted. A letter of George Wythe to Mr. Jefferson has been preserved, dated Williamsburg, July 27, 1776, in which the following passage occurs. When I came here, the plan of government had been committed to the whole House, to those who had the chief hand in forming it. The one you put in my hands was shown. 2 or 3 parts of this were with little alteration inserted in that, but such was the impatience of sitting long enough to discuss several important points in which they differ, and so many other matters were necessarily to be dispatched before the adjournment, that I was persuaded the revision of a subject the members seemed tired of would at that time have been unsuccessfully proposed. A system agreed to, in my opinion, requires reformation. In October, I hope you will effect it. Mr. Jefferson's plan must have been received, therefore, the day that the Select Committee reported, which was the 24th, and not when the Committee of the Whole reported, which was on the 28th and at the close of the consideration of the papers. From Mr. White's letter, it appears that while in Committee of the Whole, 2 or 3 of Mr. Jefferson's suggestions were adopted. They doubtless are embraced in the differences noted between Colonel Mason's plan and the paper adopted. Richard Henry Lee, whose presence in the convention was so earnestly desired by Mr. Henry, Colonel Mason, and others, did not appear in his seat in all probability before the day on which the Constitution was adopted. As the journal notices his presence for the first time in an entry of his appointment on a committee on June 29th. His aid in the great work was rendered by correspondence. There can be no doubt that Mr. Henry took an active part in the preparation and discussion of both the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, and that it was due to him in a great measure that the letter so closely resembled the plan of John Adams, which he declared was an expression of his own sentiments. That these papers were approved by him as a whole, though not containing all he may have suggested, appears by his subsequent correspondence and by the resistance he made to a revision of the Constitution while he continued in public life. Mr. Jefferson criticized the Constitution with much severity in his Notes of Virginia, but though not faultless, it remained the fundamental law of the state for 54 years, a length of days not accorded to any of its successors, and under its wise provisions the state enjoyed an amount of well-regulated liberty, which was without precedent, and has not been surpassed under the changes which have been made. Being the first written constitution of an independent state in America, it was taken as a pattern by all the other states, and its influence is also distinctly traced in the federal Constitution. When we consider the novelty of the experiment and the times at which it was formed, We cannot but admire the self-control, the calmness, and the wisdom of its framers. Nothing could have demonstrated more clearly their right to be free than this incontestable evidence of their capacity for self-government. End of section 48. Section 49 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 18, Part 1. Governor of Virginia, first term, 1776. On the same day that the Constitution was adopted, the Convention proceeded to the election of a governor and council. For the office of executive, the eyes of the Convention naturally turned toward Mr. Henry, who not only had set in motion the ball of revolution, but had given to it a fresh impulse at every critical period of its course. The remnant of the old aristocracy represented in the Convention could not permit his elevation to the highest office in the Commonwealth without a determined effort to prevent it, and we find repeated in the feeling of envy displayed what had occurred when Cicero became the foremost man in Rome. Thomas Nelson, the president of the old council, was nominated against Mr. Henry, and of the contest, Edmund Randolph says, Nelson had been long secretary of the colony and ranked high in the aristocracy, who propagated with zeal the expediency of accommodating ancient prejudices. By electing a man whose pretensions to the chief magistracy were obvious from his being nominally the governor under the old order of things, and out of 111 members, 45 were caught by the desire of bringing all parties together, although Mr. Nelson had not been at all prominent in the Revolution. From every period of Henry's life, something of a democratic and patriotic cast was collected, so as to accumulate a rate of merit too strong for this last expiring act of aristocracy. The vote stood for Patrick Henry Jr. 60, for Thomas Nelson 45, for John Page 1. George Mason doubtless placed Mr. Henry in nomination, as he was made chairman of the committee appointed to notify him of his election. The convention on the same day elected for the governor's council John Page, Dudley Diggs, John Taylor, John Blair, Benjamin Harrison of Berkeley, Bartholomew Dandridge, Thomas Nelson, and Charles Carter of Shirley. On the next day, Thomas Nelson declined, on account of his age and infirmities, and Benjamin Harrison of Brandon was afterward elected in his stead. The refusal of President Nelson to serve on the council shows either a chagrin at his defeat and an unwillingness to serve on the council of Governor Henry, or such an infirm old age as proves the desperation of Mr. Henry's opponents in using him to further their opposition. Edmund Pendleton was certainly among Mr. Henry's opponents, if not their leader. We learn from Judge Spencer Roane that once in his hearing, after the Revolution, Pendleton justified himself for not offering for the office of governor in 1776, on the ground that he did not think it became those who pushed on the Revolution to get into the first offices, and that on that ground he voted for Secretary Nelson, on which, feeling that the remark was aimed at Mr. Henry, I, Roane, replied that we should have cut a pretty figure if that office had been given to a man who was no Whig, as Mr. Nelson was said to have been. Mr. Henry made no effort to secure his election, indeed was so deeply impressed with the responsibilities of the office that he was unwilling even to appear to desire it. He occupied the truly patriotic ground that the office was neither to be sought nor refused. On the day of the balloting, Mr. Henry was waited on by the committee appointed to notify him of his election, and his reply was communicated to the convention by George Mason at its next sitting. Monday, July 1st, it appears on the journal as follows. To the Honorable the President and House of Convention. Gentlemen, the vote of this day appointing me governor of the Commonwealth has been notified to me in the most polite and obliging manner, by George Mason, Henry Lee, Dudley Diggs, John Blair, and Bartholomew Dandridge, Esquires. A sense of the high and unmerited honor conferred upon me by the convention fills my heart with gratitude, which I trust my whole life will manifest. I take this earliest opportunity to express my thanks, which I wish to convey to you gentlemen in the strongest terms of acknowledgment. When I reflect that the tyranny of the British King and Parliament hath kindled a formidable war, now raging throughout this wide extended continent, and in the operations of which this Commonwealth must bear so great a part, and that from the events of this war the lasting happiness or misery of a great proportion of the human species will finally result, that in order to preserve this Commonwealth from anarchy and its attendant ruin, and to give vigor to our councils and effect to all our measures, government hath been necessarily assumed and new modeled, that it is exposed to numberless hazards and perils in its infantile state, that it can never attain to maturity or ripen into firmness unless it is guarded by an affectionate assiduity and managed by great abilities. I lament my want of talents. I feel my mind filled with anxiety and uneasiness to find myself so unequal to the duties of that important office, to which I am called by the favor of my fellow citizens at this truly critical conjuncture. The errors of my conduct shall be atoned for, so far as I am able, by unwearied endeavors to secure the freedom and happiness of our common country. I shall enter upon the duties of my office whenever you, gentlemen, shall be pleased to direct, relying upon the known wisdom and virtue of your honorable house to supply my defects and to give permanency and success to that system of government which you have formed, and which is so wisely calculated to secure equal liberty and advance human happiness. I have the honor to be, gentlemen, your most obedient and very humble servant, P. Henry, Jr. It is of interest to observe that the final vote upon the question of independence was taken in the Continental Congress on July 2nd, and that before that date Virginia had declared independence, had formed her constitution, and had elected her executive. The convention and a few additional ordinances made vigorous preparations for the prosecution of the war. Salt works were provided for in different parts of the state, and Congress was requested to allow exports of provisions in order to procure a further supply from abroad. The 9th Regiment raised for the defense of the frontier was increased, and 6 additional troops of horse were ordered to be raised at once. The entire militia of the state were made liable to be called into service by proper officers upon an invasion or insurrection. A naval board was established with powers to build and superintend a navy. A tax of 1 shilling 3 pence was imposed upon every titheable person, and of 1 shilling upon every 100 acres of land in the state, and an issue of treasury notes was ordered not to exceed £100,000. The penalty of death, without benefit of clergy, was prescribed for counterfeiting continental bills of credit, or the paper money of any of the United Colonies, or coin, and the law for the punishment of the enemies of America in the state was amended and made more effectual. The number of delegates to Congress was reduced to 5, Benjamin Harrison and Carter Braxton being left out at the election. It can hardly be doubted that Braxton failed of a re-election because of his pamphlet on government, so severely criticized by Mr. Henry, and it may be, as suggested by Giardin, that Harrison was blamed for the appointment of Dr. Rickman instead of Dr. McClurg as physician and general director to the Continental Hospital in the state. But the most probable explanation is doubtless found in the suggestion of Mr. Henry to R.H. Lee in his letter of May 20th, 1776, as some of the delegation were not in accord with Colonel Lee and should be left out. Lee and Harrison were unfortunately not in full sympathy in their political views, at least such was the belief at the time. The convention felt the necessity of keeping peace along the disputed boundary with Pennsylvania, and proposed a temporary line to be observed till the boundary was properly settled. petitions were presented from the settlers in Kentucky, then called Transylvania, complaining of the acts of Richard Henderson and others who claimed a large territory under an alleged purchase from the Cherokee Indians, and a counter-petition was presented by Henderson and his partners. The convention, in order to settle the rights of all such claimants to her territory, appointed commissioners to take evidence on behalf of the state against the several claimants under Indian purchases, and in the meantime it was ordered that actual settlers should not be disturbed. A petition was presented June 20, 1776 from sundry Baptists in Prince William County, praying that they be allowed to worship God in their own way without interruption, that they be permitted to maintain their own ministers and none others, that they may be married, buried, and the like, without paying the clergy of the other denominations. Although this was in every part the logical conclusion from the 16th section of the Bill of Rights, already adopted, yet no motion appears to have been made to grant the petition, and no action was taken looking toward the disestablishment of the Episcopal Church. On the contrary, the convention on July 5th, the last day of the session, directed the prayers in the service of that church to be altered, so as to omit all acknowledgment of the authority of the king, and to pray for the magistrates of the Commonwealth instead, thus plainly showing that they were not disposed to act upon the principle of religious liberty embodied in the Bill of Rights until the general sentiment of the people on the subject could be gathered. Among the last acts of the convention was the adoption of a seal, with the appropriate device reported by George Mason. Footnote: as recorded in the journal, the device is as follows. Virtus, the genius of the Commonwealth, dressed like an Amazon, resting on a spear with one hand and holding a sword in the other, and treading on tyranny, represented by a man prostrate, a crown fallen from his head, a broken chain in his left hand, and a scourge in his right. In the hexagon, the word Virginia over the head of Virtus, and underneath the words Sic Semper Tyrannis. On the reverse, a group, Libertas, with her wand, and Pilius, on one side of her Ceres, with cornucopia in one hand and an ear of wheat in the other. On the other side, Eternitas, with globe and phoenix. In the hexagon, these words, Deus nobis hec otis fecit. End of footnote. The spirit which presided at the birth of the state is seen in the following record found in the proceedings of June 25th. Whereas, gaming at best is but an idle amusement, when carried to excess is the parent of avarice, dissipation, profaneness, and every other passion which can debase the human mind, and is therefore forbidden by the Continental Association as more peculiarly improper at this time, when our important struggle for liberty and freedom renders the practice of the most rigid virtue necessary to sustain us under and carry us through the conflict, that this pernicious and destructive vice may not prevail among the officers and soldiers of our army, the morals of the youth therein preserved from corruption, and they restored untainted to their worthy parents, who have cheerfully spared them from domestic endearments to the assistance and protection of their country. Resolved unanimously that it be earnestly recommended to the general or commanding officer of the continental troops in this colony to take such steps as to him appear most proper for preventing profane swearing, all manner of gaming, as well as every other vice and immorality among officers and soldiers under his command, and that it be, and is hereby declared, to all who are or may be candidates for offices, civil or military, in the pay of this colony, that the practice of gaming and profane swearing will ever be considered as an exclusion for all public offices or employments. On July 5th, 1776, the last day of the convention, Governor Henry took the oath of office prescribed by an ordinance of that day. He left Williamsburg directly afterward for his home in Hanover, doubtless to arrange his private affairs before entering upon the duties of his office. If not sick when he left the capital, He was taken sick soon after reaching his home and was confined to his room for some weeks. His convalescence was made known by the following announcement, which appeared in the Gazette of August 2nd. We have the pleasure to inform the public that our worthy governor, who is now at his seat in Hanover, is so much recovered from his late severe indisposition that he walks out daily, and it is hoped will soon be able to return to the seat of government to attend to the duties of his high and important office. It was not till September 17th, however, that he was able to take his seat at the council table as appears by the journal. His election was hailed with delight by the patriots not only in his own state, but throughout America, as appeared by letters and addresses sent him. Among the earliest of these was the following cordial addresses from 2 regiments he had so lately commanded. To His Excellency Patrick Henry, Jr., Esquire, Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, the humble address of the 1st and 2nd Virginia Regiments. May it please Your Excellency, permit us, with sincerest sentiments of respect and joy, to congratulate Your Excellency upon your unsolicited promotion to the highest honors a grateful people can bestow. Uninfluenced by private ambition, regardless of sordid interest, you have uniformly pursued the general good of your country, and have taught the world that an ingenuous love of the rights of mankind, an inflexible resolution, and a steady perseverance in the practice of every private and public virtue lead directly to preferment and give the best title to the honors of our uncorrupted and vigorous state. Once happy under your military command, we hope for more extensive blessings from your civil administration. Entrusted as Your Excellency is, in some measure, with the support of a young empire, our hearts are willing and arms ready to maintain your authority as Chief Magistrate. Happy that we live to see the day when freedom and equal rights established by the voice of the people shall prevail through the land. We are, may it please Your Excellency, Your Excellency's most devoted and obedient servants. To which he returned the following admirable answer. Gentlemen of the 1st and 2nd Virginia Regiments, your address does me the highest honor. Be pleased to accept my most cordial thanks for your favorable and kind sentiments of my principles and conduct. The high appointment to which my fellow citizens have called me was indeed unmerited, unsolicited. I am therefore under increased obligations to promote the safety, dignity, and happiness of the Commonwealth, while the civil powers are employed in establishing a system of government, liberal, equitable, in every part of which the genius of equal liberty breathes her blessed influence. To you is assigned the glorious task of saving, by your valor, all that is dear to mankind. Go on, gentlemen, to finish the great work you have so nobly and successfully begun. Convince the tyrants again that they shall bleed, that America will bleed to her last drop, ere their wicked schemes find success. The remembrance of my former connection with you shall ever be dear to me. I honor your profession. I revere that patriotic virtue, which in your conduct hath produced cheerful obedience, exemplary courage, and contempt of hardship and danger. Be assured, gentlemen, I shall feel the highest pleasure in embracing every opportunity to contribute to your happiness and welfare, and I trust the day will come when I shall make one of those that will hail you among the triumphant deliverers of America. I have the honor to be, gentlemen, your most obedient and very humble servant, P. Henry, Jr. End of section 49. Section 50 of Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 18, Part 2. The colonel of the 2nd Regiment did not unite in the foregoing address, as appears by the following publication in Purdy's Gazette of August 9th. Mr. Purdy, let the public know that Colonel Woodford's name was not among the subscribers of the address to the governor, that it was not presented as containing the sentiments of the colonel, but of the officers and their men, and that the colonel was not consulted on the occasion. This piece of justice is demanded by the colonel and cheerfully granted by the officers. Among those who rejoiced in the election of Governor Henry were the Baptists, whom he had so constantly befriended in the days of their persecutions, now happily at an end. An association of this denomination, which met in Louisa, sent him the following admirable address: To His Excellency Patrick Henry, Jr., Esquire, Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. The humble address of the ministers and delegates of the Baptist churches met in association in Louisa, August 12, 1776, in behalf of their brethren. May it please your Excellency, as your advancement to the honorable and important station of Governor of this Commonwealth affords us unspeakable pleasure. We beg leave to present your Excellency with our most cordial congratulations. Your public virtues are such that we are under no temptation to flatter you. Virginia has done honor to her judgment in appointing your Excellency to hold the reins of the government at this truly critical conjuncture, as you have always distinguished yourself by your zeal and activity for her welfare in whatever department has been assigned you. As a religious community, we have nothing to request of you. Your constant attachment to the glorious cause of liberty and the rights of conscience leaves us no room to doubt of your Excellency's favorable regards, while we worthily demean ourselves. May God Almighty continue you long, very long, a public blessing to your native country, and after a life of usefulness here, crown you with immortal felicity in the world to come. Signed by order, Jeremiah Walker, Moderator, John Williams, Clerk. To this, Governor Henry made the following happy reply: To the ministers and delegates of the Baptist churches and to the members of communion. Gentlemen, I am exceedingly obliged to you for your very kind address, and the favorable sentiments you are pleased to entertain respecting my conduct, and the principles which have directed it. My constant endeavor shall be to guard the rights of all my fellow citizens from every encroachment. I am happy to find a Catholic spirit prevailing in our country, and that those religious distinctions, which formerly produced some heats, are now forgotten. Happy must every friend to virtue in America feel himself to perceive that the only contest among us at this critical and important period is who shall be foremost to preserve our religious and civil liberties. My earnest wish is that Christian charity, forbearance, and love may unite all different persuasions as brethren who must perish or triumph together. And I trust that the time is not far distant when we shall greet each other as peaceable possessors of that just and equal system of liberty, adopted by the last convention, and in support of which may God crown our arms with success. I am, gentlemen, your most obedient and very humble servant, P. Henry, Jr., August 13, 1776. Among the letters addressed to him, there was one from General Charles Lee, dated July 20th, 1776, in the peculiar style of that eccentric man, which contained the following passages. I used to regret not being thrown into the world in the glorious 3rd or 4th century of the Romans, but I am now thoroughly reconciled to my lot. We shall now most probably see a mighty empire established of freemen, whose honor, property, and military glories are not to be at the disposal of a sceptred tyrant, nor their consciences to be fettered by a proud, domineering hierarchy. I most sincerely congratulate you on the noble conduct of your countrymen, and I congratulate your country on having citizens deserving of the high honor to which you are exalted, for the being elected to the first magistracy of a free people is certainly the pinnacle of human glory, and I am persuaded that they could not have made a happier choice. He then proceeded to object to the provision of the Constitution, which allows the governor to be eligible for 3 successive terms, and to the custom of addressing officers by such titles as Excellency, Honor, and the like. Public opinion was not ready, however, for the abolition of official titles, and as to the office of governor, the people were not willing that it should be less honored in a republican state than in a royal colony. The convention fixed the governor's salary at £1,000 per annum, the sum received by his predecessors, and ordered that £1,000 be expended in furnishing the palace for his residence. In deference to this state of public sentiment, and as if in rebuke of that aristocratic coterie which had pronounced him too plain for the office, Governor Henry, while retaining his simplicity and affability of manner, now assumed a dignity of demeanor which commanded the admiration of all. He could no longer be remarked on for his plainness in dress. He seldom appeared on the streets of Williamsburg, and never without a scarlet cloak, black clothes, and a dressed wig. Footnote: Manuscript. Letter of Judge Roan to Mr. Wirt. Judge Roan says he had been accused by the bigwigs of former times as being a coarse and common man, and utterly destitute of dignity, and perhaps he wished to show them that they were mistaken. End of footnote. Governor Henry was called to the office of executive of his state at the most important and critical period possible in her history. With a population of about 400,000, nearly one-half slaves, she was entering upon her existence as a sovereign state, under an untried form of government, in the midst of a terrible struggle for separate existence with one of the strongest of earthly powers, with powerful tribes of hostile Indians occupying her northwestern and western territory, a large portion of which was claimed by land companies under Indian sales, with a disputed boundary with Pennsylvania which threatened a border war, without a trained army, or what could be dignified by a name of a navy, and withal lacking in munitions of war. The position required executive talents of the highest order, and fortunately for his country, Governor Henry proved to be more than equal to the occasion. The Executive Journal furnishes the fullest evidence of his industry, his great executive capacity, and his ardent zeal in the cause of the Revolution. It is rich in material for history, but only some of his most important acts can be narrated here. From these, the reader will be able to have an appreciation of him as a war governor. The hope of reconciliation which lingered in the breasts of some of the men in high positions had caused a lack of vigor in the conduct of the war that came near ruining the cause of the patriots. This was conspicuous in the failure of Congress to take timely steps to raise an army enlisted for the war. That Governor Henry saw the danger and was aroused by it is shown by his correspondence. As was to have been expected, his inauguration was signalized by the most active measures. On July 8th, General Lewis attacked Lord Dunmore, who had taken possession of Quinn's Island in the Chesapeake Bay. Defeated and driven from the island, his lordship retreated to St. George's Island in the Potomac, from which he was dislodged by a detachment of brave Marylanders, and after committing some petty depredations along the shores of the river and bay, he sailed out of the Capes, never to return to Virginia, leaving firmly seated in the governor's chair in his stead the man he had but a few months before proclaimed as a seditious character. As early as June 1775, John Stuart, the superintendent of Southern Indian Affairs, and General Gage concerted a plan for combining all the western tribes in an attack on the rear of the colonies, while the British forces should make a descent on the southern seaboard. This plan was laid before the British cabinet, and by it approved, and early in 1776, orders were issued to carry it into execution. In pursuance of this plan, Sir Peter Parker, with a British squadron, carrying a strong force under Sir Henry Clinton, appeared before Charleston, and the Indians, true to their engagement, upon being informed of the arrival of the fleet, took the warpath, and invaded the western frontier, from Georgia to the head of the Holston in Virginia. The leaders in this invasion were the Cherokees, the most warlike and enterprising of the native tribes, who were accustomed by their long intercourse with the whites to the use of small arms and some of the modes of civilized war. They were led by Onacostodo, Dragon Canoe, and the Raven, chiefs of marked abilities. On June 28th, the attack of Sir Peter Parker on Sullivan's Island in Charleston Harbor was repulsed by the Americans under General Charles Lee, and the intelligence of this victory had a happy effect in checking the Indian invasion of Georgia. But the parties which had fallen upon western North Carolina were not so easily diverted from their purpose of blood and plunder. A most remarkable settlement had been effected some 6 years before, west of the Alleghanies on the Watauga, by some families from Fairfax County, Virginia, and there had gathered around it from Virginia and North Carolina a community of heroes whose courage and daring have never been surpassed. This advance guard of civilization had for their leaders 3 men of genius and daring sufficient for any emergency. They were John Sevier, James Robertson, and Isaac Shelby, names worthy of all honor because of their eminent services in the struggle for American liberty. 2 forts had been erected to protect the settlers, one on the banks of the Watauga, called Fort Lee, and the other a few miles to the northwest on the Holston, near Long Island, called Eaton Station. There lived among the Cherokees a woman named Nancy Ward, said to have been a half-breed, who held the position of prophetess of the nation. Like another Pocahontas, she determined to warn the whites of the danger which threatened their settlements from the savage war which the British agents had incited. On May 30th, 1776, she told Isaac Thomas, a traitor, of the hostile determination of the nation, and urged him to inform the settlers at once. Thomas immediately communicated the intelligence to the settlements, and proceeded to inform the Virginia authorities of the danger and the need of succor. The alarm was responded to by men from the western settlements of Virginia and North Carolina, and 5 small companies, principally Virginians, promptly marched to the rescue. These were put under the command of Captain Thompson, who was found to be the oldest officer in commission, and they reached Eaton Station in advance of the Indians. On July 20th, 1776, a strong force under Dragon Canoe appeared before the fort, and the garrison determined to march out and attack them. This bold move was completely successful. The Indians were defeated with considerable slaughter, and their chief was among the wounded. On July 21st, the division under Oconostauda attacked Fort Lee and suffered a repulse, but they continued the siege for several days and finally retired upon hearing that reinforcements were marching to the relief of the fort. Upon being repulsed at Eaton Station, the Indians broke up into marauding parties, one of which entered the valley of the Clinch and penetrated as far as the Wolf Hills, near the present town of Abingdon, carrying fire and massacre into every settlement. On July 22nd, the Executive Journal notes the receipt of letters from General Charles Lee and John Rutledge, President of South Carolina, conveying information of hostilities committed by the Cherokees, and that an expedition would at once be sent against their lower towns by the 2 Carolinas, and asking Virginia to send an expedition against their upper towns called Overhill. The council thereupon ordered Colonel Charles Lewis with his battalion of Minutemen to march for that purpose, and on August 1st, upon hearing of the depredations in Clinch Valley, increased the force and appointed Colonel William Christian, Commander-in-Chief of all the forces raised, or to be raised, for the expedition, with Evan Shelby as his major. In the instructions given to Colonel Christian, he was directed, in case the Indians were forced to sue for peace, to require a sufficient number of their chiefs and warriors as hostages to ensure the performance of the treaty, and also to insist on the giving up all prisoners and all persons among them who had been concerned in bringing on the war, and especially Stuart, Cameron, and Gist, the 3 British emissaries who were believed to have persuaded the Indians to go upon the warpath. The place of rendezvous appointed by Colonel Christian was the great island in the Holston, or Eaton Station. where were soon gathered several companies who were joined by 300 or 400 North Carolina militia under Colonel Joseph Williams, Colonel Love, and Major Winston. To these were added some of the garrisons of the forts. The little army at once set out for the Indian towns, some 200 miles distant, with Isaac Thomas as guide, James Robertson in command of the Watauga men, and John Sevier at the head of a select body of scouts. The Indians had retired beyond the French Broad upon hearing of the gathering of troops at the great island, and a body of 3,000 warriors prepared to dispute the passage of that beautiful river, which they had boasted should never be crossed by a hostile white man. Colonel Christian, under the guidance of Isaac Thomas, crossed the river near what is now known as Buckingham's Island, and to his surprise found that the Indians had suddenly determined to retreat to the fastnesses of their mountains. After punishing their unprovoked attack upon the settlements by destroying their towns and laying waste their fields, sparing those who had been disposed of peace, Colonel Christian invited a conference. This was gladly responded to by a number of chiefs who proposed peace. Their request was granted, and a convention was entered into, but not to take effect till the treaty should be made by representatives from the whole tribe, who were invited to meet commissioners from Virginia in May following, at Heaton Station. Colonel Christian then marched his troops back to this point, where most of them were disbanded and the remainder were put into winter quarters in a new fort, erected and called Fort Patrick Henry, which was believed to be within the limits of Virginia, the dividing line not having been run further west than the Allegheny Mountains. End of section 50.